love cannot remain silent, when it sees injustice, abuse, deception, or hypocrisy. Real love will always stand up and speak out, even at the expense of one's own life. MG 1. When the power of love overcomes the love of power, the world will know peace. Jimi Hendrix. The 50s were the decade where the conception took place, the embryo incubated in the womb, growing and kicking, for the entire 10 years. Finally, the pregnancy ended, and with violent labor pains, the water broke on January 1, 1960. After inhaling the first breath of life, what exhaled was a very loud, non-stop screaming, colic baby, a byproduct perhaps, of the stifled emotions from its parents trapped in a generation of war. After the violent birth, the umbilical cord cut, the life-giving 50s placenta was discarded as useless after birth. It was out with the 50s doo-wop music. Good night, sweetheart, well, it's time to go, had to go. None of that would be the new baby's style. There would be no more short haircuts, butch wax, teased hair, greasy Elvis hair, poodle skirts, fake rock and roll, or black and white television. The baby turned off Father Knows Best, Sky King, and Leave It to Beaver as he tuned in and tripped out. Gimme a head with hair, long beautiful hair, shining, gleaming, streaming, flaxen, waxen, give me down to there, shoulder length or longer, here baby, there mama, everywhere daddy, daddy, hair. This colic baby was going to keep everyone up night and day for more than a decade, screaming all the way into the early 70s against every established rule of order. Spitting out its pacifier in protest against everything governmental, the colic baby took to the streets in rebellion against war, abusive law enforcement, denial of civil rights, parental restrictions, and the need for organized religion. Schizophrenic in personality, the colic baby held peaceful love-ins and sit-ins, followed by campus protests, civil rights marches, and the burning of cities in riotous rebellion. Change was coming to America, by any and every means necessary, making this a decade that was electrifying and full of life. To understand the colic baby's screams, and why those screams were so full of life, ask anyone living in the 60s, they will tell you what an awesome and troubled time it was to be alive. The air was saturated with an energy so rich and full of life, you could almost touch it, or, at the very least, inhale it with every breath you took. It was as if, somewhere in the heavens, the world clock of time and history had suddenly clicked into a new era, intoxicating everything with change. New expressions and views on every moral issue of life surfaced each day. For generations, society had previously considered it morally taboo to openly discuss the secret side of human sexuality. Such topics were supposed to remain locked away in the private, individual closet of life. 1. This curious, colic baby opened the door to the private closet of life, took out every hidden taboo, and played with them openly as toys, to the shock of the world. The generation of free love played with every sexual toy, openly discussed human sexuality and multiple orgasms, while watching the movie I Am Curious, Yellow. Free love, sex, drugs, race relations, pop art, poetry, pornography, abortion, and the politics of an illegal war all mushroomed into a newfound freedom of speech. Communal living, group sex, and the summer of love in Haight-Ashbury became a festival of love-ins, psychedelic drugs, and sex. In the midst of love and turmoil, the colic, pacifier-spitting baby became a dancing machine. Music reverberated from all over the world, rolling in waves onto every shoreline. Each new wave introduced never-before-heard lyrics, beats, and rhythms. Many came with new dances from artists unknown just the day before. The twist, mashed potato, Hully Gully, the Watusi, the swim, the jerk, the monkey, pony time, and the locomotion, the new songs and dances were endless. The music shouted to everyone breathing the air of change. Hey, you, come out here on the floor, let's rock some more. The colic baby was dancing in the streets all over the nation as white kids were finding their rhythm on American Bandstand. Soul music and black kids already had rhythm from the red-hot, record-producing Motown. Free love, peace signs, tie-and-dyed clothing, it was game time for the generation of sex, drugs, and real rock and roll. Not the Elvis shake, rattle, and roll. Elvis was not invited to perform at Woodstock. Say hello to acid rock, hard rock, and just good old rock from the Rolling Stones, The Doors, Jimi Hendrix, Jefferson Airplane, Creedence, and Janis Joplin. Church leaders joined hands with law enforcement in a show of unprecedented and unconstitutional unity to stop this new music, reportedly made by the devil himself. In several vain attempts to stop the music, churches held their own protests, burning records while claiming, "The devil himself is in the music, I tell you." This is RJ, your favorite DJ, with a special song to all of the pastors burning records today. I say hallelujah, brother, figure out the words to this one, if you can. Preacher, here's Louie Louie by the Kingsmen. Through it all, the colic babies rocked on, dancing in the streets. How these 5 radical colic babies ever connected is still a bit of a mystery. None of them understood how much their lives and career choices would impact one another until many years later. 2. Scott, Jerry, and Steve were from wealthy families with doctors, lawyers, and morticians as parents. Roger and Larry were a pair of poor white trash bad boys, from the wrong side of town. Scott Riley was the upper crust snot of the school, quarterback, debater, and a natural leader. His rich parents used their social influence to place Scott in every important school office. Grooming a son's career begins early in life by well-heeled parents, who, in turn, had been groomed by their parents. Scott's position as quarterback was clearly the work of his parents. Social influence. He fumbled frequently and ended the season with a record number of fumbles. Scott experienced his largest failure when he ran for class president. Even though his parents provided him with professionally made posters bearing the slogan "Scott Can Do Riley," the long-haired colic babies rejected his parental influence, scratching out "Can Do" and replacing it with "Can Fumble." Scott never got over the political loss or his record-setting number of fumbles that year. His mom was so hot, that every teenager with raging testosterone immediately wanted to bone her. Steve was the first to crack her panties and brag about how good an older woman was. After that, everyone in the group boned her on a regular basis. If anyone brought a joint after school, she would take on 2 or more. Say hello to sex class and free love. Scott's dad was one of the top doctors in the city and the administrator of a hospital. He always tried to appear cool by offering us a beer. When he would catch anyone looking at, or up, his wife's short skirt, he would look that person in the eye, wink, and smile. No one was ever sure what the wink or smile actually meant. Their home was one of the most expensive in the city, mainly because of the basement that connected to a new underground fallout shelter. To the group, the shelter was party time. Bring a case of beer, a bag of Mary Jane, throw in the hot mom or a few girls, and shut the nuclear door. Encouraged by his father, Scott often attended civil rights marches or worked at voter registration booths. His white skin often got him face time on the local news, as he was usually seen locking arms with blacks in civil rights marches. Behind his back, most whites called him a nigger lover, and most blacks called him a rich white honky with a guilty conscience. Jerry Duncan was the son of parents who were both morticians. Having heard every joke about stiffs and undertakers, Jerry defended the profession as a great business model. It has an endless supply of customers who do not complain, and families that shop emotionally. What else could you possibly ask for? Jerry was all business all the time. He was expected to become an undertaker or take over the family business. 3. Mannequin in appearance, Jerry was a fanatical dresser, every hair perfect and never a wrinkle. The common joke about Jerry was that his parents had trained him from a little boy by having him dress the dead bodies. He always looked fresh off the ironing board, you could have popped him into a coffin at any moment. Steve Whitman was the county prosecutor's son. His grandfather was a judge, and his uncle the county sheriff. All of his relatives were on a crusade to catch the pot-smoking, protesting hippies and lock them up. Steve became our main source for acquiring weed. He was a big pothead who often joked about expanding the minds of his legal relatives. His uncle's deputies were often on television using clubs and dogs on civil rights protesters. Roger Majors and Larry Thomas were the polar opposites of Scott, Jerry, and Steve. They came from poor white families, living in shotgun houses near the railroad tracks, and grew up in tough, racially mixed neighborhoods. Close friends since grade school, they liked to fight and were the stereotypical bad boys in the 60s from the wrong side of the tracks. By the age of 15, due to family problems in both homes, Roger and Larry moved into their own place. The old house they rented was party central 7 days a week, and completely furnished with every bad boy's dream, an endless stream of girls, pot, and booze. A year earlier, at the age of 14, they had started their own band. After moving into Party Central, the band began playing events around the city and grew in popularity. At one point, the band won a citywide Battle of the Bands competition at the local community center. The winning prize was an appearance as the opening act in the amphitheater on Dick Clark's Caravan of Stars. The band was red hot when Larry walked on stage and performed a song he had written, "The Dirty Dog." The crowd went absolutely wild with excitement. As he stood center stage, singing, "Come on girls, let me show you how to do the dirty dog," while humping the microphone in a slow rhythm, Larry sent over 10,000 girls screaming into the aisles. After that performance, the crowds were huge wherever the band played, and the money was good. Roger and Larry had a natural cool, a commodity that Scott, Jerry, and Steve loved to be seen hanging with. Scott, Jerry, and Steve, on the other hand, had status, nice cars, and expensive homes, a commodity that Roger and Larry liked to be seen hanging with. Besides, at Scott's home, the pretty little rich girls were all looking for the bad boy deflowering experience, making it a living dream for Larry and Roger. Baiting the group with a road trip to Florida, Scott convinced everyone to join him in a civil rights march in St. Augustine. 4. What everyone else envisioned was beaches, bikinis, and booze. As the 5 boys got into the VW bus, ready to party hard in Florida, none of them realized this trip would change their lives individually and as a group. Unwittingly, Scott's dad had booked a room at the Monson Motel in St. Augustine, Florida. Little did they know that this motel would become battleground central for Martin Luther King, Jr.'s fight for the rights of blacks to sleep, swim, and eat in all motels. High on pot, Jerry and Steve met some blacks in the parking lot early one morning. After talking for half an hour, they led 10 blacks on a full run through the lobby, and everyone jumped into the pool together. The motel owner watched and smiled as they ran past the registration desk. No one knew the owner had dumped large amounts of muriatic acid in the pool to keep blacks from jumping in like they had the previous day. Consequently, Jerry and Steve received several burns from muriatic acid, and after a shower, the owner kicked the 5 of them out of the motel. During a nighttime protest march, the cops beat them, cracking several ribs and a few bones in the face and hands. Once arrested, the jails were so crowded they were locked in a fenced area with exposure to full sun for several days. Harassed as nigger lovers, the cops often spit, or threw urine on them. Bail was excessive at $3,000, but leave it to Scott's dad to get all 5 boys released on one condition, that we leave immediately. By the time we headed home, the police had beaten each of us severely, and Roger had received numerous dog bites. The ride home was silent for the most part. Roger and Larry seethed with anger, swearing they would get even. After they returned home, Roger and Larry took protesting to a completely new level. Scott freaked out as they elevated their fight by throwing Molotov cocktails from the roofs of buildings during race riots. Several times, as a group, The cops almost caught them as they set cop cars on fire. Roger and Larry began stalking cops patrolling alone and beating them. In the first official group meeting as activists, they swore allegiance to one another, and Steve made a motion to stop joining the riots and protest movements. I think there is a smarter way to do this. Why don't we watch the news, pick out the unfair bastards, and pay them a personal visit? As a group, that made everyone smile. They voted to go after every unfair individual seen on the news. It did not matter who you were, if you beat up on protesters, harassed people, discriminated against anyone, arrested a pot smoker, or preached your moral religion against another group, you became a target. Because of Steve's politically connected law enforcement family, he proved to be the greatest asset for finding out the names of cops who beat people or turned dogs on protesters. 5. They became private vigilantes of justice for the people unfairly harassed by the government. Officer Don Sprinkle was the biggest white racist in the sheriff's office. He had a reputation for needlessly beating people with a club, as well as turning dogs loose on them. Watching Sprinkle the news, it was easy to see that he never called the dog off and seemed to enjoy watching them chew on the victim. Leaving a bar one night, Sprinkle had one too many under his belt. As he was about to enter his car, Roger walked up behind him with a pair of brass knuckles and said, "Hey, Officer Sprinkle." When he turned to look, Roger's right hook dropped him like a bag of rocks. Tied up, with a hood on his head, standing on a stool with a rope around his neck, the boy so traumatized the man that he shit and pissed his pants. At one point, Roger said, "Fuck this," kicking the stool out from under Sprinkle. "Look, it's a cop dangling like a pig for slaughter." After a good laugh, Larry put the stool back under his feet and shouted, "Let's cut his dick off." As Roger's knife began cutting his pants, Big Shot Bigot filled his pants again. Pushing the blade against Sprinkle, Roger spoke in a chilling, melodramatic tone directly into his ear. "Listen to me, asshole. If you ever use your club or turn your dog loose on people again, I will cut it off, Don. If we see you on the news talking about tonight, we will all gangbang your wife in front of you after we cut your dick off, baby Don." Shouting into his ear, Roger said, "Do you understand me?" Crying like a baby as the knife continued cutting his pants, baby Don answered, "Yes." Sprinkle never beat or turned dogs on people after that night. For the next few years, the group introduced cops, preachers, judges, and lawyers to a new level of justice. Catching off-duty drunken cops leaving a bar became Roger's favorite stalking method. With the brass knuckles, he was a one-hit wonder, dropping most of them on the first hit. In 2 years, Roger and Larry had hooded and beaten up over 20 cops throughout the tri-state area. Larry loved to get even with the outspoken, hypocritical preachers. Many congregations found a Sunday morning surprise, the pulpit buried under a pile of manure. The Devil's Pentagram and 666 were his signature trademarks, spray-painted inside and outside of the church as well as the homes of the preachers. Every preacher bold enough to complain got a follow-up private ass-whipping. Roger, Larry, and Steve eventually returned to St. Augustine for some long-overdue vengeance. A certain motel owner, along with several rednecks and cops, all shit and pissed their pants while dangling at the end of a rope. 6. Life happens this fast. One day you walk the halls as a freshman, and the next day you are a graduating senior. 4 years later, the group gathered in Scott's nuclear fallout basement sharing a beer after graduation. No one realized that this would be the last time they would all be together as a group for many years. Scott's dad came down and joined them for a beer, commenting, "You boys have been politically active for several years. I'd like to hear what you would like to do in life and how you would work to change the country." It was a planned father-slash-son event because Scott spoke up right away. "I am going to change the country, and the only way to do that is to be a part of making and passing laws. So, for me, it's politics as soon as I get out of college." No one said anything, Everyone expected him to give it a shot. To the group, he was nothing but a poor little rich boy out to save the world while living in daddy's shadow. Somehow, he had miraculously escaped serious injury in St. Augustine, and no one understood how. "What about you, Jerry?" Scott's dad asked. "I really don't know for sure, but I think I'm getting out of the family business. I will try to work with the living rather than the dead," he said, laughing. "I have always wanted to build, so maybe I could build some quality low-income housing that would actually elevate the poor and lower middle class." "Never saw those ambitions coming from you, Jerry," Scott's dad said. "I really hope you try it, and feel free to call on me if you need any help." Steve spoke up. "It's a no-brainer for me. Superman, the lawyer defender of the downcast," he shouted. "I'm off to law school. After that, I either join the family empire or do my own thing. I would like to expose people like my racist uncle, but then my own family might elect to lynch me," he said, gesturing with his hand as if he were hanging by a rope around his neck as he stuck out his tongue. Everyone burst out laughing at his imitation of the people we had strung up, while Scott's dad remained clueless. "All joking aside, I am pretty sure I am going in the opposite direction of my family. I will defend the guys they try to put away on petty bullshit. That should make the family reunions very interesting." Smiling, Scott's dad replied, "Sounds fascinating, Steve. I'm looking forward to some great television interviews and newspaper articles to read about your successful cases against your family." Larry said, "I have no clue at this point, Mr. Riley. I think I'll just continue with my music, hang out, and party for a while longer. The band is doing pretty well, and I like the lifestyle. I will probably stay active in some movements, hoping to effect some change." 7. Roger and I do not have families like yours. I come from a home of correction with no direction, so your questions are not part of my upbringing. My family never talks about a future or matters like this. No one in my family even gives a shit that I graduated from high school today." Smiling at Scott's clueless father, Roger spoke up. "Family, what is that? My family raised children as if we were a litter of dogs. When you stopped sucking tit, you were on your own. Future, here's my future," he said, holding up a draft notice. Everyone sat in silence at his revelation, sipping a last beer. The times they were about to change, for the boys. Underscore 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 on. Somewhere there has to be a horizon where the sun rises on young lives as they begin pursuing life's dreams and ambitions. As the 5 young boys sat sharing a last beer together with their feet dangling over the edge of the early morning horizon, they were unaware of the profound destiny of their lives. As they rose and went their separate ways, destiny put a mark on each boy's back, marking them for purpose in the future. Each of these shall drink deeply from the bittersweet cup of life's experiences. Many years later, their pathetic excuses for lives would meet again. As old friends, destiny would reunite them, only this time, it would be as the sun was setting on their exhausted lives. Sharing a drink together, they would soon discover their divine appointment with world history. A destiny so profound, their actions would change America and the world in a way no one ever contemplated possible. Their purpose would have the power to change the world, as well as preempt a world tragedy. In order to fulfill their purpose, it would require the solving of a biblical mystery. The 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. One of them would suffer a violent death, and when that death occurs, the water will break for the birth of the next colic baby. This putrid loss of life. Embryo had been brewing in the womb of time for over 50 years. Filled with the pus of shattered dreams and wasted lives, the womb will spew the baby forth in such a violent birthing rage that the baby will sadistically rip the womb. The birth will be so violent and painfully purifying, it will drop the entire nation to its knees in stunned silence, and the world will stand in awe. Landing on both feet with 50 years of incubated rage, this baby will arrive in the world with such a vengeance, its scream will make the first colic baby of the 60s sound like a whisper in the night. This baby will finish what the first colic baby failed to complete by ushering a new era into the world. The little boys are all grown up now. 8. An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. 2. Gandhi. After an invigorating afternoon with Monica, Professor Samuel Walker, Ph.D. in World History and Religion, retired to his study late Sunday evening. Sipping scotch, he began putting the final touches on the last 2 essays of his illustrious 30-year career. Eccentric in his life and philosophy, Sam was a factual genius with a mind capable of processing 10 or more thoughts simultaneously. A Mensa Society member with the strategic mind of a world-class chess player, he was always a few calculated moves ahead of everyone else on the chessboard of life. Whenever he released new essays on various world religions, leaders rushed to read them. His intelligent methods of study, coupled with his simple reasoning of facts, earned him the highest respect among scholars. Every essay was so skillfully structured and factually judicious, readers found them as euphoric as an archaeologist unearthing artifacts buried for thousands of years. World religious leaders considered Sam their nemesis because he provoked people to examine why they practiced a particular religion. Because of the provocative in-your-face nature of his articles, they often angered religious leaders. In defense of their exposed practices, the religious leaders often demonized Sam to their followers. Sam considered their references to him as the spawn of Satan, a personal compliment. Over the years, he had turned over a lot of stones, uncovering lies, hypocrisies, and doctrinal errors in every religion. He was the master of pushing everyone's buttons to the point of enragement, in order to show them truth. His essays often made national newsprint, television news, and sometimes he frequented talk shows as an analyst. Lately, the talk shows focused on Middle Eastern religions because of decades of non-stop turmoil. Smiling as he placed his books and papers into his cart for tomorrow's class, Sam thought, "This will put a lid on it once and for all. This is my best work, appropriate, and at the right time." One of his greatest pet peeves was that people, in general, did not think or study a matter for themselves anymore. Resembling robotic idiots, people accept the news media as a source of truth, where talking heads speak in terms of information from reliable sources. In the 60s, he had gone to jail over a dozen times for one cause or another and met with many of the radicals of those days, Jerry Rubin, Eldridge Cleaver, Mark Rudd, Bobby Seale, and Malcolm X. Once, he spent half an hour with Dr. Martin Luther King, Jr., discussing the gravity of Gandhi's comment, "An eye for an eye makes the whole world blind." 9. On May 4, 1970, at Kent State University, the United States government murdered 4 and wounded 9, Sam being one of the 9. As he lay in bed recovering, Sam searched his heart for understanding. Why would the United States government shoot and murder unarmed American citizens? After a long and arduous recovery, the answer to that question became a very private part of his life's work. For years, before Larry's retirement, Sam appeared as a regular on Larry King Live. Sam used Larry's show as a platform to publicly challenge religious leaders, "Prove me to be in error. If you can, I will give you my life's wealth, and I will become your servant for the rest of my life." Each time he returned to Larry King, he always opened with a smile, saying, "Well, I am still a free man, Larry. Not a single religious hypocrite has offered to debate me publicly to disprove my facts. I don't understand, where are they, Larry? I have millions in the bank and offer a better deal than the lotto. All they have to do is prove me wrong. So why are they hiding?" Sam loved poking the religious crowd in the eye with a stick on national television. "If you have the winning lotto ticket, Larry, you go collect the prize. I am the one with the winning ticket. They are forgeries because truth never hides, it exposes lies. Sitting in the waiting room, Sam smiled, thinking, I suppose my timing is on the mark. Larry retired, and now Oprah. It's time to move on, Sam. A knock on the door interrupted his thoughts as they called him to the stage entry. Listening to Oprah's introduction, Sam thought, let's go knock one out of the park, as he walked onto the stage to greet Oprah. After the usual small talk, Sam announced the most revealing essays of his career would send shockwaves through two religions. Oprah, prying, said, come on, Professor, give us a hint. Oprah, it will destroy what the world thinks it knows about two religions. My best friend Mohammad Goldstein will have no basis for practicing his religions when I am finished. With a tilt of her head, Oprah gave Sam a look of what you talk and bout, Willis. This understanding can restore peace and sanity in the Middle East. The world needs to examine and apply the truths within both essays, and peace will come. It will also give Muslim women a reason to burn their burqas and dress like women instead of potato sacks. Muslim men force women to dress in burqas because, apparently, their God is too weak to help them overcome personal lust. Isn't the point of religion supposed to be to help people with their inner demons? Oprah responded, oh, my God. For you all watching, he said that, not me. 10. It's not my essay, you all. Pointing at Sam and looking into the camera, she continued, write to him, not me. God, here comes the mail. Alert the staff, tell them to forward it all to the professor. Put my address on the screen, Oprah. Grinning, Oprah said, don't you worry, Professor. They are working on it right now, and you all hurry it up. Child, I knew you were controversial, but you have stirred it up today. It's about recognizing truth, Oprah, in this crazy politically correct world. I think it is time we stop the politically correct BS and deliver some much needed medicine to the world. If that requires being politically incorrect, but truthful, then so be it. The audience began applauding, much to Sam's delight. I refuse to remain silent, and I have no fear of offending my friend Mohammad Goldstein. Both essays will open the eyes of world leaders, as well as billions of people all over the world. You know, Oprah, I would like to wake up in my lifetime and eat my breakfast without another news report of a fight between a Jew and an Arab. Looking at the audience, Sam asked, how about you? The audience leapt to their feet again as Oprah smiled at them, trying to appear neutral on camera. Well, you certainly have touched a nerve and reached the heart of this crowd. You do realize, Professor, that you make yourself a target when you say things like this. Lord knows there are fanatics on both sides of your friend's name. Smiling directly into the camera, Sam replied, look at what I have already accomplished, Oprah. Rising to his feet, holding his arms open, he continued. My essays will give the Jews and Arabs a reason to fight on the same side for the first time in history, against me. The audience and Oprah broke out in laughter. Being the chess-playing strategist that he was, Sam had Oprah and the audience exactly where he wanted them. While everyone was still laughing, Sam removed his suit jacket and turned around for the camera. In the middle of his back was a bullseye target with Mohammad Goldstein and Burn the Burqas printed in the center. The audience went berserk. Even Oprah was waving her hand, trying to gather her composure. Oh, my God. I hope you realize what you have done, Oprah said. Serious and composed, Sam stared straight into the camera, saying, silence in the presence of truth has no purpose, Oprah, it fosters ignorance. These essays expose a very serious global problem. I hope world leaders will begin to deal with the Middle East in light of the factual truths they contain. Besides, as everyone here agrees, it's enough already between those two. We want to eat our breakfast in peace. 11. The last 10 years at the university had been rather depressing for Sam. With full tenure, Sam had over a 3-year waiting list for his class, easily making him the main financial draw for enrollment. Examining the quality of the free-thinking minds attending his class, he was convinced that a never-ending reservoir of mindless dribble from a leaderless generation had somehow found its way into his classroom. Weary of never finding fresh thinkers, Sam had set the bar high for class acceptance, instituting many zero-tolerance policies in order to remain in his class. To his dismay, the mindless dribble kept applying. His weakness, well, that would have to be the young women on campus. From one class year to the next, the young girls discreetly passed along a secret rumor about the fat size of Sam. A fact Sam had fittingly validated with young Monica several times earlier today. Monica had returned from Sam's bedroom late Sunday evening to the Alpha Chi Omega sorority house. Her body was still pulsing with sexual pleasure when her new roommate, Christina, returned from her weekend away with her boyfriend. They began their usual chat, starting with, "How was your weekend? Tell me what you did, where did you go?" After several minutes describing what they ate and where they went, Monica commented, "I have to tell you, I had the most fantastic sex for the third time in a row, with a professor I am seeing. It is the best sex I have ever had in my life. The man rings my bell like a salesman at the front door, who will not stop pressing the button," she said, laughing. "A professor? You are such a bad girl," Christina said, smiling. Expressing her discontent about her boyfriend, she confided, "Self-satisfaction is the only way I've ever been able to have an orgasm. Even with a man, the only way for me, Monica, is to involve my fingers. Perhaps, for my boyfriend's sake, your university professor should offer a class on how to please a woman," she added jokingly. "Well, if they did, it would have to be Professor Sam." Smiling inquisitively, Christina asked, "Do you mean to tell me that Professor Walker is the bell ringer at your door?" "Yes, you really haven't heard about him?" Christina, looking puzzled, said, "I heard rumors that he likes them young, but for me personally, he is too old, no offense intended, Monica. Besides, he has never once looked my way. You know what I mean, that look a man gives you when he's interested." "Listen," said Monica, "you have to understand, Sam would never do that. He is the best teacher on campus because he's a perfectionist in his studies and personal life. Can I be open and honest with you?" 12. Christina nodded, listening intently because she was curious about Monica's personal knowledge of Sam and his sexual proficiency. "I have had sex with him a number of times, and by far, he is the best man I have ever fucked in my life. If he called me right now, I would run to his place even if he were 100 years old." Stunned, Christina exclaimed, "You have got to be kidding me. Professor Sam is probably the most potent, sexually educated man you'll ever meet in your entire life." Holding her hand and fingers in a circle, Monica explained. "He has this beautiful fat cock, not a foot long, but really so fat it stretches you open, if you know what I mean. Have you ever squirted, or had an internal G-spot orgasm?" Monica asked. "Squirting. G-spot internal orgasm. What the hell are you talking about?" replied Christina. Smiling, Monica said, "Girl, you have got to try him just one time and, like me, you will be hooked. One thing's for sure, you definitely will not be using your fingers to get off. He'll internally bring you there over and over." "How long have you been in his class?" "It's been 3 months now, but, like I said, he has never looked at me or asked me a single question." "Let me help you out," offered Monica. "Have you noticed that the third row aisle seat is usually empty, and girls move to that seat from time to time?" Thinking with a puzzled look, Christina asked, "What are you saying? Do you mean if I sit in the seat, he will know that I want to try it?" "No, no, no," Monica exclaimed. "That seat is directly center to the podium and eye level with your skirt. Surely, you can understand that a man of Sam's status would never risk coming onto you or having an improper advances complaint lodged against him. He's way too smart for that kind of liability." If you want to try him, you will have to initiate contact with him by wearing a skirt with no panties. At one point, during your little secret show, he will look up your skirt, and when he does, open your legs wider. If he's interested, he'll ask to speak with you after class. No shit, exclaimed Christina. I remember him asking girls to speak with him after class and wondered why he never asked me. They were all sitting in the fucking chair. What a play on words, she said, laughing. I suppose the chair is both metaphorically and literally, a fucking chair. Is he really that good? The sex will blow your mind, said Monica. I'm getting wet again just thinking about it. I just may show up in your class tomorrow as a drop-in. Not if I have anything to do with it, thought Christina. 13. 14. With his cart loaded for class, Sam poured another glass of Johnny Walker Blue and stared across the room at the giant color poster of the Four Horsemen of the Apocalypse. Taking a sip, he spoke to it like an old friend. Well, my years at the university are finished tomorrow. If everything goes according to plan, I will take them by surprise and start a new career next week. With a slight frown and a puzzled look, he continued, at this point, I don't know what to do with you. I must admit that after 30 years of study, I feel quite defeated. You know how much I hate unanswered questions, and you remain my biggest unknown. When I began studying your mysteries, like all the other religious mysteries, I was sure that I would solve yours. Yet, here I sit with what must be my 1000th bottle of scotch, and there you hang, still a mystery. You are the only religious bubble that I could not pop. Pausing in disappointment, Sam relented, I suppose what they say about you could be true. Perhaps, you really do mark the beginning of the end of the world. I so wanted to prove the doctrines that teach, we are living in the last days, to be the pure bullshit I thought them to be. If I could have popped you, it would have impacted every Christian denomination. There would have been no more escapism. 666, rapture of the church, tribulation period, or return of Christ to preach. I knew every time you woke me in the middle of the night, calling to me. Come figure me out, Sam, that you had every intention of keeping me a prisoner of your mysteries. Because you kept them hidden, I sit here at the end of a very long and fruitless journey. I am somewhat disposed to take you down and toss you in the trash. However, after my last experience when I thought to remove you, I must admit I am apprehensive to even entertain that thought. As long as your power remains in this room, I will let you stay. That doesn't mean I have to study you. Above the poster hung the words of John the Apostle from the book of Revelation. Sam began to read them slowly, as he had done so many times before. Without realizing it, wisdom was compelling Sam to study as he began to question the mystery again. What am I missing? I was so sure there was something in you for this hour in history, the world, and this generation. Shouting at the poster, Sam questioned, what is it? Why did you pick me? Have I lost my mind trying to figure you out? If my friends and scholars knew of my long-term struggles with you, they would think I'm a complete madman, a raving lunatic. Everyone knows that a wise man will not spend 30 years of his life searching for a lost penny in the same empty room. Constrained, he began to read again. 15. Conquest, war, famine, and death. Now I saw when the Lamb opened one of the seals, and I heard one of the four living creatures saying with a voice like thunder, Come and see. And I looked, and behold, a white horse. He who sat on it had a bow, and a crown was given to him, and he went out conquering and to conquer. When he opened the second seal, I heard the second living creature saying, Come and see. Another horse, fiery red, went out. And it was granted to the one who sat on it to take peace from the earth, and that people should kill one another, and there was given to him a great sword. When he opened the third seal, I heard the third living creature say, Come and see. So I looked, and behold, a black horse, and he who sat on it had a pair of scales in his hand. And I heard a voice in the midst of the 4 living creatures saying, A quart of wheat for a denarius, and 3 quarts of barley for a denarius, and do not harm the oil and the wine. When he opened the 4th seal, I heard the voice of the 4th living creature saying, Come and see. So I looked, and behold, a pale horse. And the name of him who sat on it was Death, and Hades followed with him. And power was given to them over 1/4 of the earth, to kill with sword, with hunger, with death, and by the beasts of the earth. Sam thought to himself, as he had done 1,000 times before, surely John the Apostle must have seen something or he was high on LSD. Laughing, Sam thought, maybe I should try figuring out your mysteries with a hit of acid. Remembering how excited he had been the day the poster had arrived, Sam chuckled, how naive I was to think that having a picture of the 4 horsemen would somehow help me figure out your secrets. Reaching for the bottle, he poured his 3rd tall shot. This will be my last. I have a very exciting, confrontational day tomorrow. Looking intently at the picture, Sam noticed the small colored plastic pins had faded over the years. The edges of the poster were no longer shiny white but a faded cream color, torn and frayed. The entire poster was wrinkled from the numerous times he had leaned on it, thinking, writing, or slapping it with the palm of his hand over something he thought would lead him to unearth the dark inscrutability of the 4 horsemen. Speaking to the poster as if it were alive, he said, There is only one equal benefit in this relationship that I can see for both of us. It appears we are aging together. You age me by keeping your secrets from me, and I wrinkled you in my fleshly struggles to understand you. 16. Therefore, you must be a woman. He laughed loudly as the scotch worked its magic. Worst of all, in my youthful exuberance, I never put you up level, old girl. I have been meaning to fix that for over 30 years and somehow never got around to it, just like a man. On the poster were small, handwritten notes around the edges, between the horses' legs, and all over their bodies. Each note appeared written in special code, using diverse colors of ink, pencils, and markers. Some were in print, some in script, and others were big, bold, underlined words. Random words all over the poster were highlighted, while several notes were smeared, perhaps with sweat, tears, or scotch. My God, Sam thought, I could not decipher my own notes in any particular order even if I wanted to. Looking collectively at the poster, with its random notes and colors, he thought, the whole thing has a strange, artistic karma, even a bit poetic in appearance. On second thought, he considered, smiling, it could very easily be the work of a madman. The study was its usual mess. The wall behind his massive desk contained his personal library, complete with a rolling ladder. Even a casual observer understood there wasn't a system for finding a book other than by the owner himself. Not a single book was in any kind of order, and every differing size appeared randomly placed, wherever an opening had presented itself. Stacks of expensive, rare history books filled the desk, leaving very little space in which to write, and that spot appeared reserved for the large bottle of scotch. Around the desk, on every side, were stacks of books, in some places several rows deep. To sit in the chair, Sam had to step over several stacks. Once in the seat, the chair was nearly immobile. Nearly every book on the desk, floor, and around his chair had various colored post-it tabs inserted with small handwritten notes. The remaining 2 walls were covered with maps of the world, the Constitution, news clippings, 9/11 pictures, Iraq, and many world political leaders. There were CIA and FBI news articles covering the walls, along with WikiLeaks clippings. Some pages appeared ripped out of old history books in a hurry. Everything was stuck on the walls using pins, staple guns, and various kinds of tape, including duct tape. The entire room, when viewed from the entry door, gave the appearance of an obsessed, eccentric individual, a mad scientist, or someone who had completely crossed the line into psychosis. In the brilliance of his mind, Sam actually knew where everything was. The office was off limits to Cheryl, his housekeeper. He lived by one rule in his study: no eating, because leftover food and dishes would make the place messy. 17. An extremely sophisticated thumbprint security system ensured that Sam was the only occupant. In over 30 years, no one other than Sam had entered his study, that was, until last week. 7 months ago, he met Molly at his favorite bar, Woodstock 69. Molly had introduced herself by asking, "Are you Professor Samuel Walker?" Extending her small hand, she continued, "Hi, I'm Molly and I'm dying to meet you. Do you mind if I join you? I have heard so much about your studies." And she sat down before Sam had a chance to respond. She was a stunningly attractive woman, and Sam asked her if she wanted a drink. Within 10 minutes, Molly brought up the topic of the Four Horsemen, which led to a 3-hour exploratory conversation by Sam to determine her actual knowledge. Sam had never disclosed his private quest to solve the mystery to anyone, because he knew his peers would scoff at him for pursuing a religious fairytale. In 30 years, he had never met anyone who had done any serious study on the Four Horsemen other than himself. Molly became an instant new mystery to him from their first encounter. After the initial contact in the bar, they spoke frequently by phone and met occasionally for lunch. Over a 6-month period, Sam became convinced that Molly's personal insights into the mystery of the Four Horsemen validated the fact that her thoughts originated from her own studies. As the relationship grew, she offered several new methods of study that Sam had never considered. One day, in the middle of a serious phone conversation, Molly exclaimed, "I'm sorry, Professor, this is so interesting, but I forgot I have an appointment. We'll have to finish this later." Without thinking, Sam quickly responded with an invitation to his home, offering to review some history books and notes detailing several symbolic meanings behind the Four Horsemen. "Oh my God, what have I done?" Sam thought, and he immediately began kicking his own ass the moment the words left his mouth, just like Jim Carrey in Liar, Liar. "Are you crazy? No one has ever been to your study. She will think you are a nut job." Before he could back out, Molly replied, "I would love to, Sam. Text me directions and I will see you around 7. True to her word, Molly promptly arrived at 7. Opening the door to his study, Sam stepped inside to turn on a light as Molly quickly said, "Stop." "Damn, how could I have forgotten about the power," he thought. "I need to focus with my upper head, idiot, and not my lower head. Now how are you going to explain what the power is or where it came from?" Molly remained in the doorway, neither moving nor speaking, as she felt a strange energy flowing from the room. 18. Seizing her body, the energy created a strange sensation she had never felt before as a huge wave of peaceful feelings swept through her emotions. "This feels like warm honey flowing through my chest. What is this?" she thought as her mind swirled. "X-ray radiation waves? What is this energy? What does he have in there? Is this energy a result of years of study?" At that moment, neither Sam nor Molly understood that since the beginning of time, their lives, and the lives of others, had been prepared for a journey of the highest purpose. Until the end of time, their lives would become the most frequently read accounts in history books. Wisdom was going to change the world in such a profound manner, the people of the world would celebrate the change, for the remainder of mankind's time on earth. It was not time for them to understand yet, so wisdom left them both blindly incapable of comprehending the hidden mysteries that lay before them. All wisdom comes from God. 19. 3. You will believe a lie as truth, until it is revealed to you that it was a lie. The light tap on the bedroom door and the smell of fresh coffee meant Cheryl had arrived. Lying in bed a few extra moments, Sam thought, "Today is the day I will leave my mark. I have done this long enough." "Well, old man, it comes down to this day and your final essays. You are going to have to beat up some real nice kids today. God, I hate that part, but to remain silent would leave them trapped in a lie for the rest of their lives." I am sure the Chancellor and the board will summon my immediate presence. When they do, it will enable me to implement my terms. The only issue still in question is where and how they will find me. I hope Monica did her part, he thought, smiling as he rose from the bed. In his usual stubborn routine, Sam always argued with himself before delivering an essay. Almost like a fighter sparring before entering a ring for the main event, Sam argued with himself out loud to build his confidence. Stepping into the shower, the sparring began. I could give a shit what they think. I am right, and not a single professor, historian, rabbi, or grand ayatollah can prove me wrong. Someone has to wake the world up to this Middle Eastern madness. The world is ignorant of the truth about Mohammad Goldstein, and today, if I have anything to do with it, stupid leaves the planet. I think I'll take my slapping stick with me to keep everyone wide-eyed, or perhaps to fend them off. Sam had designed his own slapping stick made from lignum vitae, the hardest wood in the world. Everyone knew he took it to class only when he had something serious to share. It consisted of two 4-inch wide lignum vitae sticks, 2 feet long and separated at the top by a leather handle. Laced between the sticks was a piece of leather near the top that held the two sticks 3/4 of an inch apart, with a strap for the wrist. When slapped on a surface, it produced a loud crack similar to a bullwhip popping next to your ear. While the study resembled a messy poetic collage created by a fixated eccentric, Sam's personal habits in his home were a complete contradiction. 20. In the home, Sam was a fixated, fanatical neat freak where nothing appeared out of order. The rule that drove Cheryl crazy was no more than 4 high for utensils and 2 high for cups. The dishes and eating utensils were neatly stacked on top of one another in their appropriate drawer or on a shelf. The bed linens were made from the finest Nile cottons in the world, finished in Italy by expert spinners, pressed to eliminate all wrinkles and changed daily. His clothing hung on electronic conveyors spaced exactly 4 inches apart. Everything was in perfect order, with suits, ties, shirts, and pants all color coordinated for easily matching selections. The shoes traveled around the conveyor, directly below each suit or pair of pants for simple matching selections. The closet was an enormous room with a large, comfortable dressing bench attached to the console control center and a remote for operating the clothing conveyor. 4 HD flat-screen televisions broadcast the news, sports, weather, and stocks. Sam absorbed them all while dressing. A custom armoire stood across from the control center filled with new underwear and socks. An immaculate dresser, Sam wore only new, sanitized socks and underwear each day. At the other end of the room were 2 massage tables, heat lamps, and another of Sam's inventions, 2 U-shaped, tri-sided, full-body mirrors that allowed the Immaculate Conception to view every aspect of his adornment. To Sam, the best design feature was the ability to enter the room directly from the shower, where Cheryl always had his coffee and any breakfast he had requested waiting for him. On his way to the university, Sam thought back to the beginning of the school year, when Chancellor Tomlinson and Dean Brian Burgrave had warned him about having any sexual relations with Senator Charles Wilkins's daughter, Christina. "We will not protect you, Sam, if a complaint is lodged, or if any publicity develops over an indiscretion. Do we make ourselves clear? Tenure or not, we will remove you, Sam." For that reason, up to this point, Sam had never spoken with her, although he considered her the best-looking young woman to enter his class in a decade. Today, as he pulled into his parking space, he found his thoughts briefly focused on the third-row seat, hoping Monica would supply him with the occupant he desired. What a delightful gift she would be for my impending departure. Tenure gave Sam the right to push the envelope, and today he intended to explode his tenure all over the room. If they thought banging the senator's daughter was a risk, wait until these essays appear in the news and spread all over campus. 21. Refusing to become a conformist, he found himself entirely out of place in the politically correct world of today. To Sam, the mealy-mouthed, politically correct people were afraid to stand up and speak the truth on a matter. A deeply felt principle by which Sam had lived his life was a phrase he had coined many years ago: truth is sacrificed on the altar of the fear of offending. In the world today, everyone was more concerned with being politically correct than speaking the truth. The sign on the door read, History and Religions of the World by Professor Samuel Walker, Ph.D. Walking into the half-circular tiered classroom at precisely 9 o'clock, Sam carried several rolled-up maps and folded charts under one arm as he pulled his cart filled with the Bible, Torah, Tanakh, Quran, and several old history books. Immediately, he began to unload his cart without speaking and laid each book and map on the lower counter behind the half-moon podium. When he pulled out the slapping stick, no one moved in the room. Arms, legs, and whole bodies lit up with goosebumps as the students froze in their seats. The class knew the stick meant the professor had a significant lecture today. His imposed idiosyncrasies included dressing properly, zero tolerance for tardiness, speaking only when spoken to, no preaching of your religion, and not looking at anything or anyone but him. Once Sam entered the classroom, you better not try to sneak in late. Good morning, everyone, was answered with a collective, good morning, Professor. For over 30 years, I have studied every religion in the world. Today, unlike any other class before, I am going to expose many of your opinionated, false perceptions about a thorny group of religious people. I think everyone in class today has an opinion about this thorny group. We will examine how you formed your misguided opinions about them. Most often, as you have heard me say before, false information enters your life when you accept something you heard as a truth and you fail to study the facts of what you heard. My work here today is not to find out where your misunderstandings came from but to examine what you think you believe in light of the facts. Before I go any further, I assure you I am not racist, prejudicial, or opposed to anyone's right to practice their own religion. In the interest of fairness, I must warn you, I will be relentless with truth today in the hope of slapping some of you into reality. The understanding I am about to share with you is indisputable truth. As you know, I am personally willing to bestow everything I own in life and become anyone's servant if they can prove me to be in error in my well-studied, educated conclusions. 22. I ask that if the truth of what you hear today disturbs your mind and heart, you will be the master of your own life and take the necessary steps to prove me a liar by your own study. Remember, you will believe a lie as truth until it is revealed to you that it was a lie. I am going to destroy every religious lie and twisted historical truth that may exist in your minds about two religions. Some of you sitting here may practice one of those religions. I hate opinions, as you know, because they are normally shallow thoughts based on what you have heard and not what you have learned for fact. If you failed to understand what I just said, let me put it this way: opinions are normally repeated echoes of what someone else has said. You, without any study, believe what they said and then repeat it to others as truth when it may not be the truth at all. That is the definition of opinion. Therefore, I challenge each of you living with opinionated echoes of other men to prove me a liar and take my fortune from me. Fair enough. All eyes in the room followed him magnetically as Sam picked up his slapping stick. Everyone wanted to move their hands, to cover their ears against the impending noise, but total fear kept them from doing so. Once the world fully understands this teaching and unilaterally takes the necessary action to correct the mistakes made before and after World War II, only then will a full and settled peace finally be restored to the Middle East. To restore peace in the Middle East, we must examine the truthful facts, deceptions, and lies concerning the real thorn of the Middle East. I will use their understanding of their own books and their own words to expose them to the world as nothing more than frauds and thorns. He paused a moment. The room was so quiet that only a few people could be heard breathing. Then with full force, the slapper hit the podium. Crack. And that would be the false nation of Israel. Every mind soared instantly, mentally rechecking the data. Had they heard correctly or had the slapping sound distorted what they thought they had heard? Did he just say Israel was a false nation and the thorn of the Middle East? Sam looked at their questioning expressions and said, "It is good to see you are all paying attention today." In answer to that mummified look on your faces, yes, I did say Israel is a false nation and the thorn of the Middle East. Society and the world are captive to any number of false religious beliefs about Israel and the Jewish religion. So today, we are going to expose them using the truth. Who are the people that occupy Israel today, claiming to be the Jews of the Old Testament scriptures? 23. Are they really the same people we read about in the Bible? Are my views full of anti-Semitism? I am not full of anti-Semitism. Additionally, for those in the room of the Jewish faith, I do believe the Holocaust happened. If you practice one of the three main religions of the world, Judaism, Christianity, or Islam, I intend to use each of your false religious belief systems to teach you how you believed a lie about Israel. I am sorry, but many of you will be disturbed as we examine the facts. I make no apology for the truth you will hear from me today. You have heard me say many times before that truth will stand in his own strength. He is not upheld by the words or strength of man. Truth is sustained by himself. Truth is truth. I will also use the crème de la crème, the art of deductive reasoning, which will always lead you to obvious, simplistic truths. Those of you who claim you are of Jewish descent, I intend to make a public spectacle of you today. I will prove to everyone in this room that a lying rabbi trained you like a parrot to echo the opinions of men. Not only have you been lied to by rabbis for generations, but you have spread the lies to one another and the world. Sam looked at everyone with a stern seriousness in his eyes and spoke with boldness in his voice. If any of you are afraid to stand up for your ill-conceived religious beliefs, or if you are afraid to examine how you came to believe what you believe with me, then, please, get up, leave now, and do not come back. I do not wish to waste my time on your close-minded ignorance. If, on the other hand, you are not a coward and have a teachable heart, then please, remain seated and learn these life-changing truths. With a teachable heart, you can do most anything in life. Unteachable hearts limit themselves by their own narrow-minded knowledge base. I am afraid that some of you are so narrow-minded in your thinking that a one-legged flea could kick both of your eyes out. I am here to teach you to think on your own today, perhaps for the first time in your life. Before we begin, I ask everyone in this room to examine yourself introspectively for a moment if you practice any kind of religion. Take the time to examine why you practice your religion. What benefits do you derive from your religion? Ask yourself if you practice religion because you picked it out, or do you practice your religion because it is what your parents raised you to practice? Waving his stick around the room, he pointed to 5 people he knew were raised Christian, 2 that were Muslim, and 3 he thought were agnostic, beckoning them all to stand. Then he turned to Feinstein, Abrams, Goldberg, and Horowitz, who always sat together, beckoning them to stand up. He commented, "I am glad to see you are not spineless cowards." 24. When I ask the question, I want an immediate answer from you without hesitation. Let me warn you, I am not here for a debate, I am here to teach. You should know the answer immediately for one of 2 reasons. You will know the answer because of your own study, or you will know it because you followed the echoed, opinionated lies you heard from another man. If you take too long to answer, I will remove you from the room. Questions. Are the people in Israel today a Jewish race, and are they descendants of the Jews in the Old Testament? He pointed at Feinstein, who replied in an arrogant tone, insinuating to everyone listening that the professor's question was a silly one. Of course they are. Sam slapped the counter. Crack. Mr. Abrams, what do you say? Yes. Crack. Mr. Goldberg. Absolutely. Crack. Mr. Horowitz. Do leaves grow on trees, Professor? Crack. I will ask the questions, smart ass, you answer them. Sam continued around the room as he repeated the questions. Are the people in Israel today a Jewish race, and are they descendants of the Jews in the Old Testament? Everyone standing replied, Yes, and they each got a crack, except for the two Muslim students. They started preaching by answering with, "Glory be to Allah." Sam shouted at them, "Sit down, it is a yes or no question. It does not have a damned thing to do with Allah. You know the rules, no preaching of religion in my class. Next time you even think about using that phrase in my presence, get up and get out. Am I clear?" The atmosphere was electric. Sam was like a man possessed, fixated, and intense. Repeating their conclusions, Sam said, "Good, then everyone is in agreement, saying yes, the people in Israel today are a Jewish race and descendants of the Jews in the Old Testament. That is, except for you two." He added, pointing to the Muslim students. "I see you are smiling a lot. You think it's Get the Jew Day, don't you? Let me assure both of you that what I have to say concerning Islam will exceed anything you can think or imagine I am going to say regarding Judaism. I am not here to make fun of or deny anyone's right to practice a religion. If you think that is what this teaching is about, you are mistaken. The intended purpose of my written essays is to do one thing, expose the falsehoods in any religion. This would include the open exposure of your religious leaders when they intentionally distort the real and historical facts to their own followers." 25. Taking out a picture, Sam pinned it to the board. It was a rendering of biblical Abraham, wearing a robe, hands uplifted, with 3 strands coming down the robe. On the far left strand was printed Judaism, with Christianity on the middle strand, and Islam on the far right. Please, listen to my statement, and then I will ask each of you to answer. The Jews, Christians, and Muslims each recognize Abraham in the Torah, the Bible, and the Quran as the central ancestral figure of their religion. Is this correct? Everyone agreed, including the Muslims. Next question, he said, raising his stick in the air. I want no discussion among you, and the answer must come out of your mouth when I point to you. Tell me if Abraham, in the Bible, was Jewish. Pointing at the 5 Christians, they all said, yes. The Muslims said, no. And the 4 Jews said, yes. The 3 agnostics were shaking their heads in a mixture of yes and no. Why did you say no? He asked the Muslims. One of the Muslims replied, he was not a Jew because he was the father of Ishmael, a Muslim. He was also the father of Isaac, Sam retorted. You failed to answer the question again, and Ishmael was not a Muslim. Sit down, you all got it wrong. Taking out an antique map of the Middle East, he pinned it to the board behind him. On the map was a large green arrow pointing to a city named the Ur of Chaldees. This city is where Abraham, the father of each of your ancestral religions, came from. This same location and map can be easily found in each of your religious books, Sam said. Notice the city is a little north of a country we call Kuwait. Sam opened the Bible, Quran, Torah, and Tanakh, along with maps used in Judaism, and current maps of the Middle East. Sam said, I want everyone to examine this map, along with each of your religious books and these other maps on display. After you examine everything, I ask you to spend a few minutes together, collectively reaching one answer only. According to the maps, in what country would we find the Ur of Chaldees? Mr. Abrams, you will be the designated man to deliver the answer for the entire group. While waiting, Sam expectantly looked at the level 3, center aisle seat and found it occupied by the forbidden fruit, the senator's daughter. As he stared intently between her legs, she opened them wider, so Sam could clearly see she was not wearing panties. As he slowly gazed up her body, they made direct eye contact, validating the promise of each other's lustful intentions. 26. Enough. Give me your conclusion. Rising to his feet, Abrams said, as the professor already knows, the answer is Iraq. Look how easy that was, Sam replied. Speaking in a louder tone, he continued. There is no such thing as a Jew based on the blood type of a man. There is no such thing as a Jewish race in terms of blood type in the world, and there never has been. Not a single person in Israel today can prove even the slightest connection to the Jews you read about in your books or the Bible. Incensed by Sam's remarks, Feinstein, Abrams, Goldberg, and Horowitz leapt to their feet, moving their arms and feet and shaking their heads, as if they were at the Wailing Wall. They continued to shake and rock back and forth without stopping. Sam was not sure whether their display indicated a desire to speak or a pending physical attack. With eyes of steel, fixing his gaze upon them, he walked straight toward them from the podium, speaking loudly. "What took you so long? I have been waiting for your Zionist religious emotions to manifest, so that everyone in this room can view the thorns of hypocrisy on each of you." Abrams, with his jaw clenched and his lips barely moving, said, "You are a liar, we do exist, and we are the chosen people of God according to the Torah and the Tanakh." "Well, that settles it," Sam replied. "It appears I have a winner of my fortune. I suppose I am to be your servant for life, Mr. Abrams, that is, if you can prove me to be the liar you say I am." Smiling, Sam continued, "By the way, I hope you are more respectful to your slaves, if you win, than you are to your professors, Mr. Abrams. I did not say that you or any of your friends standing with you, in your silly, uneducated rebellion, do not exist, because that would be a lie. Obviously, you do exist because you are here, speaking and breathing. I am here to educate you and the world with the facts of history and the truth of who or what you really are. Today, the world will finally understand what a Jew is, Judaism as a religion, and the nation of Israel. Since you claimed, to everyone in this room, that you are the chosen people of God and are somehow related to the people in your religious books, then I intend to use your books, the simplicity of Abraham, and your own understanding of history to prove you wrong. I will prove to each of you that you have believed a lie and I am not the liar." 27. I will also use your own mouths to vindicate myself from your misguided falsehoods taught to you by lying rabbis. I, personally, do not care if the first high priest Aaron came down from heaven and taught you from birth, I will expose you to your own deceived minds. I must warn you, when I do, your tongues will become silent because your mind will see the many delusions you have followed all of your lives. Now, where were we, Mr. Abrams? I believe this to be the point of your rebellion. Sam repeated himself, saying, "There is no such thing as a Jew based on the blood type of a man. There is no such thing as a Jewish race. In terms of blood type in the world, and there never has been. Not a single person in Israel today can prove even the slightest connection to the Jews you read about in your books or the Bible." Pointing back to the picture of Abraham and the three main religions, Sam said, "We have established that Judaism, Christianity, and Islam are ancestrally traced back to Abraham, who was from the Ur of Chaldees. Everyone also agreed, according to your own religious maps and books, that Abraham came from this area, which is a country we know today as Iraq." "Correct," he shouted. Everyone nodded or said yes. "Mr. Feinstein, I warn you to answer this question with a yes or no. Isn't it true that according to your personal religious beliefs, as well as all traditional Jewish teachings from your scriptures, that a person not of Jewish descent is considered to be a Gentile by your religion?" "Yes," replied Feinstein. Sam quickly pounced like a lion taking down a baby gazelle. "Please, educate me. What was Abraham, according to your statement, a Gentile or a Jew, when he supposedly encountered your version of God in the Old Testament?" The room was perfectly silent again, with no answer from Feinstein. Looking into Feinstein's eyes, Sam remembered why he loved teaching. This is the part where truth cuts open a heart, exposing its false beliefs. He waited with the rest of the room in silence, letting the gravity of the question linger, leaving the baby gazelle alive a bit longer, as the lion enjoyed the taste of fresh blood. Sinking his teeth deep into the jugular vein, he pressed him further by asking, "Was Abraham a religious practitioner of Judaism?" Silence again from Feinstein as he struggled with the inevitable death of a lifelong false religious belief. Sam slowly squeezed the life out of the false beliefs, asking, "Mr. Feinstein, help me understand, was there any law from Moses when Abraham met God? Looking at this encounter, I cannot find a temple or a high priest, either." 28. Historically, you also understand, the nation of Israel did not exist when Abraham, the father of faith, encountered God. Silence again. Feinstein remained speechless as Sam turned his attention to the remaining three, driving home his point. "I suppose, then, we must all agree. Abraham was just a Gentile, like everyone else, according to your book the Torah." Sam knew he had to kill Santa Claus. Without full exposure of a lie by the truth, belief in a religious lie will never die. We can factually and historically declare that your ancestor Abraham was just a Gentile like everyone else on the earth, can't we? What shall we do, Mr. Horowitz? Here we find your God, speaking to and making a covenant with a Gentile, who, by the way, was clearly from Iraq, the biblical country of Babylon. Mr. Goldstein, please tell me if you or any rabbi can establish this biblical account of Abraham as a source for a Jewish race. You know what I mean, a Jewish race with what you call blood type, or maybe what you think would be a nation of Jews. Silence. I did not think so, but wait. This question is for you, Mr. Abrams. Since we have established that he was a Gentile from Iraq, then obviously the only people that could claim actual blood lineage to Abraham would have to be the Iraqis. As far as anyone knows, Abraham could even be a distant relative of Saddam Hussein, couldn't he? Let me see, that would make Abraham, a Gentile Arab, the founding father of your religion. Tell me, do you think me a liar now, Mr. Abrams? Silence. Slapping the stick on the counter, Sam shouted, "Do you agree with the facts or do you deny them? Are you choosing to remain trapped by the lies of your religious, opinionated delusions?" Wait. I am not finished. Mr. Goldberg, since the facts are correct, you must also concede that Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, and Joseph, all members of your Jewish delusion, were Gentiles as well, will you not? Shouting at them, Sam said, "Let's include all of the people who left Egypt with Moses. What were they? Wouldn't they have to be Gentiles as well since there was no law, a golden calf, or crossing of the Red Sea? They were Gentiles, were they not?" he shouted as he slapped the stick again. "Answer me." Relentlessly, Sam continued after them, as they were frozen and unable to speak. "Can you show me any voodoo magic from the god of your religion where he turned anyone into a Jewish race or created a new race of people based on the blood type of a man?" Silence. 29. Then I must ask each of you, what are you, a Gentile, or a Jew? Would someone please tell me what in the hell is a Jew? Silence. The room had the atmosphere of the night before Christmas, not a creature was stirring. Let me break it all the way down for you and everyone listening in this room. If we follow your Jewish account, the Christian account, and the Muslim account of Noah, we are all descendants of Shem, Ham, and Japheth, each one a Gentile according to your beliefs, Mr. Feinstein. So what are you, a Gentile or a Jew? I will tell you what you are all Gentiles, just like everyone else in this room. The only difference between the four of you and everyone else in this room is that you practice an illegitimate form of original Judaism, as outlined in the books you study in your synagogue. The worst part of your practice of illegitimate Judaism is that it does not even resemble the religion in the books you claim to follow. If I believed the stories about the God in your books, I think he would have to strike you all dead for violating his ordinances, as he did to other people so many times in your books. You do not have a temple, a high priest, a sheep for personal sin, not even a scapegoat for a nation's sin. If I remember correctly, the God in your book killed people just for touching the Ark of the Covenant incorrectly. If the God of the Old Testament showed up at your synagogues today, the way you people violate Old Testament Judaism, fire would come from heaven and consume every one of you. Shouting at them again, Sam said, otherwise, the God you claim to follow must be a hypocrite for killing all the other people in your books for their illegitimate practice of Judaism. Why would he kill them and let you slide? Could it be that you are not what or who you think you are? Staring into space, almost teary-eyed, Feinstein was unable to make eye contact with Sam. Your facts are hard truth for my heart, Professor. You are right about how God would have to destroy our synagogues. I have always asked that question myself. Sam, admiring him, replied, son, all religions practice some form of deception. I must tell you, that we are far from finished with your heart today. Lifting a large stack of history books, Sam set them on the counter. Looking at Feinstein, Abrams, Goldberg, and Horowitz, Sam said, please, sit down. I am running out of time, but want to share your family history with you. Let me briefly explain who you are and how you came to believe what you believe. In these books, you will find the actual history of your religious origins, not some made-up fairy tale by a rabbi charlatan. 30. The Roman general Titus destroyed Israel in 70 AD, killing everyone except for those who were sent into slavery in Rome. His destruction was devastating. Roman soldiers flattened the entire temple in Jerusalem. This was not a small feat when you consider the temple's construction was solid marble stones, some as long as 45 feet long and 8 feet square. Historical rumors indicate Titus may have told his army that all of the gold of Jerusalem and the treasures of the ark lay buried under the temple. If you find them, they are yours. Around the year 800 AD, Ahazar, in some manuscripts referred to as King Bulan, was part of an empire known as the Turks and Huns. King Bulan, a Gentile, wanted a religion for his empire, so he looked at Christianity, Islam, and Judaism because they all referenced Abraham as a source figure for their religion. King Bulan selected Judaism and was instrumental in leading many other Hazars to follow Judaism as a religion. This group of new practitioners created a new group of Gentiles practicing Judaism, historically referred to as Ashkenazi Jews. These new Gentiles, practicing an illegitimate form of Judaism, eventually developed and spoke their own language, referred to as Yiddish. Around the year 1000 AD, war broke out in the southern regions of Russia, where the Gentile/Jews of the Turks and Huns Empire lived for about 5 generations. To make a long story short, they got a real butt whipping from the Russians. The people who fled from the war migrated into Germany, Poland, and other European countries, marrying into the local populations. It is understandable that the Yiddish/German/Polish-speaking Gentiles, practicing some form of Judaism, took the family names of the people they married, which you fellows can research with little effort. I love superior knowledge, as everyone knows. Personally, I think the author of your Torah deserves props because of the superior wisdom in the writings. Your books were written only on a first-name basis. I think the author realized that one day a bunch of fake Jews would appear, so he made sure there would be no way for them to prove biblical ancestry. Sorry fellas, there aren't any mention of your names in the Bible. It would be 23 generations before Adolf Hitler would walk onto the world stage and examine this strange group of Gentiles, practicing an illegitimate form of Judaism. From my study of Hitler's writings, I believe the demented, uneducated man, actually believed that these Gentiles/Jews were the same as the Old Testament Gentiles/Jews, commonly referred to in Hitler's day as Christ killers. I have often wondered what he might have done had he known the simple truths you now have. Here are the books to examine. I have made it easy for everyone. 31. Since you are of the electronic age, look up Ashkenazi Jews on the internet, and you will find excellent sources of information there, as well. Turning to the Muslims, Sam asked, your religion follows and practices the teachings from a book known as the Quran, written entirely by one man, Muhammad, who called himself a prophet of God. Muslims consider the Quran to be most holy, because it contains words from God delivered directly to Mohammed by Gabriel the messenger angel. Correct. They both nodded in agreement. Let me dispel a few false understandings about your beliefs before I deliver to everyone my reason for rejecting your religion, as a legitimate religion. What did you say? Abdul Haq asked. You heard me, I said that I rejected your religion as being a legitimate religion. In other words, my studies led me to the truth, that Islam is not a religion at all. Again, it was pin drop time. Everyone was barely breathing as Sam stared at the incensed eyes of Abdul Haq. Sam began to smile at him, saying, You know, you have been a mystery to me since I accepted you into my class. Would you like to know why I accepted you as a student? In an arrogant tone, Abdul Haq replied, I am sure my enlightenment will be forthcoming, Professor, with your next words. It was your name. I was tired of the mindless dribble that kept applying for acceptance to my class, and your name in Arabic means servant of the truth. I thought that a Muslim named servant of the truth must be a real seeker of truth, if he seeks entry into my class. I see you have done your homework, Professor. The question today will be, have you done your homework, servant of the truth? Sam said, smiling. I wonder if you will deny the truth you hear today. Turning immediately toward Alim, Sam said, frankly, your academic level was low enough to reject you from entry to the school, much less my class. Nevertheless, I was interested to see whether Alim, religious scholar, really was one or a product of Islamic brainwashing. If you are a religious scholar, as your name claims you are, what will you do when you find out Islam is not a religion? Today, you will both become real religious scholars who seek the truth for the first time in your lives, or you will have to change your names. The first false belief in Islam is that Muhammad wrote the Quran. The story of Islam goes something like this. Around the year 610 AD, Muhammad claimed God had sent the angel Gabriel to show him the way of life for the entire world. 32. He lived in a cave for 22 years, and people often witnessed him foaming at the mouth in a trance-like, demonic state. While this sounds like an epileptic seizure to me, I can understand how other illiterate people in his day would say that his foaming at the mouth meant that demons possessed his soul. A trademark of Muhammad was his abuse of women. During the time of his claimed visitations by Gabriel, he had 12 wives and raped many underage girls. Muhammad's abuse of women is a solid foundational practice evident in Islam. The High Court in Pakistan dismissed the gang rape of a woman by 5 men, citing, of all things, the lack of evidence. Let me be extremely clear, Middle Eastern governments are not legitimate governments, no more than Islam is a legitimate religion. The Pakistani High Court decision validates the fact that evil men with an Arab tribal mentality are governed by and under the control of the demented institution of Islam. The laws of Islam abuse women more than any other institution on the planet, surpassing even slavery in the United States. Muhammad's own wife Aisha said, he treats women like donkeys and dogs. Please, think with me. If this man were applying for a job as a prophet of God, his resume would need some polishing. Somehow, I do not see this wife-beating, child-raping murderer qualified to be a prophet of God. Yes, if you study, you will find that he murdered others who disagreed with him. Sounds exactly like what we see today, doesn't it? With all of that said, I want you both to know that is not the reason I say Islam is not a legitimate religion. Let's continue our enlightenment in truth and religious education to bring honor to your Muslim names. The visits from Gabriel supposedly continued until Muhammad's death in 632 AD. Slapping the stick on the counter. Crack. Sam shouted, guess what? When he died, there was not a written Quran anywhere. I have a crucial question for both of you. Do either of you know why Muhammad did not leave a written Quran? Sam paused, watching the puzzled looks on their faces, and then said, he never wrote anything down because he was illiterate, the man could not read or write. Well, there goes the cut your fucking head off over Muhammad's words being holy bullshit. Even the Quran refers to him as Ummi, which translates as illiterate, unable to read or write, in all Arabic word translations. I have read all the spin that Islam tries to put on the word Ummi, and I am convinced Muhammad was the Forrest Gump of Islam. Stupid is as stupid does. The class burst into laughter. Sam gave the room a stern glare, smiled, and continued. If you will dig deeper, you will find that history rarely mentions Muhammad for nearly 300 years after his death. 33. I have read the Muslim lies about Muhammad, the Quran, and the origin of Islam. I assure you, Muslims do not have a shred of real historical proof to support their fairy tales. Your imams are one up on even the Jewish rabbis. They win the Spin and Liar award, hands down. So how did the Quran become a book? To understand this, we must proceed with the Muhammad/Forrest Gump fairytale. Supposedly, Muhammad taught other uneducated, illiterate men who could not read or write to memorize his words. We are talking about an education of grade level 0 here. We have a problem. Sam shouted as he slapped the stick on the counter, causing everyone to jump at the sound. You see, in 633 AD, a year after the death of the epileptic, foaming at the mouth Muhammad, 700 little Forrest Gumps who supposedly had memorized his lunacy were killed in the Battle of Yamama. Yo, mama, always said, life is a bitch. Memorizing the words of a man foaming at the mouth, Sam said laughingly in a Forrest Gump imitation. Everyone burst out laughing, even the Muslims cracked smiles at the imitation. I am sorry, fellas, the name Yamama is a real place, and I could not resist. Where was I? Oh yes, one little Gump by the name of Salim was killed in that battle. His death was a serious and tragic matter for the remaining little Gumps because he was the smartest Gump of the group. Muhammad had personally qualified him to verbally teach the Quran. Would you like to have been there listening to them after the battle? Now what do we do? Big Gump is dead, and the smart little Gump done gone and got hisself killed. Muhammad did not qualify the rest of us because we forgot some words or missed some of them when he was foaming. How are we going to remember all his words since we never passed the oral test? Write it down, how we gonna do that? We can't even read, so how can we read what we write? That's all I have to say about that. Stupid is as stupid does. The whole class was laughing wildly again at Sam's Forrest Gump impersonation. After the laughter stopped, Sam continued. What I did discover about Islam, then and now, is that it continues to be an institution of the ignorant. Personally, this fact still puzzles me because of the advanced condition of Egypt in past history. In Muhammad's day, the education level had to be, on average, below the first grade. Today, the followers of Islam all over the Arab world have an average education equivalent of 3 years. When I realized this, I understood how your institution could recruit someone to strap on a bomb and blow himself up for 72 virgins. Honestly, it was not the ignorance then or now that brought me to the conclusion that Islam is not a legitimate religion. 34. Of all the religions I have studied in my lifetime, I must admit I studied your religion only very briefly. There is a reason that I found your religion did not merit wasting my valuable time or intelligence. It took only a few hours of digging with the equivalent of a child's plastic sand shovel for me to understand that your supposed religion is the most delusional institution on earth. I assure you, my intelligent reasons surpass the politically correct lunacy of George Idiot Bush when he placated the Muslims with the statement, Islam is a religion of peace that has been hijacked by a few Muslim extremists. Let me interpret for you what the pussy was saying. Hold on, I don't want to piss off the rest of you nuts until I get a grip on what's going on. In fairness to Muhammad, Bush was the Forrest Gump of presidents. Everyone started to laugh, and Sam shouted over the laughter at the Muslims. I find nothing peaceful about your institution, and I can assure you that the majority of Americans and nearly every country in Europe think your institution is a nut house, full of lunatics, no matter what politically correct statements the leader of any country may make. The people of the world are not afraid of you, they are very quickly getting sick and tired of your murderous hypocrisy hiding behind the burqa of a false religion. We see you for what you are, and you have no idea how strong the entire world is eventually going to react to your Islamic bullshit. As free, sovereign nations, our people will express their free opinion and draw cartoons of your foaming founder sucking dick, if we choose. Everywhere, all over the world, we are going to burn your fraudulent Quran and kick you out of our nations if you respond. The world will not tolerate another reaction from your demented, illiterate followers. Ink on a page is not holy. How stupid and brainwashed would someone have to be to decapitate a man because of ink on a page? I declare that when the world wakes up and understands your true origin, nations will cut your ugly institutions' head off once and for all. The entire class leapt to its feet, shouting, "Get them, Professor!" Sam slapped the stick several times, shouting, "Sit down!" Looking at the two Muslims, Sam said, "I apologize for the exuberance of the class, but admittedly, I do understand their enthusiasm. Only one thing led me to my decision that Islam is not a religion. My decision was not because of the crazy lunatics birthed by your institution. Nor was it the obvious fact that your imams are mentally ill and your mosques are meeting places where terrorists exchange ideas and plans. The world is not stupid, they understand the demented preaching of worldwide hatred that flows from the cesspool of lies contained in your corrupt Quran." 35. Muslim Brotherhood, now isn't that a fucking play on words, and I quote their doctrine, "Allah is our objective, the Prophet is our leader, the Quran is our law, Jihad is our way, dying in the way of Allah is our highest hope." Let me assure you, no one finds a shred of human brotherhood in your institution. Only liars can practice Islam because Islam is built on a foundation that disseminates lies. The book is full of holes, changed verses, and false, contradictory doctrines. Religion of peace, my ass, show me the list of Islamic leaders negotiating with Israel for peace. When will the world witness all of your imams standing up and denouncing terrorism? I am convinced you cowards could shut down every extreme version of Islam, if you wanted to, in a week. You know where the motherfuckers are hiding, and the world knows you do. You honestly think you will take over the world, don't you? I warn you, the governments of the world are going to rise up against you. They will shut you down and close your terrorist facilities that you call mosques and send your camel-riding asses back to the desert. When you hear world leaders like Chancellor Merkel say, this multicultural approach, saying that we simply live side by side and live happily with each other has failed, utterly failed. It's time for Muslims to get on their camels. When France throws out the gypsies, bans the burqas, and stops trains from Italy trying to dump Arabs into their country, you must realize that world tolerance to your institution is clearly nearing an end. The people of these countries are going to demand their governments deport you camel jockeys back to the desert where you belong. Free nations will close their doors to your Arab tribal nations because they are not legitimate governments. They are cancerous byproducts of illegitimate Islam and its corrupt Quran. You will be shocked at how fast they are going to kick you out. It is a privilege to enter a free nation, not a right. I predict the free nations of the world will send you home and institute a no-fly zone for every Arab tribal territory. Try to fly anywhere, the free world will not take you. Wake up, we do not want you or the evil fruit of your illegitimate institution in our countries. Free world countries will tell you to stay home, set your own ass or shoes on fire, or blow yourselves up, we couldn't give a rat's ass. Again, the class leapt to its feet, shouting a repeated chant of, "Go home, get out." Sam let them continue for a while, then he looked at the Muslims and said, "See what I mean? So how did I arrive at the understanding that Islam is not a religion at all?" Sam said, smiling at the rage in their eyes. "Why, I thought you would never ask." 36. A unique thing about all true religions in the world is they each have their own original books and writings. If you study history, and evidently you do not, you would find that all religions develop a path for spiritual awareness based on the original writings of the founder. The founder then shares his writings and teachings with others, leading to the birth of a true, historically verifiable new religion. History proves that Muhammad and many other men created the Quran with a huge twist. The ever-changing Quran kept evolving for over 200 years. The verses repeatedly changed as writers continued twisting the accounts in Jewish scriptures and the Christian New Testament. Their purpose was to make the slanted Quran appear as if it were the correct insight into what God originally intended. The first copy of the Quran was finished in 884 AD, a full 252 years after the foaming death of Muhammad. The final straw for me was Muhammad's foaming lunacy and the ever-changing authors of the Quran intentionally committing the devious act of plagiarism. As a scholar, I find it deceitful when someone steals a scholar's writings and claims them as his own or uses a scholar's writings to create his own message. When that happens, a scholar like myself is left with no other option than to declare the counterfeit documents to be a falsification and the cheap work of a delusional liar. Therefore, respected scholars discard such twisted writings as criminal rubbish. When Muhammad's followers fabulized the Jewish Old Testament and twisted the interpretation of the Christian documents to fit their ill-gotten theology, it closed the case for me instantly. Think about what I am saying. Islam is the only supposed religion in the world that does not have an original word from the gods or a god. What we have is a group of Arabs that hijacked the books of two other legitimate religions and twisted those writings for their own purpose. That is as stupid as my reading President Obama's State of the Union address, twisting his words, and presenting it with my own slant. The Quran is a bogus, man-made forgery and Islam a false institution based on twisted literary rubbish. I find it void on every level of intelligent, scholarly argument. Muhammad and those who say they wrote down his thoughts stole the writings of two other legitimate religions and twisted the writings to fit Muhammad's delusional mind for over 2 centuries. The Quran renders a different outcome by plagiarizing Jewish and Christian books. There is not a single original thought from God in the entire Quran. Therefore, I submit to the world that Islam is not a religion, it is a plagiarized lie, and the world should dismiss it as a religion and treat it for what it really is, an institution promoting terrorist violence in the world. 37. Both Muslims leapt to their feet in defiance, as if they were going to attack Sam. Not so much as a flinch appeared in Sam's eyes as he stepped toward them, saying, "I have been waiting for you two camel jockeys to get off of your camels so everyone could see your religion of peace in action today. From that look in your eyes, am I to expect a personal 9/11 moment or should I have someone call 911 to come and get you? Assalamu alaikum, you delusional hypocrites, and it appears you will both need to change your names. Now sit down. I am not finished with you." Muhammad's encounter with Gabriel is a complete fabrication. If Gabriel had visited Muhammad, he would have received a new message from God, and that would have been a legitimate basis for a new religion. The same Gabriel appeared to Mary in the Christian New Testament. He delivered a new message from God, according to Christian writings. The best Muhammad and the perverse Quran can offer is the lame excuse that somehow the Jews and Christians misunderstood what God meant from their own original writings. Therefore, God, the idiot for choosing such stupid Jews and Christians, dispatched Gabriel to Muhammad to straighten out the whole mess. After reading the plagiarized accounts of the Jewish and Christian writings in the Quran, I actually became upset that this wicked book, full of judicious plagiarism, has not been burned worldwide. Muhammad was a self-proclaimed prophet that beat women, raped young girls, and murdered people. In between foaming seizures, he managed to memorize what God actually meant when he spoke to the Jews and Christians. Give me a break, do you really believe that bullshit? Stepping nose to nose with the two Muslims, Sam smiled, asking, "Is that foam I see in the corner of your mouth? You are Gentiles, just like the Jews. Ishmael was a Gentile from Abraham, not a Muslim." Walking back to the podium, Sam said, "I would encourage you both to read my full essay. I speak at length about your institution's illicit dehumanization of women in the name of Allah. Muslim women are the most uneducated class of people in the world. If Allah treats women as Islam does, I do not wish to know or meet him. You know, I think Muslim women could stop your foolishness if they would rebel against Islamic abuses all over the world. They need to understand the power of the pussy. Men are not so powerful. With just one pussy, women can have as many men as they want. Everyone was in hysterical laughter, and even the Muslims cracked a smile. I have hope for the women trapped in your Islamic illusion. During my studies, I found that Muslim women in America now initiate 66% of your divorces. I guess they are finding out that you covered them with burqas while you kept lusting after women without burqas. 38. You would think that with as much rugrat praying and chain beating of yourselves as you do, Allah would have let you overcome the carnal lust of the soul. In closing, I want to be fair with you. I want you to know I consider the Catholic institution just as bad as your institution. Smiling at everyone, Sam said, see, this was not just get the Jew or the Muslim day. The Catholics seem to have had a preoccupation with the penis for centuries. Their first problem with the penis was their worldwide demonstration that their version of Jesus, dressed like a priest, was capable of molesting millions of little boys. Not one or two but millions of little boys had their penises sucked and asses fucked by priests for centuries. I hope that stings you if you call yourself a Catholic. To attend an institution that molests millions of children in the name of God is as stupid as a Jew attending a Nazi institution that denies the Holocaust. Wake up! Your true leader in heaven taught that you will know them by their fruit. Now the Pope says it is okay to put a condom on a male prostitute's penis. I say let's solve the goddamn penis problem for the sick bastards once and for all. I think a full-body condom on the Pope would be more representative of the actual role both he and that sick institution play on the earth. Any idiot giving money to that institution should share in the eternal horror of what they have done to children. I must stop, or I will keep you all day with their evils. Smiling, Sam was pleased with the class. We are late. You will find a copy of my essay on the counter on your way out. I am out of time and will not be taking questions today, so please clear the room. As the students were leaving, Sam looked straight at Christina's open skirt and said, Ms. Wilkins, can you remain a bit to speak with me, or do you have a class you must attend? I have an hour before my next class, Professor. Is that enough time? I hope so, smiled Sam. When the last student cleared the room, Sam led Christina to a small storage room where projectors, file cabinets, and additional tables were stored. He opened an 8-foot folding table, reached into a cabinet, flipped a switch, and took out an oversized, extremely expensive down comforter. Double folding it, he placed it on the table, asking, Are you sure you wish to do this? Nervously, Christina responded, Yes. Looking at her, he whispered, You know, you are my forbidden fruit. I was warned not to have sex with you because of your father. Who told you to sit in that seat and to do what you did? 39. Monica, she replied. Teaching in a strong and direct manner was always a solid turn-on for Sam. Standing next to Christina, he was as euphoric as a UFC cage fighter who had just knocked out his opponent. Sam drew near and was within inches of full-body contact. Looking her in the eyes, he asked, May I touch and undress you? Do anything you want, Sam. I want to experience what Monica said about you, she replied. Very methodically and slowly, Sam undressed her, removing one article at a time as his eyes took in her youthful beauty. When she was entirely naked, he moved to her side, letting his thick hands gently explore her body. Simultaneously running a hand up the front of her inner thigh and the other hand up the back of her leg, he inserted fingers in each opening, causing her to moan and grab his arm. Sam pressed his thickness against the side of her body. Christina was wild with anticipation and began pushing down on his fingers, taking them to the knuckle as she felt his immense thickness against her naked leg. After several moments, Sam picked her up and gently laid her on the table. Stepping back, he found himself in awe of her pure white skin. Her entire body radiated with the same striking whiteness as the paint on a geisha girl's face. Whispering to her, he asked, "Do you know where your G-spot is located?" Shaking her head no, he wet 2 middle fingers and gently inserted them in her vagina as he massaged her slowly. After several strokes, he said in an excited tone, "Absolutely the best texture I have ever felt. Put your fingers inside and feel the upper wall of your vagina, stroking it toward the front opening. Do you feel that rough texture?" "What is that?" she replied. "That, my dear, is your fabulous G-spot and the best texture I have ever felt on a woman." Standing next to her, Sam took off his pants. As Christina lay gasping at the sight of the fattest cock she had ever seen, a nervous thought raced through her mind. "That thing is going to split me open." Reaching out, she grabbed it with both hands, which made her gasp even more. Sam was fully erect and rock hard as he looked at her glorious pink vagina. He knew he had to lick and bite that huge clit a few times. Once he started licking, her taste was so sweet he didn't want to stop. As he sucked her large, erect clit, he could feel it pulsating in his mouth. My God, Sam thought, she is fabulous. She must be a highly explosive sexual woman. 40. Arching her back, Christina started coming the instant Sam started using his tongue, and she did not stop until he stood up to place his fat shaft inside her. Lying on the table, with a small breathless voice, she struggled to speak, faintly saying to Sam, "Take your time and fuck me real good, Sam. I don't care about my class. I want to experience everything Monica told me about." With that, Sam pulled her towards him to the end of the table, placing a leg over each arm as he held her hips firmly in his thick, stubby hands. He slowly began to enter her, watching her eyes as her face winced at his size. He read her eyes, as they seemed to say, "I feel it, but please don't stop." Only a few inches inside, Sam arched downward, bending his knees, and drove the head of his cock directly onto her G-spot. He began massaging her G-spot repeatedly and methodically, producing an immediate response from Christina, who began uttering low moans indicating her newfound pleasure. Watching her eyes, Sam began to drive quicker and harder onto her G-spot, then deeper and harder with longer strokes, until he knew instinctively she was going to experience her first internal orgasm. As she began, Christina squeezed her breasts roughly as Sam kept pulling her torso downward directly onto his cock and her G-spot. Suddenly, Christina began to tremble, her eyes were glassy, and her white body fully flushed a light pink. Inwardly, she began to feel a small, trembling, euphoric spasm building inside her vagina until it built to a point where she was consumed by a giant, ecstatic, powerful spasm shaking her entire vagina. In one gigantic convulsion, the vagina began releasing the euphoric spasms into her body in what seemed like an endless explosion that raced throughout the rest of her body. The spasms were so powerful they felt like paralyzing waves of numbing electricity, bouncing back and forth between her feet and head with such fury they caused her nearly to pass out. She lay there with her eyes rolled back into her head as her whole body radiated and shook internally. Sam did not move as he felt her spasms on his cock. As they began to subside, Sam began slowly stroking her G-spot, allowing Christina full enjoyment of her first internal sexual feelings. In all of my years, I have never seen a more powerful orgasm. It nearly knocked her out. With that thought, he began to stroke her with fervor again. Right at the peak of her second internal orgasm, her eyes went back again, and this time her body fell limp. She released a huge squirt from her vagina, which was immediately followed by loud, non-stop pounding on the door. "Sam, I know you are in there. Open the door," shouted Dean Brian Burgrave. 41. Putting his pants on, Sam went over to talk through the door when it suddenly opened. Brian and the janitor were standing outside, looking at Christina lying on the table in her transfixed condition. Sam stepped out of the room and pulled the door closed behind him to give Christina privacy. "You are a bit early, Brian. I never expected you this soon." "What the hell are you talking about?" Brian barked as he immediately told the janitor to leave and keep his mouth shut. Stepping past Sam, Brian opened the door and stepped into the room. Sam followed, closing the door behind him. "What in the hell have you done to her, Sam?" he asked as he lustfully examined every inch of her perfect body. "I told you to stay away from her." "My God, Sam, she is the senator's daughter. I thought I made myself clear. Get up and dress yourself, young lady." Christina did not move. She slowly opened her eyes, without noticing the dean on the other side of the table. Looking at Sam through the tiny slits of her eyes, she smiled and said, "I never thought it possible, Sam. I want more." "My sweet girl," Sam said as he covered her from Brian's eyes, "you were amazing. However, I am sorry, it seems we have been interrupted." He drew her attention to the dean. "We will step out while you dress yourself. Are you able to stand?" Still smiling, she nodded, "I think so." Once they were out of the room, Brian began to give Sam another earful of the same bullshit he had heard no less than 100 times before. "I also have some very serious complaints from your last class today, Sam." "What would those be, Brian, considering it would be a violation of my tenure agreement for you to speak to me about my teaching unless I allow you to?" asked Sam. "I do not give a fuck about your tenure agreement. This time you've really done it, Sam. You cannot tell the Muslims that Mohammed is an epileptic, foaming at the mouth idiot and call them dumb-ass camel jockeys." "What were you thinking?" shouted Brian. "I was thinking, wow, this must really be serious for Brian to use the F-word," Sam retorted. Frustrated, Brian looked at Sam, and said, "8 a.m. sharp, Sam, Chancellor Tomlinson's office." The door opened and Christina came out, still smiling. Looking only at Sam and totally disregarding Dean Burgrave, she walked up to Sam, kissed him lightly, and grabbed his pants. 42. Smiling, she said, "I want that again, Sam. I would leave you my panties to return to me, but we both know I wasn't wearing any. See you soon, Sam," she added as she left the room. At 8 a.m. sharp the next day, Sam entered Chancellor Wesley Tomlinson's office and, to his pleasant surprise, Dean Burgrave had 4 other board members there, as well. The room had a strange feeling, almost like a criminal courtroom before a trial begins. An icy silence hung in the air, the kind where you recognize everyone in the room is looking at you. Sam quipped at them, smiling, "This looks pretty serious." Chancellor Tomlinson, without hesitation, began questioning Sam. "Why did you insult the Muslims? Now they are organizing a protest, and I have to meet with their imam today to try to work this out. Brian also says you had sex with the senator's daughter on campus. Is this true?" Looking at the Chancellor, Sam answered, smiling, "I am surprised you would speak so openly before the board members because now you have 4 more people who think I had sex on campus with the senator's daughter. Is it really in your and the university's best interest to spread rumors? I suggest you remove the members of the board so I can deliver you my terms for your slander." "Your terms? Slander? Have you gone mad, Sam?" Without another word, Sam just stood there, never taking his eyes off the Chancellor. Sam was beckoning him to think about the meaning behind his statement of charging him with slander. Eventually, Chancellor Tomlinson motioned for everyone to leave the room. Sam stopped Brian from leaving, saying aloud for everyone to hear, "He needs to stay. I need a witness for your apology in order for me to drop the charges of your false accusations and slander by saying I had sex on campus." Sitting across the table from them, Sam reached into his pocket, pulled out a small cassette tape, and began playing with it between his fingers like a poker chip. Wesley, you almost messed it up, but as it stands right now, everyone outside of that door is not sure if I fucked the senator's daughter or not. Looking at them both, he asked, do either of you think I am so stupid that I would not record every girl I ever screwed on campus? I record them to avoid false accusations against myself or the university. Unfortunately for the university, we have the senator's daughter getting boned, rather well, I might add, on campus. Now that denotes university culpability, not to mention how the public exposure could affect the senator. Reaching across the table, Sam took a pad of paper lying in front of Chancellor Tomlinson and began to write large numbers on the pad. 43. Let me make this easy for you, Wesley. I am tired of the mindless dribble of this generation, and I find myself at a point in life where I wish to pursue other endeavors. Recently, this little neighborhood bar came up for sale and has captivated my interest, so I think I will have a go at owning my own bar. Turning the pad around with the numbers facing them, he slid it across the table, saying, here are my only terms. The university will deposit a check for this amount into my account by Friday. You will note the amount in your records as a bonus for my years of service. You will also pay me a full salary with benefits or the senator's daughter and I go public. He placed the tape back in his pocket. Wesley started to respond. I can't get that kind of, when Sam quickly cut him off. Sure you can, Wesley, I personally do not care where you get the money, from the school or the senator himself, make the deposit no later than Friday. Standing, Sam turned and walked immediately out of the room, ignoring their demands for him to return. As he opened the door, he turned and shouted, checkmate. Well, that went exactly as planned. I must remember to call Monica and thank her for her help. 44. 4. Who do you suppose is more evil? The molester? Or the one who sees the molestation, but remains silent? Woodstock 69 is a well-known local landmark, a classy, but casual watering hole where freethinkers, rockers, and leftover hippies gather to reminisce. Standing catty-corner across the street, Sam began a slow examination of the exterior, looking for any possible improvements he might make. In a recessed alcove stood two, 10-foot by 4-foot, arched, gray barn doors, supposedly from the original barn at Woodstock. Beautiful works of art themselves, they were complete with Gothic copper bracings, dents, marks, and even horseshoe imprints. Above the 7-foot level, carved into the left door was the word wood, and into the right door was the word stock. Directly below the word wood was a large 6 and below stock was the number 9. Copper gas lights mounted on either side of the doors created a subtle glow in the evening. A canvas portico extended to the curb for rainy night drop-offs and cabs. Unlocking the doors, Sam stepped inside, locking them behind him. As he disabled the alarm system, the thought went through his mind, from a classroom to a barroom in 1 week, what took you so long, Sam? For reasons unknown, Sam always wanted to own a bar, even though he logically never understood why. Normally, a couple of times a week he would stop by to have a drink, for any number of reasons, and was quite surprised when he discovered the bar was up for sale. Standing in the entry, he realized how little he had actually looked at the place. Ownership changes your perspective, he thought, as his eyes scanned the room looking at the vast array of pictures. Every performer at Woodstock covered the walls, many of the pictures were original photographs signed by the artists themselves. There were several large pictures of naked people sliding in the mud, lines at porta potties, people smoking pot, and pictures of crowds taken from atop the metal stage framing, as well as aerial photos of the entire farm. Signed posters, including one by Mick Jagger, covered the walls, along with every important artist of the 60s. Sam's personal favorites were Jimi Hendrix and Janis Joplin, paired together in a corner near the bar. 45. The crowd favorite was a large black and white of the Beatles backstage with Ed Sullivan. The bar was made of pure mahogany, coated in high-gloss polyurethane with Woodstock 69 hand-carved into the front. The bar stood alone without stools, designed for a standing room-only crowd, with 3 or more people deep on weekends. The only thing Sam considered removing were the entrance doors to the men and women's bathrooms. They were small, but had inherited the rumor of being from the original porta potties at Woodstock. As I expected, I will need all new furniture, the booths need recovering, the bathrooms require a complete makeover, and there are a few minor cosmetic issues here and there. Otherwise, thank you Chancellor Wesley, for this wonderful gift, or perhaps, I should be thanking the senator. He thought, smiling. A gentle tap at the door pulled Sam away from his nostalgic thoughts, reminding him of Molly's arrival at 10 o'clock to share a celebratory drink for his new direction in life. They had spent the last several evenings together, studying and exchanging ideas and various perspectives on the Four Horsemen. Molly suggested that they needed to adopt a method of study to keep them moving forward in the knowledge of the Four Horsemen, instead of in small circles. A great idea, but how they would implement such a study method for something mystical, remained the unanswered question. Opening the door, Sam greeted Molly with a brief kiss on the cheek. Smiling, Molly stepped inside, and her clean seductive features, along with the immaculate presentation of her persona, once again, struck Sam. Absolutely stunning, he thought, as he locked the door behind her. As Sam turned around, the sight of Molly so captivated him that he paused for a few seconds, drinking in her image. A ray of sunlight crept through a small upper window, giving the appearance of a soft spotlight shining directly onto Molly. Her natural blonde hair was perfect with every hair in place. She wore one of the finest knit dresses he had ever seen. Sam's mind stumbled over words unique, stunning, one of a kind as he found himself unable to find the exact words to describe the dress. Molly wore the dress as if she were the only woman that could wear it, and if any other woman tried to wear it, what a disgrace to the dress. The hand-woven outer edges of the dress had an intricate lace pattern so dainty that Sam knew it took hundreds of hours of labor to make the lace alone. The knit dress, clinging to her body, accentuated every curve of her femininity. With a sensually cut neckline, the lace edging near her breasts played peekaboo with the eyes of every man lucky enough to see her. 46. Clearing his throat, Sam stepped behind the bar saying, "Since I own this bar, what would you like to drink, Molly?" "Not fair, Sam," as she reached into a shopping bag and took out a bottle of Veuve Clicquot La Grande Dame champagne, along with 2 glasses. "The toast is on me, mister, even if you do own the bar. I know you would prefer scotch, but please indulge me this once." As she popped the top, she joyfully exclaimed, "Here's to many good years, Sam." With a gracious smile, Sam said, "Thank you my dear," admiring her show of class. They drank the bottle together rather quickly. Molly admitted to Sam how much she liked to guzzle champagne, saying, "I know it's a sin, Sam, but a damn good one." Even though they both had plans, today was going to be like one of those days from the chorus in Sheryl Crow's song, "All I want to do is have some fun, I've got a feeling I'm not the only one." You know, the kind of day where people waste time just sitting in a bar, not giving a rip about the rest of the world outside. You just lose the day as you enjoy each other's company. Sharing the chemistry of a genuine friendship is a rare treat, one Sam and Molly enjoyed, as they continued drinking and talking about the memorabilia in the bar for several hours. Sam opened a new bottle of scotch for himself and a third bottle of champagne for little guzzling Molly. The alcohol consumption had reached the funny level, as they began laughing at one another's inability to offer up a new method of study for understanding the Four Horsemen. Sam commented with a slight slur, "After 30 years of study, you come along and mess me up with your understanding of the Four Horsemen. Then, you come up with the idea that we need to find a method on how to study a mystery. Pure genius, Molly. Surely you must realize all of this, coming from a stunning woman in that dress, makes you more of a desirable mystery to me than the Four Horsemen. Guzzling another large glass of champagne, Molly had reached the let's be honest stage of intoxication. Looking Sam directly in the eyes, she reached for his hand, saying, "At this point in my life, I need at least one honest relationship, Sam. From the very moment I met you, we have enjoyed the rarity of a natural friendship. In an effort to protect our friendship, I think it's best that you know several things about me. After college, the mystery of the Four Horsemen took over my life to the point that I found myself spending every spare moment in study. I could not get out of bed in the middle of the night to pee without my mind being consumed with thoughts of the mystery." 47. One day I was in a bookstore, looking for old religious books and explaining to the owner my obsession with the Four Horsemen, when he asked me if I had heard of you. He told me if anyone could point me in the right direction, it would be you, and he gave me several copies of your past essays. After reading them a half a dozen times each, I knew if anyone in the world could figure out this mystery, it would have been Professor Samuel Walker. In the short time I have known you, I have become very fond of you and your fascinating mind. I left my home in Las Vegas and moved here in the hopes of meeting you. Upon arrival, I hired a private investigator to follow you, so our first meeting was not by coincidence. In fact, the day we met, I had been in this bar every day waiting for you to show up. When we talked that first night, and I understood you had a commanding knowledge of the Four Horsemen, I was thrilled beyond my wildest belief. To this day, I still cannot explain why I am interested in the Four Horsemen. The night you invited me to your home, as I stood at the doorway to your study, with a strange energy radiating through my body, I knew I had made the correct decision to find you. Somehow, standing in that doorway, I felt a peace that I have never known in my life, pulsing inside my body. It was way past the expression "this feels right." More like I knew in my knower, my heart witnessed to me that I had made the right decision to find you. I don't know if any of this makes sense to you at all, Sam, but I am here until we figure the damn thing out. You moved here from Vegas in search of an answer to the mystery. Now, that blows me away. How did you know I would even help you, Molly? What if I had not been studying the Four Horsemen? Sam asked. Smiling, Molly replied, "Sam, with these looks and this body, you have got to be kidding. They have always opened doors for me, which leads me to the really hard part." Looking glassy-eyed, Molly said, "I need to have a personal talk with you, about myself. Is that okay with you?" Puzzled by the unexpected, sudden change in her ambience, Sam answered. "Sure, Molly, what is it?" as he refilled their glasses. Looking down, she began peeling the label off the near-empty bottle of champagne as she spoke softly. "I was raised in a poor family in western Kentucky, where Carl, my father, beat my mother when he drank, and sexually abused her in front of my siblings and me. With 6 children and 3 rooms to the entire house, privacy was not a comprehensible commodity, much less an understood experience. We never had enough food, cut-up newspaper was our toilet paper, and my clothing and shoes were old before I got them. Even in the winter, shoes were never in abundance, and they were my most sought-after treasure." 48. At 12, I found a pair of old, mildewed work shoes under the house with holes so large I had to cut up some cardboard to keep my feet from coming through the bottom. Once I fixed them with new cardboard, I wore them to school one winter day. I sat in class, hoping to make friends with many of the kids at my table. They all wore such pretty things. In the ignorance of my own poverty, Sam, I did not understand where or how they had gotten any of those pretty things. I so wanted to fit in with them. Sitting at the table with my old shoes was horrible enough to me, when suddenly, everyone at the table began asking, "What's that smell?" I knew the smell came from my old mildewed shoes. The cardboard and my feet were wet from walking in the snow. Saying, "I don't know," I started clenching my toes so tight, hoping the smell would stop, while I kept the bottom of the shoes pressed to the floor with all of my strength. The chance of anyone finding out it was me, was a personal horror. I knew they would always laugh at me if they found out, so after class, I left school for the rest of the day. I hid in the cold, slushy snow all day with wet feet, waiting to catch the bus home from school. I cried so much that night and hated my life because I knew those shoes would be on my feet the next day. I cannot remember how old I was the first time my father sexually abused me. I am sure he did it with his fingers at an extremely early age in my life. My mind only remembers the numerous times he molested me and not one tragic memorable first time. I have searched my memory repeatedly, and I cannot find a specific date where I can say, this is the day that bastard, Carl, stole my virtue from me, as tears streamed down her face. As far back as I can remember, everyone said I was pretty. Eventually, I understood how to use my pretty looks to manipulate people. I solved going to bed hungry when I started giving out kisses to the boys in the neighborhood in exchange for something to eat. Naturally, the game eventually grew more expensive. A piece of pie or something sweet got a kiss from me on the penis. Only a kiss, not a blowjob. I knew the difference after being forced to watch Carl and my mother. From that point on, I think I would have become my own self-made prostitute, looking for survival and the basic necessities of life. I turned my first trick at 13, and had my first encounter with anal sex, as I let a black man fuck me for the sum of $5. What a horrible experience. Please, don't judge me, Sam. I was a desperate little girl, living in nightmarish circumstances. Even though I cried for hours over the horrible experience, I had some weird solace about having gained my own independence. I grew up that day, understanding for the first time that I owned the right to make my own mistakes. I know that must sound weird to you. 49. When Carl found out, he beat me every day for a week until my blackened eyes were nearly swollen shut. My face was so distorted, it made me unrecognizable even to myself. Every color from yellow to deep purple appeared all over my body. My back and buttocks wore the imprint of his belt buckle. While beating me daily, he kept telling me I would fuck who he said, and no one else. I cried every time he hit me, promising him I would do everything he said, and he would beat me anyhow. In every way possible, he molested and beat me into full submission. Finally, he stopped beating me, and before my bruises healed, other men began molesting me in our home or theirs. Angrily, Molly continued. I cried to my mother after every man visited. And she kept looking the other way for fear of Carl beating her. She was a complete religious nut, playing with dangerous snakes at her church to prove her faith in Jesus. You know them, Sam, the ones with the belief they can literally take up serpents in the name of Jesus and no harm shall come to them. She always sang praises to God, like Amazing Grace and How Great Thou Art, as she thanked Jesus for everything. I can still hear her saying, "Thank ya, Jesus," to this day, and it still turns my stomach. Almost shouting as she slapped the table with her open palm, she looked at Sam with anger in her eyes. That snake-charming hypocrite sacrificed her own children on the altar of fear to the devil himself, pretending she did not see what the devil was doing. Her cowardice, by allowing men to use me, along with her drunken participation in Carl's sex shows, eventually warped my perspective on reality. At 13 years old, I became extremely depressed and started entertaining thoughts of suicide. Trapped in a cycle that I thought would never end, I became everyone's pretty prisoner, beaten into submission by an evil man. By the age of 14, I was mentally deranged and began to exhibit manifestations of anger for the first time in my life. No longer caring if Carl beat me to death, I actually began to fight back by keeping a knife hidden under the edge of the mattress. When a man paid Carl for a visit to molest me, at exactly the perfect moment, I grabbed his penis and placed the knife on his balls, threatening to cut off his naked erection if he touched me. I received several beatings from Carl because of this, but eventually the word about my knife spread and men stopped coming around. One day, during a drunken rage, Carl punched me in the side of my temple, nearly knocking me out. I remember the white flash of light shooting through my eyes as he hit me. When I became lucid, I found myself tied to the bed, and gasping for air as Carl squeezed my throat with his powerful hands while raping me. 50. Screaming at me in a complete rage, Carl appeared as if he had finally lost his mind. He kept shouting, "You little bitch, I am going to leave you tied up until you fuck every man you threatened with a knife." Unable to breathe, the one feeling I will never forget was my eyes swelling in my head, as if they were about to pop out of their sockets. I struggled, gasping for the smallest amount of air under the massive pressure of his hands, when suddenly my mind became clear. My struggle to survive ceased. I lay there in total peace, ready to die, with only one thought floating in my mind: Carl was going to kill me, as he raped me. My body quit struggling for air, and I lay there peacefully, waiting for death. At that moment, I embraced death as my friend, realizing death held a much better offer than the life I was living. As I rested in my newfound peace, my eyes turned to the doorway. To my utter surprise, my mother came walking towards us, shouting, "Carl, that is enough." As she ran to the bed, she began hitting him in the head with a hammer. Immediately, the full weight of his body collapsed on me. At first, I was astonished, and then disappointed, as air rushed back into my lungs, robbing me of my peaceful escape. For what seemed like an eternity, I just lay there in shock, with his hands still on my throat, until I felt his warm blood spewing on my face and neck. Then I became hysterical. My mother, shaking and sobbing, kept repeating, "Oh, Jesus, what have I done? Oh, Jesus, what have I done?" She pulled him off of me, and his body hit the floor with a thud. Cutting me loose, she got a wet towel and cleaned the blood off. I lay there gasping and trying to scream in horror. My mouth was wide open, without a sound coming out. She left the room and came back, handing me her best church dress to put on. She took all the money out of Carl's pockets and some from her apron. Handing it to me, with wild terror in her eyes, she said, "Go and never come back." We never hugged, we never said goodbye, and she never said "I am sorry" or "I love you." Just go and never come back. I can still hear those words to this day. $47, a new dress, and no shoes. I ran for over an hour to a junction in the road and found an empty outbuilding on a farm, spending my first night on my own at 14.5 years of age. I never did go back, and to this day, I do not know if Carl died or what became of my mother and siblings. Some relationships, Sam, should never be restored. After several days of hiding, I traveled at night to avoid being questioned or seen by men. To make a long story short, I eventually made my way to Louisville in a few weeks' time. I got a job on the poor side of town, working in a hillbilly strip club, living with a few other strippers. 51. With my looks, I became the top attraction at the club, and the other strippers helped by managing my money. For the first time in my life, I was really living. I had my own bed, real toilet paper, plenty of food, and most importantly, all the new shoes I could wear. I was part of a big happy family for over a year. And then one night, RC walked into the club. For the first time in my life, I actually had feelings other than hatred towards a man. He absolutely ignored me while I was dancing. After I had finished my stage dance, I asked him if I could dance for him personally. He turned me down, saying, "You're much too good for this place," and without another word, he got up, put some money on the counter, and left. I thought about him every day after he left. Every night, I went to work looking for him. A month later, out of nowhere, he walked into the club, and immediately my body broke out in a nervous sweat. My heart throbbed so much I actually looked to see if my breasts were bouncing up and down. The man walked with a commanding presence. Everyone noticed him when he entered the room, not cocky or arrogant, just a real confidence. This time, he took a table in the corner, ordered a bottle of champagne, looked directly at me, and motioned for me to come over. For the first time in my life, I actually wanted to fuck a man, and if he wanted me to, I was ready to fuck him in front of everyone, on top of the table. For me to feel like doing that was completely aberrant to me. I despised every man in the club for their juvenile animal behavior. To me, they were all Carl in one form or another. He sat down and poured a glass, introducing himself only as RC, asking me my name. "Molly," I said as I guzzled the glass. He smiled as he poured me another. I could not believe myself, my heart kept pounding so nervously I was sure he could hear it. Immediately, he started asking me questions, demanding answers but not wanting favors from me. "How much for a lap dance, Molly?" $5. "How much for a backroom dance, Molly?" $10. "If I want pussy, how much, Molly?" "Are you a cop?" "No." "How much for pussy, Molly?" $50. "How much for all night, Molly?" $100 after work, and you have me until I go to work tomorrow." 52. For the first time since my childhood, I was ashamed of myself. I wanted to run and hide to keep him from finding out I was the one with the smelly shoes. Sitting there, I was too young to understand that he already knew exactly what I was. Looking me in the eyes, he said, "Molly, I am going to say this one time and one time only." Reaching in his coat pocket, he took out a huge roll of $100 bills. "I have thought about you every day since I first saw you, and I think we could have an exciting life together, so I want you to get up, get your things, and come with me." Without another word, he got up and walked off, saying again, "You are too good for this place, Molly." Sitting there at 16.5 years old, watching him walk away, every nervous fear raced through my mind. Afraid that he would never come back, I got up, ran out to the parking lot with only my shoes and dancing thong. As we drove away, he smiled at me, saying, "That's my girl. I have been in love one time in my life, Sam, and I know that man loved me. He took care of me in a way I never believed possible from a man." Smiling, she said, "Even today, the sweetness of those times are hard to describe. He took me to Las Vegas and never touched or kissed me all the way there. We talked just like you and I do, Sam, as if we had known each other all of our lives. At the grand opening of a new hotel, he rented a virgin room, as he called it, because no one had ever slept in the room. For a girl robbed of her virginity rights, he arranged the perfect solution. We flirted all day, and in the wee hours of the early morning, looking down the strip from our room, we kissed for the first time. The kiss was so powerful, we both nearly passed out in amazement. For the first time in my life, I experienced pleasure in bed with a man, having multiple orgasms. Before RC, my body had never experienced an orgasm with a man, and has never experienced one with any other man since. After a few years, we needed cash for a new business venture. We talked it over, and being the naive little girl I was, he convinced me that fast money could come from some very well-heeled clientele at $1,000 and up, per visit. I know you are thinking, "Gee, I never saw that coming." But for me, Sam, I was willing to do anything to keep this little, happy part of life. He flew to Thailand for some kind of prostitution deal, so we could get rich. Our son turned 3 a week before he left, and I have never seen or heard from him since. I hate to be cliché, but at 21 I was a mother alone with more sorrow and pain than most people ever experience in a lifetime. I am not trying to extract pity from you by telling you about my life. I began working on my own in order to survive. After a client had slapped me around, I became a martial arts fanatic. 53. Now I am more dangerous than a black widow spider to my clients, if you understand what black widow spiders do after they mate, she said, smiling. I kept enough select clientele to provide a very nice life for my son and myself. They also put me through community college and university for my degree in history, with political science as my minor. My son is now 12 years old, the love of my life, and a real smart boy. For the first time in my life, I need a real job, as a basis for him to understand what mommy does for a living. I felt the need to be honest with you, just in case we ran into one of my clients or you found out about me in some other way. When you told me that you had purchased this place, I decided now is the time to be honest with you. I am asking you for a job in any capacity, even as a waitress. I will work for nothing, I don't need the money, just something credible I can tell my son. If I take any other job, it would separate me from a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, to study the Four Horsemen with you. Being totally honest, I intend to keep a few very well-paying clients. Their fees will allow me to maintain my business investments and my son's savings. Please understand there is no way that I will ever go back to poverty again. Listening to her tragic life, Sam found himself experiencing the full gamut of human emotions, some of which had been dormant for many years. As she asked him for a job, one thought of the 10 his mind was processing at that moment was, so this is how hookers are made. Composing himself, he said, I have not given any thought to new people, Molly. In the purchase agreement, I promised to keep on the present staff. Are you sure waitressing would suit you? It can be hard work, Sam said. Sam. Molly said, laughing. For goodness sakes, I was a young dancer in a hillbilly topless bar, in a poor town, and made a damn good living on $1 at a time stuck in my G-string. Hard work, yes I can. Please, Sam, I need to be available to study the Four Horsemen with you. My son is very mature, we have a live-in nanny, he loves her to death, and she will be staying on. Give me some time to think about it a bit, Molly. As they toasted their last drink, Molly said, laughing, here's to finding out what the Four Horsemen have hiding under their cloaks. 54. Thursday night at Woodstock 69 was 5. By far the slowest night of the week. Sam instructed the staff to seat the tourist crowd at the far end of the room, and to keep the best seats for regular customers. Working his way around the room, Sam introduced himself to the patrons as the new We the People owner, and every regular customer received a drink on the house. Pointing to Sam's favorite corner, where pictures of Hendrix and Joplin hung on the wall, Sonny the bartender explained, now that group has been coming here on the first Thursday of every month for more than 5 years. That's their spot, they argue like cats and dogs, debate every issue with great passion, but always go home friends. Walking towards the table, Sam recognized the group. Before Sam could say anything, Congressman Scott Riley stood to his feet, extending his hand, saying, Professor Walker, what a pleasure to meet you. I have followed your essays for years, and found your recent ones to be the most enlightening of them all. Thank you, Congressman. I have followed your voting record for many years, and haven't found any enlightenment on how you keep getting elected, Sam wittingly replied, receiving cheers and laughter from the group at the table. Scott, the consummate politician, paid no attention to Sam's comment or to the laughter about his voting record. You know the press is searching for you over the controversy your essays have stirred up, I assume this must be your hideout. Smiling again, Sam replied, I suppose with my essay controversies and your voting record, Congressman, we both need a place to hide from time to time. So I won't tell, if you don't. Let me introduce you to my lifetime friends, foes, and occasional voting constituents. We meet here at least once a month, as a dedicated group of radical activists with nowhere to activate, he said with a smile. For the last 5 years, this table has been our forum. We debate everything under the influence of massive quantities of alcohol, often with great results. Scott continued as if he were on a campaign trail, trying to make an impression on Sam. The serious debates, Professor, will be the claims that all of the nation's problems are a direct result of Washington politicians. A debate, my drinking constituents at this table aptly remind me of each time we meet. Scott said, guzzling his beer. 55. In friendly banter, Sam quipped, one thing I will give you, Congressman, the wind is still with you. If you keep guzzling those Blue Label Chimay beers, I assure you the under the influence part of your forum will arrive quickly. Shaking hands with everyone as Scott introduced them, Sam heard positive comments regarding his essays, until they got to Larry. Commenting under his breath, Larry referred to the essays as yesterday's newspaper, causing Sam to wonder what he meant. My reason for stopping by, gentlemen, I wish to contribute to your intoxicated debate tonight by offering each of you a drink on the house. I recently purchased this bar as my own little hideout, Congressman, and wanted to greet you each personally. I thank you for choosing Thursday night, for your forums. Sonny, my bartender, informed me occasionally your debates become rather heated and loud. Therefore, I am asking, in advance, should your topic have anything to do with the present inebriated condition of our government for the last 100 years, please consider inviting me to join you. However, my preferred topic of choice would have to be the congressman's voting record, Sam said, smiling at Scott. Turning towards the office behind the bar he called, Molly, would you please take everyone's order? It was a pleasure meeting each of you, Sam said as he left the table. Absolutely blown away, best describes the reaction of the 5 men when Molly stepped out of the office to take their order. Like schoolboys, they immediately started competing for her attention. All 5 tried to outwit, outcharm, and outflirt one another in open competition for her smiling charms. Molly, being Molly, flirted back. She stood close, knelt down to take their orders, winked and bent over to wipe the table. Picking up the drinks behind the bar, Molly informed Sam, you have a lively combination at that table, a congressman, a builder, a war hero, a lawyer, and some kind of religious guy. You know, Sam, there must be a joke in there somewhere. Did you hear the one about these guys who went into a bar, there was a... Sam started to laugh, when suddenly she leaned her entire body against the side of him. Gently, she straddled his leg between her legs, rubbing the joint of her cherry chopsticks on him ever so lightly. Cunningly, she reached around and grabbed his manhood firmly as she leaned her full upper body into him and whispered in his ear, oh my, Sam, why those college girls were right. Thanks for the job, Sam. As she walked away with the drinks, she winked and smiled at his speechless expression. When she arrived at the table, Molly overheard a heated discussion about how ineffective the government was at every level in society. 56. The consensus of opinion was that the White House, the State House, and local governments seemed completely incapable of implementing the will of the people. The group took a unanimous vote, declaring the phrase "we the people" in the Constitution to be an invalid expression for today, because the people are no longer in control of the government. Roger gave an example, saying, even if 99 members of either party held control of the Senate with only 1 member in the other party, they would still fuck it up. I attribute government stagnation to deal-making, greed, and party corruption in both the Democrats and Republicans. Scott, as a congressman, you must be able to validate this as a fact. You have no idea how Washington operates, Roger. I will, however, agree with everyone's overall thesis that we the people have no collective power in Washington, Scott replied. Laughing, Jerry said, even with 99 members in control, they would debate the issue for 6 months, put it to a committee for investigation, and wait for the 1 member of the other party to filibuster the bill, forcing everything to a standstill. Look at the first action by the Republican-controlled Congress, let's stonewall everything. They could give a flip what we the people want or what's good for the country. They are all about media drama. Let's show our new power and vote to overthrow healthcare or remove NPR's funding. The best one yet was the silly civil action against Obama over Libya. Congress knows when they pull a stunt like that, the Senate will stop it, and the word veto by the president will prevail. I am sick of party line bullshit, power games. John Boner is a real fucking nut. I put him one up, on Wiener's Twitter underwear campaign for 21-year-olds. Larry spoke a bit more seriously. There must be another power in Washington really running the whole show, because no matter how many newly elected shoes are sent, everything remains the same. Think about how many candidates run on the platform of being a Washington outsider and end up doing nothing once they arrive. Hey, Scott. Fuck you, Larry, Scott answered. Looking directly at Scott, Roger spoke very calmly. I think we need to take Officer Sprinkle to the woods and tie him to a tree again. We need to toss the Tea Party and your useless ass into the Boston Harbor with them, Scott. Interested in their discussion and puzzled by their hostility, a captivated Molly walked backwards towards the end of the bar, sliding her tray onto the bar without turning her head. 57. The problem, said Jerry, 2 sheets to the wind from drinking all day. In order to stop these idiots, we need to educate the American public. Every election, they play the same old con game on the American people. These rich brats are out of touch with what life is like for the majority of Americans. They work hard during an election campaign to dupe the public into believing they are common folks. They fill the news with campaign stops, eating breakfast or lunch with local Joe. It's all a publicity stunt, a charade for television. See, I am just a common Joe like you. Campaigning today is a mass media event. Politicians eat apple pie at Mary's Cafe, visit factories and schools, while they smile at photo ops holding and kissing babies. The political strategy is to make the politicians look like the common man with their sleeves rolled up, no jacket, or tie, as they sit at lunch counters, talking like common folks. They have no real substance, or any grassroots understanding of the American worker and his family. The way I figure it, if you have to create a mass media photo op campaign to look like one of my family members, you are one fucked up individual, he said, shooting 2 shots of vodka on the rocks. Eating the olives, Jerry continued. These clowns are like Scott, nothing more than silver spoon dreamers. Does anyone at this table think Scott's life was ever at the level of the common man? Fuck you, Jerry. As I recall, your undertaking parents raised you with a silver spoon in your mouth. So what qualifies you to single me out? Scott sternly replied. You're right, Scott, but that is not how I lived my life. The government destroyed everything I worked for 2 times in my life, including my family. You walk through that, you rich prick bastard, and then you can talk like me. Now shut the fuck up, I am not done speaking. After these out-of-touch candidates put their photo op campaigns together, they bring out the let me fuck with your heart bullshit, and remind you of your patriotic obligations. We are fed stories of how America is the land of opportunity by using real-life adversities of hard-working Americans. Everyone knows the stories, the "oh poor Sarah," a single mother, or a blind veteran that fought for American freedom, or Willie, a black man raising 3 children working 5 fucking jobs, telling us how they each overcame hardship because this is America, the greatest country in the world. Let me tell you, I lived like Willie in my life. Working 5 fucking jobs is not the great American dream, it's a nightmare. Every word they speak and every pretty picture they paint is an outright lie. They smile for the camera with perfect hair as they talk about family values, when they have more fucked up family values than porn stars. 58. Holding positions of honor, they shame the office and their families. Every month a new sex scandal surfaces, from playing footsies in men's rooms, to keeping a side piece of ass, when their wife is dying of cancer. How can we the people ever function with this kind of character running the United States government? Face it, we the people have been brainwashed and stripped of power a long time ago. Otherwise, they would have kicked them all to the curb. Roger spoke up, I am tracking with you, Jerry. The television commercials are the ones that piss me off. Remember the silliness of the commercial? It's 2 a.m. in the White House, and the red phone is ringing. Who do you want to answer the phone? Oh, my God, Roger shouted, grabbing his chest as if he had a heart attack. I was just getting over the heartache of poor Willie working 5 fucking jobs in the land of opportunity. Now I am scared to death that I might pick the wrong idiot to answer the phone. Everyone burst into laughter, stood to their feet, and toasted their glasses together. It was bottoms up time. Molly motioned to Sonny for another round. The entire election process is incomprehensible, Roger continued. We have a political system where a man spends $750 million to become the president of a $400,000 job. This cannot possibly be what the founding fathers of this nation intended. They could never have perceived this day, in the original framework of the nation. Jerry, looking across the table and deciding to take another shot at Scott, said, "Look at our boy Scott can do Riley. In all of his years in Washington, he has proven only one thing to me: Scott can do nothing." "Fuck you again, Jerry," Scott replied. "Face it, Scott, you became like every other Washington politician. You changed nada, Scott, not a fucking thing. You fumbled the ball for the people, big time. I called you many times for help, and you never returned one of my calls. Stick it up your ass again, Jerry. You do not know what I am up against, and I never knew you called," retorted Scott. "Thanks for making my point, you out of touch prick," Jerry quickly replied. "It's my turn, Jerry. I have listened to everyone's usual pot shots at me, let me speak." Scott spoke like a politician in an effort to reduce the level of hostility at the table. "We have met in this bar for over 5 years. We sit on our asses, arguing and debating, and in all 5 years, we have never solved one goddamn thing. All we ever do is listen to each other bitch, moan, and argue about the government. Personally, I am growing tired of meeting with you." 59. To me, we sound like a bunch of old women who went to a party and found out they all wore the same dress. Everyone at this table has a bone of contention against the United States government. "Speaking of bones, how's your mother?" Steve quipped. "She's 87 years old, Steve, grow the fuck up," Scott shouted. "Now, let me finish. We sit around cattily picking on each other's dress, pointing out what's wrong with each other, but we all have on the same fucking dress, which is a bone of contention against the United States government. My point being, we argue with one another rather than recognizing that we all have the same common purpose, but with different individual life experiences. In all of our debating, not one time has anyone sitting at this table ever rendered a solution to change the government on even a small level. You are all too busy bitching about your life experiences with the government, when we need to stop it and recognize that we all have on the same dress. It might surprise everyone here to know that I basically agree with your opinions about me and Washington. I willingly admit before everyone, my campaigns were like many of the speeches you referred to tonight. My campaigns used local Joe strategies. However, I have to ask each of you, why don't we get off our radical old asses and light another fire, or burn down the goddamned cities, in protest like we did in the 60s? Scott asked sarcastically. "I'll tell you why. I think you are all full of crap and will do nothing. You want to know why you're full of crap? Because if you try that radical shit today, they will call you a terrorist, thanks to Bush. That jackass put a huge death nail in we the people. He stripped the Constitution of power by selling terrorist fear to we the people. The government will prosecute every one of you as a terrorist before you even plan a Boston Tea Party movement. Just talking about a revolt in private will get your ass slammed in a timeout prison for years. Republican Buck McKeon has a bill stating the U.S. government has the right to detain any unlawful enemy combatant, including a U.S. citizen, without criminal charges and without trial for the duration of the conflict. Consistent with the law of war. Meaning, they will charge you as a criminal, lock your ass up, and never let you have your day in court. I ask each of you, at this point in your lives, are you ready to pay that price? The FBI has the right to track you with GPS, and they do not need a warrant from a judge anymore. You want a Boston Tea Party, Larry, then quit your bitching and tell us how it's done. I am game for anything, but we need to drop the name-calling and infighting. 60. We are not stupid men, let's put our heads together the way we used to and come up with an intelligent plan of action. I get your point, Scott, and I am truly sorry for the bad joke about your mom, Steve calmly replied. As a constitutional lawyer, I think Buck McKeon, John Boehner, and Paul Ryan resemble several forms of Hitler's extremism. Like you, for the last few months I have become a bit weary of listening to the complaining bullshit that we hear every time we meet. As Molly handed him another drink, he slipped a neatly folded bill into her hand, smiling at her. I think, if we are serious, before we can take any action, we need to figure out at what exact point in history this country took a wrong turn. What I mean is this. There has to be a definitive point in history where we the people lost power over the government, or the United States government took control away from the people. If we fail to understand what part of the engine is broken, how could we develop a plan of action to correct the mistake? My life is so fucked up I am ready to do anything that will give me real purpose again. I am ready to kick the box from under their feet and let the assholes swing. Looking around the table, Steve continued, I think Scott is right, we all have the same dress on, and I am ready to wash my dress in my own blood if necessary in order to get even. I think our problem as a group is the fact that we have forgotten how many protests we successfully organized. We helped change civil rights, voting laws, and helped end an illegitimate war in Vietnam. Here we sit, acting like men without brains, who cannot figure out what went wrong historically in this nation. I say otherwise. I believe as a group we can figure out the turning point in history that resulted in we the people dying on the vine. We started out to change the country and the world in our youth. Look at us, we have become the very thing we hated the most. We are government-issued hypocrites, acting as if we are incapable of taking action. We have become a bunch of apathetic winners, what a fucking disgrace we are. Good word, Steve, the general thinks it is time for a new battle cry. You made a lot of sense, as well, Scott. Everyone knows my life has been a real piece of shit, said Roger. They call me a war hero, but the only real hero is the man who survives the nightmare. I am so sick of this government and the hidden secrets it keeps from we the people. Wait until I tell you the real facts behind the wars Bush started, and the BS the CIA is stirring up all over the Arab world. If you think those assholes decided to change governments on their own, you are as blind as we the people. WikiLeaks is just a bunch of high school gossip. 61. Hell, my report cards in school contained more bad information than WikiLeaks. Remember those US for unsatisfactory conduct, Larry? Herman would whip my ass for each one, he said, laughing. Molly, will you please bring the general another drink? The American public is so brainwashed by the government, I do not believe they can comprehend what a government powered by we the people resembles. I am frustrated, full of anger, and tired of sitting here like sissies acting like we the idiots, bitching about something that I believe we can stop. Scott, you ask if we are willing to pay the price. That's a great question every man here should consider. I know Scott is not bullshitting, the government can set you up, fuck you up, and lock you up before you know what has happened. My answer is yes, I am willing to pay the price, and have many times before in many needless wars. If anything would make sense in my life, or allow my life to have any value, it would be my death fighting to restore the rights of we the people. Excuse me, what did you say, General? After a long, collective pause and a few sips around the table, Larry spoke. So that's it, all systems go. First phase, We have 30 days to figure out how we the people lost control of the United States government. When we meet, the next time everyone will submit a synopsis of where you think the country historically went in the wrong direction. We are searching for only one thing. Where did we the people lose power, or when did the United States government take power from the people? Your argument must be historically and factually convincing. The synopsis must carry by unanimous agreement, or we keep looking. If you intend to opt out because you are afraid of Big Brother, please, do not show up at our next meeting. Once we find the mistake, then we can begin to develop a plan of action. I don't believe it, Molly thought. These men just put together a method of study to find out at what point in history the nation teetered in the wrong direction. Yet Sam and I can't figure out how to develop a method of study for the mystery of the Four Horsemen. Unfolding the bill, Molly saw Steve's phone number written across Ben Franklin's face, with a note, "Call me, let's have some fun." How lame is that, Molly thought, as she reached for a marker and wrote on the bill. Steve called out for another round and Molly gave a thumbs up. Got it? Behind the bar, she began whispering to Sam about the conversation, asking him if he wanted to stay up and study after they closed. 62. Indicating he might, she said, "Wait until I share with you what these guys are after, and how quickly they figured out a method of study to find where the power structure of the nation went off course. I think we may be able to draw on their method of study." Smiling at her, Sam was still reminiscing about the cherry chopsticks she rubbed on him earlier. Arriving at the table with the drinks, Molly palmed the bill back into Steve's hand. Just before closing time, Sam motioned to Molly, tapping on his watch, that it was time to go. Yeah, she thought, time for study. I can't wait to tell him everything I overheard at the table. Turning towards Sonny, Sam headed to the door, instructing him to close. "I will see you tomorrow, Sonny." 63. Herma what? 6. Arriving at Sam's home, Molly pulled onto the driveway behind Sam as he parked inside the garage next to a covered antique car. Exiting her car, Molly carried a small bag, informing Sam she would have to spend the night if they studied too late. Walking to the front of the covered car, Molly smiled and said, "I found out what's under your hood at the bar tonight, Sam. Now tell me what kind of hood is under that cover." With pride, Sam bragged, "That, my dear, is a classic 1967 Lindale Blue Corvette Stingray Fastback, 427 hog block, with very rare bolt-on cast aluminum wheels, side pipes, with factory air conditioning. If I am right, that should be about a 390 horsepower. Is it full factory issue with matching numbers? Any positraction?" she asked, winking at him. "Molly, you are amazing. One day I will take you for my famous $100 ride. The rules are simple. I put a $100 bill on the dash, and when I pop the clutch, if you can pick it up, you keep it. I must warn you, to date, there have been no winners." Playing with him, Molly asked, "If I win, Sam, are you going to let me drive it and pop your clutch?" "Depends on which clutch you are speaking about." Laughing together, they went inside and Sam brewed some fresh coffee. Molly turned on her little snitch chatterbox. While the coffee brewed, she repeated every detail of the political conversation at the group table. "After all of their bitching, Sam, these guys are seriously searching for the point in history when we the people lost control of the government. From the gist of how they talked, I think they were radically dangerous and were heavily involved in a lot of illegal stuff during the 60s. Each man seems to have his own screwed up life story, but as a group, they intend to do something radical, if they can figure out where the country got off track. I don't know, maybe it's just drunk bar talk, but I would be a little concerned. Sam, do you really want a group of radical men planning to blow shit up meeting in your place?" After listening to Molly's details regarding the group's political discussion, Sam was curious about any additional information she might have overheard individually. Larry's comment concerning Sam's essays being just old news made him of particular interest to Sam. "Tell me about this Larry fellow," he inquired, sipping coffee. "From what I understand, he is some sort of religious guy, but not a religious guy." 64. "I know it sounds strange, but that's how everyone views him. For a religious guy, he sure holds his booze." Scott referred to him as the sex, drugs, and rock and roll preacher who traded his band for religion, but not his moral habits. One discussion, with the lawyer Steve, focused on the need for a greater separation of church and state. "I found it very interesting. Larry advocates that religious organizations have no biblical right to be involved in government politics." "Amazing, are you sure that's what he said?" Sam asked. "Pretty sure. Anyhow, he has some type of building outside the city. It has a billboard in front, where he posts sayings, making fun of religion. Everyone at the table found his signs to be serious, but funny, for whatever that's worth. I found Larry to be extremely smart and very serious about taking some kind of action. His religious background might be useful in solving the Four Horsemen, so you might consider speaking with him." Interesting, Sam thought. "I should find out more about him, maybe drive by his place and speak with him concerning his views on separation of church and state. A preacher who advocates keeping the church out of government, never thought I would hear that in a million years. My essays are old news, my ass. I am horrible with names, Molly, but I noticed the one fellow kept ordering 2 drinks. I would have sworn I saw him speaking to an empty chair. Please tell me I'm seeing things." Looking across the table, Molly whispered in a low, solemn tone, "Your eyes are working fine, Sam. His name is Colonel Roger Majors, an extremely scary man. Molly, look around, he's not in here or outside. Why are you whispering?" "Sorry, I am afraid of him, Sam. My bones turn cold just being near him. I tell you, he radiates the feelings of death. He makes me feel like I'm near a serial killer, a Jeffrey Dahmer, Richard Speck, or what it would be like locked in a room with Charlie Manson. From my understanding, he retired a war hero with over 30 years in the military." Someone asked him how many Purple Hearts he was awarded, and angrily, he replied, "Medals are a dishonor, but if you must know, more than I have fingers on both hands." What's a Purple Heart? Each time a person receives a wound during combat, they receive a Purple Heart. Are you sure he said at least 10 Purple Hearts, Molly? Nodding her head yes, he indicated he had more than 10, Sam. The best part, the drinks you saw him order were for his drinking buddy the general, who was supposedly sitting next to him. Say hello to a weirdo. A few times, the man had a full-blown conversation with an empty chair. 65. The strange part, Sam, no one at the table seemed to care. His behavior seemed normal to them all. During the political discussion, he verbalized several times that he has the last puzzle piece almost finished, and WikiLeaks disclosures were nothing compared to what his puzzle reveals. A real live war hero, Sam thought, wounded over 10 different times. I wonder what he means by medals of dishonor? Last piece of the puzzle, what could he be talking about? Another very interesting individual that I would like to spend an afternoon with, thought Sam. Wow, 2 for 2, the little snitch has a great set of airs. Sam sat back and let her roll. The neatly dressed guy, Jerry, talked the most about what's wrong with the country. Even though he was a bit drunk, he made a lot of sense. At one point, he owned some kind of building business and his parents must have owned Duncan Funeral Home. All of these guys have a problem with the government, but with Jerry, it's a deep, personal wound. He complained about mortgage bailouts, AIG, and he made several comments about 9/11. And the government, but I was too far away to hear everything he said. He went on about using taxpayer money and China. Jerry is advocating nothing short of a full overthrow of the government. I think he is dangerously on the edge of exploding all over something, or someone, soon. Think about it, Sam, they are all psychologically explosive. If you threw their screwed up lives into a blender, the combined volatility would produce a deadly mixture. Each man seems highly charged, personally on the edge, and serious about doing something. This group is not out to spend their last days filling a bucket list, they want to burn the list and blow up the bucket. At this point, I don't think they realize that about each other. Explain what you mean, Molly. Remember I told you that Roger stated his life would have meaning if he died seeing we the people restored. To me, that manner of talk from a military war hero, with death in his eyes, should be considered very serious. Every man at the table expressed a desire to get even with the government. Whatever happened to each one of them, their pain is very deep, you can see it in their eyes. Aren't you concerned about how radical they seem to be, Sam? Asked Molly. Molly, my own thinking and political perspectives match most of theirs, so far. I find each person to be unique in his own individuality. I may sit in on their next meeting to listen to their conclusions. Now, tell me about the lawyer. Molly continued, the lawyer, Steve Whitman, is your typical dirtbag lawyer. When one of the guys was speaking, he sat mediating the entire discussion in his mind, as if he were in a courtroom. 66. What do you mean? Sam asked. While someone spoke, he would talk to himself using lawyer terms, I object, overruled, objection, sustained, and the odd thing about him, I believe his mind actually intelligently processed everything. For that exact reason, he may be the most intelligent member of the group, but also for the same reason, I feel he is the most unstable, perhaps even more than Roger's imaginary general. He kept referring to President John Adams and his prediction about failed democracy. Then he would mumble about the author of the Declaration being a hypocrite. When the group spoke about finding out where we the people historically lost power, the man mumbled to himself for 10 minutes. He went on about blind justice, O.J. Simpson, Michael Jackson, DNA, and money. His mind lurched all over the place, processing information in chunks with every conversation at the table. The man was following 3 or 4 conversations at one time. If you ask me, he is on serious overload, walking barefoot down the edge of a razor blade barefooted. A couple of times I think he went to the bathroom and came back with a new snorted buzz, if you know what I mean, Sam. He warned everyone how much the laws have changed, even pointing out that their discussions could be called acts of terrorism. Several times he said, we are way past a little old Molotov cocktail or kicking the box from under the bastards. I don't want to know what the box was about. The congressman, now he gets an A and for his political skills. When attacked, he reversed the tables by asking them which government problem they had solved. Scott skillfully turned them towards finding a solution instead of bellyaching about one another. What surprised me about him was his personal admission that their views on politics were for the most part accurate. He also admitted, to some degree, he contributed to part of the problem in Washington. During the 60s, everyone seemed to imply he was the pussy of their group. A few guys mentioned how Scott only drove the car, rather than actually got involved. Jerry joked, not true. The congressman did get involved. His first photo op began when he marched as a white honky during the civil rights marches. He explained how Scott got involved, but only if the news media arrived to put him on television. They are a fascinating and strange group of men, Sam. I never realized how radical the 60s mindset and thinking was until I listened to these leftover hippies. Should you have any concerns about the discussion taking place in your bar? Molly asked. Radical movements in the 60s, Molly, were my specialty. I spent the best years of my life on the political battlefield. I never felt more alive than I did in those days. 67. In a split second, my world changed on May 4, 1970, when the United States government killed 4 and wounded 9 others at Kent State University. I was one of those wounded, and somehow, that one bullet put out the fire of life in my soul. As I listened to you talk about each of these men, I felt that lost fire inside me, itching to ignite again. I suspect what you sense is that they are itching to ignite all over the United States government. Let's go into the study, I want to show you something. Thumbprinting the security system, Sam opened the door. Immediately, raw energy began radiating through Molly's body. Walking into the room with Sam, Molly tried to understand her feelings about this strange power source. This feels like a huge space gun, shooting gamma rays through my body. It makes my hair stand up, and my body tingles with each wave. Looking at Sam, Molly thought, he seems to be immune to the power in the room. Sam turned and smiled at her, you will get used to it, eventually. I'll tell you the origin in a while. He pulled a folder from a file cabinet and handed it to Molly. With no empty chair or desk space available, Molly settled on the floor. As she opened the folder, she found several pictures, newspaper articles, and Sam's personal notes on the shooting at Kent State, including some photos of Sam lying on the ground. 4 murders and 9 attempted murders by the United States government, and not a single shooter ever went to trial. 4 days later, the United States government stabbed 11 students with bayonets at the University of New Mexico. 10 days after they shot me, they murdered again. On May 14th, as I lay in bed recovering, breaking news reported 2 more killed and 12 wounded at Jackson State University. In every instance, the United States government got away with murder and attempted murder of unarmed American citizens. Not a single student had a weapon in their possession. This government has no right to speak with hypocritical piety about protecting people in Libya from Gaddafi. To this very day, the government has never taken responsibility for any of the murders, and that injustice still disturbs my heart. A recently released audio tape proved the United States government ordered the guardsmen to fire on unarmed students. Please understand my use of the term recently released audio tape. I am more than convinced the United States government knew about the tape for the last 40 years. If you think the 5 fellows at the bar have a beef with the United States government, you must understand I consider intentional murder and cover-up by the United States government of innocent, unarmed students an unforgettable atrocity. 68. I intend to have my pound of flesh before I die. I would not be alive today, Molly, except for one brave young man who removed his t-shirt and pressed it firmly into my abdomen to stop the bleeding. I remember him shouting at the guardsmen as they tried pulling him off me. He kept shouting, I am a medical student. Let me work on this man, or he will die. Do you want to murder him? Haven't you done enough today? Let me save him, he pleaded. As I lay on the ground, he encouraged me to hold on. He kept telling me it's not too bad, and how proud he was to meet a fighter against the Vietnam War. Later, after surgery in the hospital, the doctor told me how I owed this fellow my life. Few survive that sort of wound, he said. The envelope you are holding contains his tie-dyed t-shirt. In response to your question, Molly, no, I am not the least bit concerned about what that group of leftover hippies, as you call them, plans or does. They will be welcome at the bar. I am sure they have their individual reasons why they are disturbed about the government. If they develop a radical, over-the-top plan, who knows, I may join them, Sam declared. Sam, will you trust me with these pictures and news clips for a few days? I would like to have a copy for myself. I promise to take great care of them. Sure, Molly, only hand me my personal notes, they are for my eyes only. Now, let's figure out this mystery. Standing in front of the 4 Horsemen poster, Sam stared intently as a smile began to develop. Looking over his shoulder at Molly, he asked, do you see it, Molly? Standing there, she began to stare at every inch of the poster and could not come up with a single thing. Sam, all I see are years of notes and scribbles. What do you see? Think about the conversation between the fellows in the bar, and the principle they were going to use. Correct me if I am wrong, Molly, but this is my understanding of what you told me. The group concluded the United States government at some point in history took the power of ownership away from the people. Therefore, they are searching history for an event that would prove a loss of power by we the people. Fundamentally, I agree with their overall thesis. The people in this country lost the title deed to government a long time ago. Do I have the correct understanding of what they are doing? Molly nodded yes. Their formula will work for us, with a bit of a twist. I cannot believe I never applied this hermeneutic principle. How could I have missed it? What? Asked Molly. I will explain in a minute, follow my thoughts with me. 69. Looking back at the poster, Sam continued, our problem is we have been looking for one answer to all of the apocalyptic horsemen. We were trying to solve one big mystery. We assumed the 4 horsemen represented one big event that happened, or would happen, sequentially. When, in reality, there could be 4 different exacting events and 4 mysteries. Each writer could individually point to one event, or more likely, a sequence of events occurring over a short or long period of time in history. Sam, let me make sure I understand you, Molly replied with a puzzled expression. Are you saying these 4 horsemen could have happened individually over any period of time since 68 AD? Yes, and much more, Molly. We need to examine each horseman individually, starting with you, he stated, as he tapped the first horseman. For us to waste any time trying to figure out the other seals or horsemen would be futile. What in the hell have I been thinking all these years? The other 3 horsemen occur after the first horseman appears on the earth. Finding the event, Molly, that may be the key to this whole mystery. We solved the first mystery, and we may well solve them all, Sam said. Smiling at the poster, he spoke to the 4 horsemen, you can run, but you cannot always hide. I believe this time I will uncover your hidden mystery, and when I do, I intend to reveal your secrets to the entire world. Sam, you speak as if the poster's alive. Over the years, Molly, our share of lovers' spats equal that of any normal relationship, Sam said, smiling. Now, where were we? Notice the sequence, Molly, he said pointing to the text of the first seal. Read it together with me. Now I saw when the Lamb opened one of the seals, and I heard one of the 4 living creatures saying with a voice like thunder, come and see. 2. And I looked, and behold, a white horse. He who sat on it had a bow, and a crown was given to him, and he went out conquering and to conquer. The operative word is when, Molly, with no specificity in time, to determine when happens, he said, laughing. I think I just had a President Clinton moment. Remember when he said, it depends on what the word is, now I get it? Look at the beginning of the other 3 verses, they all start with the word when. When he opened the 2nd seal, when he opened the 3rd seal, when he opened the 4th seal. When could happen at any time in history, it could be an event in the past, present, or future. The important question for us, Molly, is how do we find when? The answer, by finding the writer. We will need a lot of wisdom to uncover the mystery of the first horseman. 70. The writer's identity is the remaining part of the verse, and who he is the mystery. Read it with me, and I looked, and behold, a white horse. He who sat on it had a bow, and a crown was given to him, and he went out conquering and to conquer. If when is still in the future, the best we could hope for is to recognize the writer if we live that long. Now this will be our hermeneutic principle. What? For the second time, tell me what herma means, Sam. Pleaded Molly. Hermeneutics, Molly, are the rules and tools scholars use when they study, especially biblical scripture. In our rules and tools, we will use every credible history book, including the Bible, as well as all credible historical religious writings. We will not accept opinion or any thesis drawing information from an unverifiable, Non-creditable source. We must have two credible history sources from the same event, in order for us to accept the event as a possible candidate for matching the identity of our first horseman. In this instance, the way we identify when is by searching history for the description of our first rider. We will not find the rider easily because biblical prophets spoke in a poetic manner using symbolism, or word pictures. Biblical prophets used terms like the skies falling from the heavens, and the stars in heaven shaken. Even Jesus spoke like a prophet, when he said, "I beheld Satan as lightning fall from heaven." The white horse may be prophetic symbolism. I don't believe we need to identify the horse, we need to identify the first horseman. Mysteries are a mystery because of their obscurity. We will need to focus on a crown was given to him, and he went out conquering and to conquer. That denotes a ruler who was conquering, and to conquer, which in and of itself is a mystery. The way the words conquering and to conquer are used, makes no sense. I have asked myself 1,000 times, what the fuck is he talking about using a phrase like that? I promise you, it will be a riddle of some kind in world history. For the first time in a long time, I really believe we are going to find the first horseman. I have not felt this positive in many years. Smiling at her, he said, "When I think of how this all came about, I am blown away. A few weeks ago, I leave the university and buy a bar, compliments of the university. Then I hire a little eavesdropping snitch, who listens to 5 leftover radical hippies developing a method of study in my bar. Your persistence to study has gotten me so excited about life again and reignited my desire to solve the mystery, unlike any other time in the past. Just a short time ago, I was ready to give up again, and now look where we are. It is amazing." 71. Sam, you don't recognize how unique you really are, do you? The understanding you gave on how to look for and find the first horseman was brilliant, Molly exclaimed. Call my intuition what you will, but my obsession with the 4 horsemen led me to you. In my heart, I believe you're about to solve the greatest mystery in all of history, and when you do, it will be for the good of the world. I know it's going to happen, Sam. I am so grateful to be a part of this. Thank you, Molly, for your kind words of encouragement. Since I am a betting man, I would bet that you were sent here with a purpose. Since your arrival, events are moving quickly. I suspect there is something behind everything happening in both our lives at this time. Looking at her with a serious expression, Sam whispered, "What I am about to tell you is so bizarre I am afraid you will think me crazy. If you tell anyone this story, I will deny it. I want to explain the power you feel in this room." Sam, I thought I was crazy, or that you were immune to those feelings it generates. No, I am not immune, and I warn you, it can get very strong. About 10 years ago, I was exhausted after hours of study and a half a bottle of scotch. Tired, but not ready for bed, I lay down flat on my back near that stack of books, looking up at the 4 horsemen. Feeling like a dog chasing his tail for over 20 years, I was seriously contemplating tearing this room apart and throwing the contents into the garbage. This power you feel entered the room for the first time. At first, I thought it was too much scotch, but the power kept increasing. Laying right there, flat on my back, staring at the poster, all 4 horsemen came to life. Fear froze me to the floor, rendering me unable to move. My next thought was, have I lost my mind from too much study? That quickly changed back to enormous fear, when one at a time, the horses became larger than life and began rearing up on their hind legs. Each horseman rode around the room, individually. I sat up and crawled backwards with my back up against the desk. The horses snorted at me with flared nostrils and raging wildness in their eyes. The anger towards me radiated with such ferocity, the veins popped out all over their heads. As they walked around the room, the horses fought to free themselves from the grasp of their riders, in order to stomp me with their hooves. Showing their teeth, they lowered their heads lunging, trying to bite me. The riders fixed their eyes on me with a haunting stare. I will never forget each of them pulling their horse back within inches of killing me. That power continued to fill the room. Going through my body, it felt like a giant magnetic X-ray. Overwhelmed by the power, I lost all consciousness, waking the next morning still lying up against the desk. 72. My mind searched for truth, asking for the next few weeks if it was reality or a dream, until I realized the power remained in this room. I do not know if it happened as a warning against stopping, but I do know that since that night the power has never left this room. You are the first person I have ever invited into this room. The day I asked you to come over to study, I kicked my ass all day. Tonight, as I watched your reaction to the power, I believe every step we have taken together was not by accident, it was by design. Speaking of design, tell me how you know so much about cars. I don't, Sam. I almost peed in my panties when you told me what was under the cover. Get a load of this, you happen to own exactly the same car RC owned before he went to Thailand. How strange is that? I am not even going to try to figure that one out. Freak you out or what? If it comes alive and tries to eat me, will you let me hide under your desk? Funny, very funny, I knew I should not have told you anything. I thought after your let's be honest, Sam, comment at the bar, I owed you some honest insight about me. So yes, he answered smiling, I will let the car eat you, because you are such a little snitch. I have one more question. Why did the lawyer secretly palm you the money? Surprised, Molly asked, you saw him? Yes, I did, and am pleased you gave it back. My reason for mentioning this, I prefer you do not conduct any side business at Woodstock 69. Oh, I get it, we can overthrow the government, blow shit up, or have a radical tea party, but pussy, keep that out of the bar, she laughed. What on earth do you think the girls and guys do in your bar, Sam? Watching Sam's face, Molly assured him, it's a fucking joke, Sam. I would never do that. The money was a lame come on by a dirtbag lawyer. I took care of the issue in a respectful, professional manner. Besides, she teased, as she pulled her skirt above mid-thigh, this would cost much more than 100, don't you think? Looking at her, Sam replied, Molly, I may have to change the $100 dashboard offer. You drive the car and pop the clutch. If I win, I get to peek under your hood. Laughing together, Molly smiled, wondering if there were any way Sam knew what she had written on the money. Let's do some digging, and see if this first rider is a past event. You take that stack of old history books, and I will take these, Sam said. As they settled down to study, the midnight hour approached. The power of wisdom smiled, watching them study. The purpose and destiny of their lives was exactly on schedule. 73. 7. Remember, democracy never lasts long. It soon wastes, exhausts, and murders itself. There never was a democracy yet that did not commit suicide. John Adams. Early morning breakfast, 2 parts coffee, 1 part bourbon. Showered, shaved, and shampooed, Steve sat behind his desk, pouring bourbon into his coffee. After a small sip, he added more bourbon. Make that 2 parts bourbon and 1 part coffee, he thought. Some people like their cream in coffee just right, I like my bourbon just right. Dressed for work, wearing a perfectly starched white shirt and Versace tie, Steve had no intention of going to his office today. As a criminal defense attorney and the last living member of his family's legal dynasty, he considered his career choice a total wash. Opening a locked drawer with a false bottom, he took out a shiny cylinder of cocaine. High-strung, wired, and nervous, with a slight shake to his hands, he took a hit of cocaine, shaking his head to clear the morning cobwebs. For months, his mind had been a myriad of unstable, random thoughts that had recently deteriorated into frequent thoughts of suicide. Several years ago, When he first began self-medicating his guilty conscience with booze and drugs, they seemed to help. Now the explosive combination served as jet fuel for the already ignited conflict within his seared conscience. Within the last year, Steve's mannerisms increasingly became more schizophrenic in nature. When the voices screamed their loudest, he was sure other people could hear them. Consequently, he became paranoid around his office staff and clients. He was sure others were judging him because they knew about the felonious actions his soul had privately committed. Leaning back in the large wingback chair, he turned on Fox News to see if they were running a story on the upcoming execution. Nothing. He continued flipping through the channels as rapidly as the cocaine raced through his brain. Not a goddamned word on any channel. Disgusted, his rancid mind began its daily evaluation and personal self-destruction. Taking another snort of cocaine, he slapped his face excitedly from the rush, and then poured another bourbon and coffee. There now, that's much better. 74. Reaching into the desk drawer, he took out a locked box and set the .38 snub-nose revolver on the desk. Don't do it. Fuck you. Opening the chamber, he removed 5 bullets from the cylinder and stuck the barrel into his mouth. First thought, the steel feels cold, I hate the taste of gun oil, that nub on the end of the barrel is a bit uncomfortable on the roof of my mouth. Second thought, you forgot to spin the cylinder, idiot, fuck that, just pull the fucking trigger, you coward. Listen to me, you don't need to spin the cylinder, just pull the goddamn trigger. Taking the gun out of his mouth, he spun the cylinder with 1 bullet in the chamber, and immediately stuck the barrel back into his mouth. Third thought, hold that thought, as he heard his wife Sharon call to him, honey, I'm leaving. Do you have any extra cash on you? The dry cleaners changed their policy, they only take cash, so it will save me a stop at the ATM. Pulling the barrel from his mouth and sliding the bullets and gun into the top drawer, he answered, sure babe, look on my dresser for my keys and wallet. No wait. I'll get it. He remembered the bill Molly returned last night, he leaped from his chair and raced to the dresser. Grabbing his wallet, he held it towards him, as if looking inside, as Sharon walked through the doorway. Damn, I must have used it, I'm sorry, babe, you will have to stop by the ATM. Maybe you should get another cleaner. Don't be silly, dear, we have used him for 10 years, he is the best. Besides, you know how picky I am. You do like the way he does your shirts and suits, don't you? Yes I do, babe, he answered, kissing her cheek as if she were his mother. I have a busy day, so I will be home late. No you don't, Steve-o. We have a 7 o'clock dinner with George and Mary. Have you forgotten again, she replied. Oops, I'll see you around 6, he said, smiling at her as she left. What a shallow drink of water, he thought. I should have had a prenup when I married her. Who knew what a prenup was back then? Besides, in the beginning, she was the one with the money. Sharon was a polite person with extremely shallow life experiences. The only brat daughter of a snobbish society family, socialite parties and community functions were the entirety of her life experiences. She loved everything about the socialite status. A real crusader, she was constantly involved with multiple causes, help us save this building, restore the park, or help a poor family whose trailer home burned down. Her best public performance was her annual appearance on television, during the holidays. Wearing a ridiculous Santa hat, she dressed to the nines in Gucci as she served meals to the homeless. Steve always got a good laugh from that one. 75. She was okay in bed, if you could get her drunk. However, the social butterfly was a light drinker. Steve made it a point to fuck her a handful of times each year, whether she liked it or not. He did so out of anger and frustration because of her low sex drive, rather than actual passion for her. She was an attractive woman with a one-kid body, keeping herself well preserved with injection treatments. Steve was sure she knew he had affairs over the course of their marriage, but she chose to look the other way. Her sex drive ranked number 1 out of 10, with 10 being the highest. Her number 1 drive was parties and social events, followed by shopping for the latest fashions. Walking into the study after Sharon's departure, he thought, well, that has to be at least 100 times or more that I've tried to blow my brains out, to no avail. What a chicken shit you are. Maybe I should give Alan a call and let him know I tried again. Maybe not, perhaps the day will yield a successful try. Calling his office, he instructed them to cancel all his appointments today. I don't give a rat's ass, Mary, just cancel everything. Pouring out the cold coffee/bourbon mixture, he poured 3 heavy fingers of bourbon into a fresh glass. A collector of everything about John Adams, Steve owned copies of every document ever written by or about the former president and his family. Looking across the room at a large framed picture of his only hero, President John Adams, he began questioning the picture as any lawyer would question a witness on the stand. How did you do it? Where did you find the tenacity to stand against all odds, defending British soldiers at the Boston Massacre? Didn't you stop to think how much everyone would hate you? Every case Steve argued in court always contained a famous quote from President Adams. Judges would often remark at the outset of a hearing, I suppose you will be sharing another infamous quote from President Adams with us today, counselor. Why don't you share them before we begin, so we can move right along today, counselor? Some judges, being a bit tired of his endless references, often reminded Steve the law had progressed since President Adams, which always drew the quick response, has it really, Your Honor? Taking the gun out of the drawer, he laid it on the desk. Drinking the nearly full glass of bourbon, he scanned the many framed quotes from President Adams. He reread his favorite quote for what must have been the 10,000th time. Remember, democracy never lasts long. It soon wastes, exhausts, and murders itself. There never was a democracy yet that did not commit suicide. President John Adams. 76. Slumping into his chair, he began to shake nervously as his mind screamed. What about the intentional fucking murder of an innocent man by the justice system? Is that where democracy wastes, exhausts, and murders itself, Steve? What have you done? The phrases kept repeating ever so loudly. Putting his hands over his ears, he then began pulling his hair and ears, in a vain attempt to control or stop the screaming phrases from echoing in his head. Suddenly, he jumped out of the chair, walked to the corner, and began violently banging his head against the wall. Each time his head hit the wall, he repeated the phrase, "Oh, God, please help me, what have I done?" Just as suddenly, he stopped and stood erect staring into the corner, like a disobedient child. Spinning around, his eyes were completely wild. Unfucking believable. Where in the world did that come from? I don't even know if I believe in God. Grasping for sanity, he walked over to the picture of John Adams and began questioning the image, as a lawyer, once again. How could you have known such wisdom about democracy in its infantile stage? Shouting at the picture. You said, there never was a democracy yet that did not commit suicide. Guess what I find so ironic about your statement, Mr. President? I stand before you a guilty man, trying to find the balls to blow my goddamned brains out, and no one realizes the entire country has already committed suicide. Walking behind his desk, he poured another drink. After a long pause, he held the glass up as a toast to the picture, saying, Welcome to America, the land of the living dead. The entire nation committed suicide a long time ago, Mr. President, so what happens after that, oh wise one? If you saw the Supreme Court today, and how they shred the Constitution one word at a time, you never would have nominated John Marshall, you would have hung him. Let me give you an example of what you accomplished with Marshall's expansion of power. I know your son Charles died early, an alcoholic and a disappointment to you, but he was still your son. Let's say, as you and Abigail bury your son in a private ceremony at your home in Quincy, and a crowd of protesters show up, shouting they are glad Charles is dead. They shout even louder at Abigail, telling her God killed him as judgment against the nation because men in America are sucking cocks. Laughing wildly, Steve exclaimed, "Damn, I would have given anything to be there to watch your reaction. I have a feeling the government you founded would have locked your ass up for murder that day. Welcome to the land of the living dead, Mr. President. The Supreme Court says their comments are the exercise of free speech. Is that what you intended?" 77. I didn't think so. Please explain to the jury how you knew democracy would murder itself. Then just as quickly his emotions changed, and Steve calmly, "Answer the question. Your Honor, would you instruct the witness to answer the question, and I ask to treat him as a hostile witness." Sitting back in his chair, he continued speaking to the picture. "Everything about the judicial system is broken, crooked judges, crooked cops, and the last category, where you will find me, crooked lawyers," as he guzzled the bourbon, directly from the bottle. "How did I ever end up like this?" Beginning to crying, he said, "I started out trying to be like you, Mr. President. Today, I sit here as the only person who can stop the murder of an innocent man, while the coward that lives within me asks, at what price to me personally? If the American people think anything is just about the judicial system, they are the brain dead. Show me one person who believes the criminal justice system is fair, on any level, and I will bet you my last dollar that person never had charges brought against them. Ken and Barbie are too busy making money and being good tax-paying citizens to comprehend the justice system is broken. I will bet you that even Ken and Barbie know the system is a mess, if they've ever been sued," he said, laughing loudly. "What an illusion the American people live in." Taking another snort of cocaine, he suddenly began shaking internally. "What is this? It feels like my organs are climbing out of my body, through my skin." Sobbing, his mind lurched, screaming in conviction again, "What about the intentional fucking murder of an innocent man by the justice system? Is that where democracy wastes, exhausts, and murders itself, Steve? What have you done?" Like a pinball bouncing off the flippers in a heavily sloped machine, his mind flooded with suicidal thoughts. Unable to stop the game, Steve instinctively knew, with each flip of the ball his mind was destined to slip between the bottom two flippers, into the hole. Game over. His volatile mind, swinging like a pendulum from one extreme to the next, calmed briefly as he remembered the money he had given to Molly. On impulse, his mind lurched again, bouncing off the pinball flipper. "There's no reason for Sharon to find out about this, I better shred it." "Idiot, what do you care? You're not leaving her a note. You know what Sharon will do if you grow some balls and pop yourself, she will go shopping for the best black Vera Wang dress she can find. The day after she drops your ass in the ground, she'll be at the next social event." Opening his wallet, he removed the folded bill, remembering how Molly had returned it, effectively rejecting his inebriated attempt at contact last night. 78. "She has to be the finest, sexually raw, attractive woman I have ever seen in my life. Writing your number on a C note, what the hell were you thinking? She is too classy for that kind of a dumb-ass approach." Always a lawyer, Steve stood to his feet, mocking his own hypocrisy and acting as if he were in court. Unfolding the bill, he waved it in the air as he leaned over his shredder, saying, "Exhibit number 1, Your Honor, once again I am shredding the evidence." Straightening the bill for the shredder, he noticed an X through his phone number with a note written below. Holding it under the small office light on his desk, he read, "For you, fund starts at 1K and up, with Molly's phone number written next to it." Holy shit, I would have paid $5,000 for a crack at her. As his mind bounced off of the flippers again, he thought, maybe one last piece of ass before I check out. Picking up the phone, he dialed Molly's number. 2 hours later, Steve pulled back into the garage at home. Entering his study from the garage hallway, he walked directly to his desk and poured another glass of bourbon, followed by back-to-back hits of cocaine. Opening the drawer, he laid the gun on the desk. Suddenly, he stood up, swallowed the bourbon in one giant gulp, and slammed the glass onto the desk with such violence, it popped out of his hand. With a crazed look in his eyes, he picked up the gun, spun the dial, stuck the barrel in his mouth, and pulled the trigger. Click. Slumping into his seat with his hands shaking, he picked up the phone and called Alan. "Alan, I did it. I finally grew some balls and pulled the goddamn trigger. Promise me that you will put the gun in the case and wait for me to get there, Steve." Without another word, Steve hung up the phone. Every human emotion raced through his mind: fear, sorrow, pity, shame, sadness, and then he began complimenting himself. "It's about time, Steve-o, you finally grew a pair of balls big enough to pull the fucking trigger. See what I told you, you are not a chicken shit, after all, you are the man." His dangerously unstable mind began to shout, "Finish the job, you idiot, now you know you can do it. Wake up, stupid. Nothing is going to change." Curiosity seized his mind as he wondered if he could do it again without killing himself. Spinning the dial, he stuck the gun in his mouth, as a pounding sound came from the front, rear, and garage doors all at once. Hearing shouts of, "Police, open the door," Steve slid the gun into the drawer thinking, "Oh, great, my courtroom criminal buddies in blue." The garage door leading into the study was suddenly kicked open. 79. "Are you all right, Mr. Whitman?" Officer Donnelly asked. "Of course I am, Thomas. What is this about?" "We received an anonymous call, saying you were being threatened in your home by someone with a gun." Shouts of "all clear" began to echo from other rooms as 3 more officers from the dark side entered the study. Smiling, Steve started off with, "Let me see," breaking and entering without probable cause, damage to a $600 door. Alan walked into the room asking, "What's going on, Steve?" "Seems someone is playing a little joke of some kind, Alan, and the officers just stripped me of my constitutional rights to privacy," he replied, laughing nervously as he held the edge of the desk with both hands to steady himself. "Sorry about the door, Steve, but we had probable cause." "We'll be on our way," said Officer Donnelly as they left. Looking at Alan with the hollow eyes of a soulless man, Steve fell to his knees, grabbing Alan as he began to weep uncontrollably. For over 10 minutes, he clung to Alan like a child to a blanket. Every time they met, Alan hoped for a breakthrough, but Steve refused to talk about what was truly bothering him. Giving him a towel, Alan walked to the garage. Pressing the opener, he closed the main garage door for privacy and walked to the kitchen to brew some coffee. Completely fetal at this point, Steve lay on the floor, sobbing quietly, similar to a baby left alone by its parents to cry itself out. With the initial emotional release slowly subsiding, Alan asked, "Are you ready to talk, Steve?" After a long silence, Alan then said, "Listen to me, if you do not want to talk this out, I'm left with no option but to file a report with the police reporting your attempted suicide. No, it's time, Alan. Thanks for everything you did today. As your lawyer, I must also remind you that you are under doctor/patient confidentiality rules. Our discussions must remain private. I still have enough juice in the justice system to destroy you completely," Steve answered. "Do not threaten me, Steve, I know the laws of confidentiality." Handing him coffee, Alan insisted, "Drink this." Getting up, he sat in the corner and began to speak without looking up. "You know, Alan, after graduating from law school, I had such pure dreams for making a real difference. My goal was to defend the accused poor people charged with a serious crime. That part of society never gets a good lawyer, and I was determined to be a qualified combatant on their behalf. My plan was simple: sue every rich bastard, For any reason, for the funds to help underprivileged people. 80. In our justice system, the government provides the accused with a cheap rookie public defender, who works way too close with the prosecutor's office. I was out to change the game of forcing the accused to cut a deal because of inept representation. If you charged my client, you had better realize that I would come to court as a highly skilled criminal and constitutional lawyer. I was going to make damn sure everyone in the justice system was doing their job correctly. I was not naive about my clients, Alan. As a realist, I expected that several of my clients actually committed a crime. To a good defense lawyer, that is never the issue. When I came to court, the evidence better be clean, with nothing planted, and no coercion or tampering with any witnesses. The records, as well as all documents, better not be altered, and certainly, no one had violated my client's due process rights under the Constitution. Now, that's a fight I loved, and the reason why I went to law school. I never entered a courtroom or took a case to defend the murderers, rapists, child molesters, or bank robbers. Like a junkyard dog, my purpose was to guard the justice system against illegal activities within the system. This actions protected the rights of every American to a fair trial, by a jury of their peers. My job was to keep them honest, and the power fragmented. It was a tough one, Alan. Defending the scum of the earth was one thing, but fighting a corrupt judicial system is another. Now that, my friend, is an unwinnable fight. In less than 3 years, I had total burnout. As a young lawyer, when I defended an accused thief, rapist, or murderer, I became the John Adams of our day, defending the British soldiers at the Boston Massacre. Pointing to the statue of blind justice on his desk, Steve continued. She was my standard. Most people do not understand the meaning behind her, even though she appears in every courthouse. She is supposed to be the personification of justice. The equally balanced scales in her hand represents truth and fairness for the accused. Before a trial began, I made sure the other side did not stack any unfair prejudices or lies against my client on those scales. If I protected those scales, Alan, I protected the judicial system for all Americans. I never looked at it like that, Steve. I thought you were just another bleeding heart liberal from a wealthy legal family, with a guilty conscience. Said Alan. Dismissing Alan's opinion, Steve continued. It gets better, Alan, because that blindfold tied over her eyes is how we determine what we place on the scales. You see, a blindfolded lady of justice is the only way we can certify the scales of truth and fairness are properly balanced before a trial. What does blind justice mean for people charged with a crime? 81. It means that I work to keep the blindfold on everyone in the legal system, during the entire judicial process. The blindfold makes sure that justice views everyone objectively, based only on the fair and truthful facts of the case. This way, anyone can stand in a courtroom without fear of prejudice. Favor cannot be given to a person just because they are powerful in the community. Nor can blind justice consider a person with low income as less favorable. Blind justice cannot consider the color of your skin or how much money you have. If justice is truly blind, it does not matter who a person is, or what they have done outside of the case against them. The only issues allowed in the courtroom, against my clients, were the facts and evidence of the case and nothing else. Shouting in an angry tone. If you are going to convict one of my clients, you better damn sure get every piece of evidence and fact accurate. They better measure up to blind justice. Calming, Steve took a deep breath and said, Alan, by my 3rd year, I was a total burnout and finally realized that I was the only blind idiot in court. Picking up the statue, Steve said, this blind justice symbol is just another one of America's many foolish symbolic illusions. He tossed the statue into the trash. Looking at Alan, Steve smiled, saying, blind justice, the scales to truth and fairness, they sounded real good the way I described her, hey, Alan? Yes, they did, Steve, you had me convinced of the importance of your position in the justice system. I was damn good in court. The day after my graduation, I never realized that I, or 1,000 people like me, stood a chance of changing the corrupt justice system that was already in place. Who are they kidding? Justice has never been blind or equal for the poor or any racial minority in the entire history of America. Anyone who says otherwise is an uneducated white racist. Standing erect, he boldly quoted, "We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness." Since the beginning of this country, a black slave, accused of murdering her white master because he raped her, never stood a chance of making her case in a courtroom. If she had made it, I assure you, a jury of white Thomas Jefferson slave owners would have hung her. Justice is not blind, Alan, she is a fucking prostitute. In this country, the one with the right skin color, or the most money, still wins her corrupt favor in court. 82. Stopping him, Alan said, "Steve, this is all very interesting, but you have to tell me what is wrong with you." "I am telling you, Alan. Are you listening to a word I've said? How can you help me, if you don't fully understand me?" "Point made," Alan replied. "If the justice system were really blind, Alan, then every American should have access to O.J. Simpson's dream team, or Michael Jackson's lawyers. Can you imagine a justice system without money involved?" "No, I cannot," Alan replied. "Thank you, we both know justice cannot be blind, because the scales of justice are controlled by stacks of money, not truth, or fairness. The American people aren't stupid, Alan, they realize money buys justice. But they are dumb enough to let the system continue. In my entire legal career, I have never met an honest cop, including my uncle, the sheriff who used to beat blacks during the riots. Every cop in my home today is a ruthless, crooked bastard from the dark side. In my young heart, I wanted to be Superman, the defender of the downcast, the man waving the torch of blind justice for all. Come to me, I can help you. If the prosecutor convicted you on my watch, it was because, beyond a reasonable doubt, you were guilty, the evidence was clean, and no one had violated your rights. When that happened, I never had a problem." After a long pause, Steve continued, "I should have known from day one how corrupt the system really was. My first case contained everything imaginable: planted evidence, police lying, a crooked judge, and a prosecutor out to make a political name for himself. The judge made so many rulings outside the scope of law, he privately told me in chambers that if I appealed, I might win. I lost my first case because the self-appointed system of right was out to lock up the man for any length of time. My client probably committed the crime, but without the fabricated bullshit from the cops, he would never have served time. Anyone who thinks that kind of justice system is okay, better hope they never walk into a criminal courtroom. Appeals can take years in some instances, and if the appeals bench is sympathetic with the ruling judge, overturning the lower court's ruling is unlikely. Over the years, I filed over 300 wrongfully convicted appeals because of a corrupt judicial system. After 3 hard-fought years, I became the laughing stock of the court, because I would not bend the rules of procedure. The prosecutors railroaded every person they wanted to put away. Even with my valiant efforts for blind justice, the prosecutor's office was methodically exhausting my funds and time. 83. I won the cases they had little interest in: first-time offenders, petty cases of theft, forgery, and some small drug cases. Every time they wanted to railroad someone, I was overruled on every objection. Filing appeals took valuable time and buried me with massive amounts of paperwork. I truly felt like a one-armed man who had taken a knife to a gunfight. For me, everything changed the day an investigator from State Attorney General William Barclay's office walked past my secretary into my office, unannounced. Interrupting a session with my client, he said, I have several critical issues to discuss with you in private. My first response, as I ushered him out, was, "Who the fuck do you think you are, pal? Get in line like everyone else." Waving a large envelope in front of me, he asked, "Are you sure?" Curious about the contents, I thought, this guy is way above the county prosecutor's authority, so maybe the attorney general sent this guy for a good reason. What could it be? I invited the arrogant bastard back into my office, and the first words out of his mouth were, "You must be busier than a one-arm paper hanger, with the number of appeals you have filed. Are you finally ready to talk, Steve?" "What do you want?" I asked him. He explained to me how things could go much better, and that I could win more cases if I would only recognize, some people are just career criminals. These particular individuals need to be put away for any length of time. I think even you recognize the need, Steve. This is how the system works nowadays, Steve, not with your Superman mentality. Why don't you take your cape off, and let's work together putting away the bad guys? You can have the non-career criminals without the fights or the expenses, and end your exhausting costly appeals. Looking at him, I said nothing. He knew the appeals were costing a small fortune in money and time. Again, I asked him, "What is it you want?" His reply was, "We want Marion Barker." Marion was real scum. I had defended him no less than 7 times over the previous 5 years. 3 of those cases were about Marion forcing women to suck his dick in a public park. 2 women eventually refused to testify. The third had such a sleazy reputation that the jury bought the claim she had consensual sex. Even with the bogus police evidence, false reports, and a corrupt judge overruling my objections, I beat them, and they did not like it. Like a trained rat, I began to understand how to outfox their courtroom poison. I figured out they were intentionally baiting me to object. They were using me against myself. In my valor to keep them honest, I would object to their antics, and the judge would overrule, making me look stupid to the jury. Often, the judge would correct me with personal comments when I was overruled. 84. By doing this, they took the focus off the facts, causing the jury to focus more on me being an inept idiot than the facts about the case. Once I woke up and stopped allowing them to make me a distraction, I think they realized I was becoming a serious opponent. Frankly, Marion was too smart for them. Remarkably, he left little evidence. Evidently, he worked alone, and most importantly, he never talked about what he did with anyone. This time it was the same bunch of crap. Marion had supposedly forced a 12-year-old girl suck his cock in a public park. Marion's DNA matched the semen, but my investigator had established a strong alibi that would have been hard to dispute. Even with a crooked judge, false evidence, and the little girl's testimony, Marion's alibi was one any jury would not be able to easily dismiss. The prosecutor's investigator told me point blank, "Lose the alibi, Steve. You know this guy committed the other crimes, and it appears he is getting worse. For God's sake, Steve, he is after 12-year-old little girls. Do you believe, for 1 second, a 12-year-old would make this stuff up?" I had interviewed the little girl, and she was extremely convincing as a witness, and quite honestly, my biggest concern if we were going to trial. A jury does not like to see a child heavily questioned and crying on the witness stand. When I spoke to Marion, he kept swearing he did not do it, not a little girl. He had no history with children. I suspected they fabricated the DNA from a condom he used with his ex-girlfriend. She was a real doper, and I think the cops pressured her to deliver a used condom. She was on my witness list, and I think they were concerned she might give up the whole cover-up under my questioning. I remember my own words after he asked me to lose the alibi. I told him I can't do that. He looked at me smiling and said, "I understand, Superman, and I also understand congratulations are in order. Isn't your Lois Lane expecting soon?" He got up, tossed the envelope on my desk, and began walking out of my office. Opening the envelope, I saw a picture of the babysitter and me, in my car. You cheap fuck, do you think this matters? She's legal. Yes, we know, Steve. Does your wife know her age, as well? Have you considered your public image if this were to end up as news headlines? Local attorney caught having sex in his car with a barely legal teen. You know, my friends in blue may have a few other documents and photos you might like to see, as well. It all depends on how you want the story to unfold on the news. He looked at me, cold as ice, and said, "See you in court, counselor. You will learn to work with me, or I assure you, I will destroy you, and make you a public spectacle." 85. Marion got 25 years to life. They offered him 15 years in a deal, but Marion swore his innocence and turned the deal down. The alibi became a wash because of the way I presented it, allowing prosecutors to easily poke holes in it. I believe he was innocent, Alan. The little girl picked out the wrong man. Sighing deeply, Steve said, "That was my first time. I sold Marion for my own hide. I became a part of the American self-righteous corrupt system of justice. There have been over 1,000 deals since then. I went to the prosecutor's office when they were ready to execute Raymond Martin last year, explaining that I could not let it happen. The prosecutor knew I had enough information to get a new trial, and maybe exonerate him. You know what they did, Alan? They never got out of their chairs. They sat laughing at me as if I were a stand-up comedian. Why, Steve, we are surprised at you. Somehow we don't think society Sharon would agree that an orange prison jumpsuit matches with your chicken shit yellow skin. Now, get out of this office before we have a breaking news conference showing how you falsified documents against your own cases. Go home to your family, Steve." Getting up from the corner, he took the bottle of bourbon from the desk and drank from it like a drunken cowboy in a bar. Reaching into the drawer, he took out a shiny cylinder, unscrewed the tip, and stuck it up his nose as he took a hit of cocaine. "This is how I survive, Alan, booze and drugs. They executed Raymond Martin, as you know, and I have 3 others on death row. Billy Williams is an evil, immoral man, but he is completely innocent of the crime they charged him with. How can I look the other way and let another innocent man die?" Shaking and crying again, he continued. "I started out so full of pure hopes and dreams. These corrupt bastards sucked the life out of me. I not only became a part of the same system I despised in the 60s, but I actually helped them infect the nation with their poison. I feel as if my life is a total waste, and has been so destructive to others. Steve, I want you to listen to me. First, tell me, how many guns do you have?" asked Alan. "Only the one." "Give it to me, and I am going to give you this. It will make you sleep for a few hours, very peacefully. I will meet with you tomorrow morning, and we will talk at length about a few solutions for you to consider. Will you show up tomorrow?" "Yes, I will, Alan," Steve said, handing him the gun case. They embraced one another as friends. Still weeping, Steve said, "Thanks, Alan." "You bet. Now get in bed, the pill works pretty quickly." 86. "Steve, wake up dear, or we will be late. What are you doing in bed? It's so unlike you. How was your day?" "Mine was fabulous. We had a gathering at the museum and then." Sitting on the side of the bed, as Sharon kept speaking, Steve realized he would not stop the execution. "Tomorrow is a new day. I am walking away from my wasted life as a crooked self-preserving lawyer." Sharon continued talking about her day, as always. Observing her but not hearing her, Steve thought, you know, maybe the stits of a social butterfly is one up on everyone else. To her, the world is all hearts and flowers out your ass. Stepping from the shower, and seeing him watching her, she immediately said, "There will be none of that tonight, Steve-o, I have a very busy day tomorrow." Smiling, he replied, "So do I, sweetie. Looking at her body, he thought. Wow. That was the best blowjob of my life today. My energies are going in another direction, after I close the office. I will find out where we the people lost power and add Molly to my speed dial. God, I hate these dinners. 87. 8. How many pints of blood in one barrel of oil? Walking from behind her desk, Scott's receptionist Paula stepped out to greet Sam, saying, "Professor Walker, how nice to meet you." "Likewise, I'm sure, Paula." Flirting with her, Sam said, "You make that dress look terrific," as he shook her hand and sniffed the air. "Wait a minute." Taking another sniff, he pulled her closer. "If I am correct, the dress is Dior, and the perfume, Notorious." "Professor, the rumors I heard about you, why, they are not rumors at all, are they?" Paula said, smiling. "That depends on which rumor you've heard," Sam replied, looking her in the eyes. Stepping back behind her desk, Paula quickly placed a call on hold, asking Sam, "Is there any way at all that I can assist you today, Professor?" "I am afraid if you did, the caller would be on hold all day, and the congressman would be in need of a new receptionist," Sam replied, smiling. "I realize unannounced drop-ins are not the norm for the congressman, so perhaps I can make an appointment with you. I met the congressman personally for the first time last week in my bar, and hope to discuss a few matters before he returns to Washington. Would it be possible to set an appointment to speak with the congressman before he returns?" "Professor, you knew your charm and flattery would serve you well when you walked in the door. Honestly, the campus rumors alone did it for me when you walked in the door," she said with a smile. "Please have a seat, let me check with Scott." Excusing herself, she went through the doorway and into the hallway. "Professor Walker, how are you? What a great honor it is to have you stop by," Scott said, extending his hand as Sam entered his office. "We had a great time at your bar the other night. Please feel free to stop by most any time when I am in town. Paula, hold my calls and please bring us some snacks and beverages when you have the time. Thanks for seeing me on a drive-by basis, Congressman. I know time must be your biggest commodity. Please call me Scott, Professor." "I will, if you call me Sam, Congressman. Tell me what I can do for you today." "First, let me say I hope my humor concerning your voting record was not offensive." 88. Not at all, Sam. If you haven't noticed, in my profession, we cannot please everyone. I learned a long time ago how to turn off the response button to negative comments concerning my voting record." Smiling at Scott, Sam said, "Let me rephrase my statement. I find your voting record horrendous and no joking matter." Scott stared across his desk with a puzzled expression as Sam smiled, saying, "Just testing the response button, Congressman." "Good, very good, Sam," Scott said. Laughing loudly, Sam commented, "From this side of the desk, your button also seems to be wired to that puzzled, dumbass look on your face." In a monotone voice, without smiling, Scott said, "Tell me, Sam, what can I do for you today?" "Scott, from what I understand, your group was very active in the 60s in various protest movements, as well as helping to bring the Vietnam War to an end. Were you personally against the Vietnam War?" "Sam, as a group of young boys we were very active. However, I hope you can appreciate that I cannot discuss any of our activities. In my position as a United States Congressman, I am certain you understand that for me to engage in such a discussion with anyone would not be the wisest thing to do. The reason I asked the question, Scott, it was my understanding that you were instrumental in introducing a radical challenge to the group last week. Please, correct me if I am wrong, but I understood you encouraged everyone to stop complaining about the government and actually do something. Were you instrumental in sending the group on a history search to discover where we the people lost power, or was that another member?" "No, it was me, Sam," and as you had warned me I was under the influence of way too many Chimay Blue labels. That is one strong beer. Sam, I think it will be an interesting search to occupy their time. However, I personally do not follow the same premise the group holds. I believe the people of this country may have lost some powers, but feel they still own control of the government. This whole we the people losing power thing seems a bit overblown by my friends, don't you think? Actually, I do not, Scott. I think the government does what it wants to do without consulting the people. For argument's sake, let's say everyone is correct and I am wrong. I would recommend that you take some time, get to know the men at the table, and take a long, hard look at their lives. What do you mean? 89. Leaning over his desk, Scott said, "Tell me, Sam, do you really believe a protesting preacher without morals, a broke builder, a burned-out lawyer, and a war hero with an imaginary friend are really capable of developing any sort of plan of action against the United States government?" Laughing loudly, he continued, "Get serious, Sam, their own lives are extremely dysfunctional, and you think they can actually find out what's wrong with the United States government? Wake up, Sam. You want a plan of action, here's one, help them straighten out their own lives first. My friends can't even fix themselves, much less fix anything in the government. They bitch at me about Washington politics every time we meet. All of them are clueless about how Washington really operates." After a long pause, Sam leaned forward over the desk and said, "I think you may have a valid point about your friends, Scott. The only problem I find with your analysis is that you left out a crooked politician with a poor voting record, who has a low opinion of his lifelong friends. Ouch, you shoot hard and fast. Listen. Even if you include your low opinion of me in the scenario, we are all on the sunset side of life. None of us has enough fight left to undergo such a daunting, impossible challenge." Laughing at Sam, Scott continued, "I am amazed at you, Sam. You are such a gifted, smart man, and you came to see me on a rabbit hunt to find out if my dysfunctional, alcoholic friends are serious. Stop and think how really ridiculous the concept is of developing a plan of action against the United States government, Sam. In today's world, I cannot conceive of anyone trying a collective action against the government. They will squash them like bugs. Give it up, we are no longer in the 60s, we all had our day in the sun. I assure you, at the end of the day, the only thing my friends will do is sit, talk, drink, and complain about what they think should be done. Develop a plan of action, my ass. Sam, I am thinking about dropping out of the whole group meeting thing because frankly, I am tired of the endless bitching about the government every time we meet. I have no doubt you know your friends better than I would, Scott, which is why I came to meet you. When I heard about your brilliant lead in the group, I thought perhaps there might be some hidden fire in your belly. I assumed that if you were a protester of the Vietnam War you might be an active radical of the 60s hiding in Washington, waiting to come out of the closet with real purpose. I now understand my assumptions concerning you were wrong. You are exactly as I perceived you to be when I met you. You are as repulsive as your voting record. I had hoped Molly was wrong when she told me your dice-teamed friends joked that you only drove the car and sucked up to the cameras. 90. I noticed you dodged my question on your stance during the Vietnam War protests in the 60s, Scott. Your voting record is clear on both the Afghanistan and Iraq wars. Scott showed little emotion and no intimidation from Sam's comments. Sam, I voted for both wars and would vote for them again. They are in the best interest of the country and a matter of national security for this nation. I attended the classified meetings and reviewed the documents. I feel they provided solid reasoning for the invasions. You cannot be serious, Scott, you know the intelligence was bad. Are you saying you would vote to invade Iraq again? Yes, Sam. I found it was in the best interest of this nation and still is in the best interest of the nation that we attack terrorism everywhere. My God, you sound like a political advertisement. Have you ever stopped to listen to yourself, Scott? For the first time in the history of this nation, we attacked another nation without provocation. You voted to do that and admit you would do it again. Have you lost all perspective, Scott? If I took a rifle and shot my neighbor's family because a man down the street told me they were going to attack my home, I would never get out of jail. There will never be a single benefit derived from either of those wars. To this day, not a soldier, politician, or the United States government is able to produce one benefit from the Vietnam War. Can you give me one, Scott? Pausing briefly, Sam continued, I didn't think so, and you will never be able to offer one benefit from Afghanistan or Iraq. This country is no more secure because of those wars, and you know it. Mark my words, Congressman, the dead or wounded soldiers in those illegitimate causes or their families will never receive a damn thing. Those tribal Arabs will never accept democracy as a form of government. The minute that last soldier leaves, the next Saddam Hussein will take over again. You and men like you in Washington are responsible for another tragedy of wasted American lives and destroyed families. Scott sat silently listening to Sam's comments, as his eyes glared across the desk with intense disapproval. Watching Scott's expression, Sam forcefully said, Before I leave, let me impregnate your mind with an image of your shame and guilt. I hope this one keeps you up at night. 1 barrel of oil contains 42 gallons. The adult human body contains 10 pints of blood. If we total all the deaths, to this present day, of everyone killed in your asshole war for the security of this nation, you have filled over 36,000 barrels with human blood. If you factor in the maimed amputees that you hide from, Scott, you know the ones that you have never visited in the hospital. 91. The ones with missing legs, arms, eyes, and their families ripped apart by your national security wars. Congratulations, Scott, you have filled another 128,000 barrels with blood. Do not make me calculate the blood loss of their families. You are the butcher responsible for maiming their sons and daughters. In all of your national security bullshit, Congressman, the American people will not receive 1 barrel of oil in exchange for the blood and maimed bodies of our young men and women. If any idiot in Washington had more sense than George Bush, they would have put 5,000 commandos on the ground, with Arabic-speaking wives. Imagine commandos, dressed as Muslims, infiltrating terrorist cells in Afghanistan, Iraq, and Pakistan, becoming a terror to the terrorists themselves. That would have been too simple, smart, and cheap, wouldn't it? Cutting Sam off, Scott said, Professor Walker, I am sorry, but I just remembered, I have an appointment in 10 minutes, Scott said as he pressed the speaker. Paula, would you be so kind as to show the professor out? Perhaps we can continue your views on war at another time, Professor. I see it's time to sweep the barrels of human blood under the rug and hide them from your conscience. You were wrong about disconnecting your button, Congressman. The button in our mind connects to the conscience, and yours has never been connected, Congressman. I hope my words rob you of sleep. Ouch again, Sam. Let's see, that's 2 ouches for you, and none for me. So how about 1 little ouch for the professor, before you go? I understand you videotaped Senator Wilkins's daughter, Christina, while you fucked her. Professor, I am sure you must realize that filming her having sex with you without her permission would be against the law. We also understand you used the tape to fuck the university. Technically, we call blackmailing the university into buying your new little bar a crime, as well. Again, Professor, we wouldn't recommend blackmail as a new profession. Who in the hell is we? Sam shouted. Smiling like the cat that ate the canary, Scott calmly taunted, just 1 more small item, Sam. We wondered how you would explain in a court of law the full retention of your full salary as part of your retirement. Sam sat silently, staring across the desk as Scott continued. You know what I think, Professor? I think you need to take a long, hard look in the mirror before you speak to me concerning my voting record. Pausing, Scott said, "What's the matter, Sam, cat got your tongue?" Standing to his feet, Sam wished he had his slapping stick with him for the side of Scott's head. 92. Not at all, Congressman, all I did was dip my dick in the right spot and won a crucial game of chess played out every day on the chessboard of life. While you, Congressman, stand in front of me as a murderer. Look at your hands, covered with the blood and tragedy of innocent lives. You exchanged 164,000 barrels of human blood for nothing. You justify your murders as if you have a political right to murder under the false premise of national security. I find it amazing that you can stand upright without a spine. Obviously, you have never stood for anything because you fell for everything Bush and Cheney could dream up. From where I stand, you have one attribute. As a war criminal, you perfected the art of murder by fumbling the ball politically. By the way, say hello to your wife. Oh, I forgot, you don't stay at home when you are in town, do you? Is she still the hottest attraction at the country club? If anyone needs a long hard look in the mirror, it is you. The next time you shave, ask yourself why you ran for office. What's the matter, cat got your tongue? Sam smiled as he turned and walked out. Scott started to respond, but Sam kept walking. Paula, hearing the conversation's volatility, had waited in the hall. As Sam came through the door he quipped, "The man gives me the political creeps, his mindset is the exact reason that I took a bullet on campus." To Sam's surprise, Paula said, "I agree with you, Professor. He has been on the phone all morning talking with John Boehner, another Washington power loon, on how to outplay Obama on the budget." "Where does it end, Paula?" "Call me sometime, and we can talk about it over dinner," she said, smiling. "I will do that, Paula, I like your style and smell," Sam said, sniffing the air. On his way to Woodstock 69, Sam phoned Molly for the number of her private investigator. Scott sat at his desk fuming over Sam's remarks, the barrels of blood, his wife Samantha, and Sam's question, "Why did you run for office?" 93. 9. Whenever any form of government becomes destructive, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government. Thomas Jefferson. Rising from the table, Scott began to weep again, as he looked across at Rita. "I don't understand how you had such insight. I am 21 years old today, and somehow you revealed me, to me. How could you possibly have known so much about me?" Scott, in time, if we seek to discover more, I am sure we can gain even greater understandings and insights. "I hope you will consider seeing me on a regular basis," Rita replied. "I have a very busy schedule, at Harvard Law for the next few years, Rita, but I am quite sure I will need to meet with you, from time to time, as the pressure to succeed builds." Wiping his eyes, Scott entered a waiting taxi, wearing only a prisoner's jumpsuit with a large number 21 written in black magic marker on the back. After graduating Harvard Law, the silver-spooned, can-do Scott Riley set his sights on the world of politics. Returning home, he quickly joined the same voter registration groups he was involved with in the 60s. After a few months, he became dismayed because most people were not interested in registering, much less voting. Early one morning, a week before Christmas, his father woke him, saying, "Let's take a ride, I have someone I would like you to meet." Sitting in the office, waiting for Senator Wilkins, Scott quietly contemplated a previous time in life when he took a ride to meet someone with his father, the high school football coach. Afterwards, he had become the school quarterback. Home for the holidays, Senator Wilkins entered his office through a side door. After cordial greetings, he quickly read through several papers that Scott's dad had placed on his desk and acted impressed with Scott's credentials. It just so happened that the senator had an opening in his state office, which Scott, that is of course, if you are available, Scott, could fill immediately. His responsibilities would include work on various in-state programs for the senator. Organizing new voters and people to work for the senator's re-election campaigns would be Scott's responsibility. Scott would also accompany the senator to state functions. 94. Leaving the meeting, Scott knew it was a pre-arranged marriage and the collection of eas for the years of support his father had placed behind the senator's re-elections. It also reminded Scott, for the umpteenth time, that on his own abilities Scott, can do, would never have gotten past the senator's receptionist. "I hate answering machines," thought Scott as he listened to her recorded voice. "Hello, Rita, Scott here, I need to see you as soon as you can catch a flight. Please call me back and let me know how quickly you can fly out for a day." After working 3 years for the senator, Scott Can-Do Riley, at 29 years old, was well on his way to the political career he so craved. His ego grew into a personal demon that feasted on attention and public praise. Scott worked social gatherings as a master politician. Smiling, he looked people in the eyes and shook hands with sincerity. On cue, he nodded or smiled, pretending to be personally interested in their comments or concerns. Each morning Scott performed a daily ritual in front of the closet mirrors after he was dressed. Every hand gesture, head movement, eye expression, and smile practiced with only one purpose in mind, to bolster his political image. Observing those who liked his mimicked expressions, Scott kept score mentally of the votes for his planned run for Congress. Scott considered his marriage to Samantha Tollison his best and most brilliant political decision. Her father, Frank, was the state chairman for the Republican Party. After landing the job with the senator, Scott eventually met Frank Tollison at a state meeting of the Republican Party. Frank was so impressed with Scott he invited Scott to dinner. Arriving for dinner, Scott realized that he and Samantha had met once before. During a party after the high school divisional playoffs, Samantha jokingly teased Scott about the fumbles that cost them the game, much to his dislike. Afterwards, she called him a couple of times, but his wounded ego never allowed him to return her calls. Samantha and Scott reconnected at the dinner and began to date. "Son, she would make a great asset to your political career," his father told him. From that vantage point, Scott considered her a smart career move. She was politically connected, socially refined, educated, had vast sums of money, and was pleasing to the eye. To Scott, she had the look and feel of a politician's wife. Within 6 months, he proposed, 3 months later they married, and right away, she became pregnant. After all, a respectable politician needed to be a man of family values. "Hello, Rita, how are you? It's good to hear your voice." 95. "I'm fine, Scott. I heard you are married and have a new baby on the way." "Congratulations," Rita said. "I would like to set up regular meetings with you, at least twice a month, if possible, Rita." "Let me look at my schedule, Scott. How does the first and third Tuesday of every month sound?" "Perfect for me, Rita." "Thanks." "Wonderful, would you like to start this coming Tuesday?" "Most definitely." "Okay, you're scheduled. Please offer your lovely wife my congratulations on her pregnancy," Rita said, before hanging up the phone. "I am not part of Washington. I am a part of you. I grew up here, and I will continue to live here as a member of this community with my family. I will serve your interests only, and not Washington's. I am not a politician from Washington, I am Scott Riley, your servant, friend, and neighbor. As an outsider, I will not be a member of the Washington crowd of professional politicians. Together, we can turn this country around. I say, it's time we to return to old-fashioned family values and make America great once again. Vote for me tomorrow and let Washington hear your voice. We are not going to take it anymore. Together we can stand up to Washington politics. Vote for me, Scott Riley, as your congressional representative. I promise you, I will not become a Washington politician. God bless you and God bless America." The crowd chanted, "Can do, can do, can do," waving placards with his smiling picture and "Scott Can Do" Riley printed below his smiling face. The posters were nearly the same style as his high school class president posters. Scott was determined to erase that one defeat. As he finished his last campaign speech, Samantha, with their two small children, appeared on stage, kissing him briefly and decently, only on the cheek. Together they joined hands, raising them in the air as they smiled and waved with their free hands. Each picking up a child, they kissed them on the cheek and lovingly looked at each other. Samantha performed wonderfully, exactly the way Scott had instructed her. Approaching his third year in Washington, Scott Can Do had become a personal joke in restaurants, bars, and barbershops of his hometown. Can Do turned into a joke, often referred to as Nothing Doing Riley. For over 2 years, Scott failed to accomplish anything that would have even remotely benefited his constituency. As a freshman congressman, he earnestly tried to remain independent and voted on issues or legislation that were in the best interest of the country, and not along party lines. 96. During a conference call with his state office, the reality hit Scott between the eyes that he could very well become a one-term candidate. Mark, his state aide, warned him, "You really need to accomplish something quickly, Scott. Without something substantial, it will be pointless for you to attempt to run for re-election. I am sorry to say, it looks like you may well be a one-term politician." Another serious rumor that should concern you is the party is thinking of running another candidate. My God, Scott, if that is true, then it would mean your own father-in-law is going to dump you. Has he mentioned anything to you? Hanging up the phone, the words "one-term politician" pressed like an anvil on his chest and produced massive amounts of fear in Scott's heart. His massive ego attempted to digest what life would possibly be like after becoming a one-hit wonder. He knew this could be a career-ending stigma that few politicians ever shake. What will I do with my life? Even my hypocritical marriage was politically motivated. Hours later, Scott sat in his Washington office, looking at his football memorabilia. Why did I ever allow Samantha to put this shit on the walls? I hate it. Thinking back on his high school football games, he recognized the nervous political feelings he was experiencing were identical to the feelings he experienced every time he stepped onto the field. I hated the game, he thought. My eternal secret, I was afraid of taking the hard hit. Like a fucking girl, I put my chicken shit hands up, fumbling the ball to protect myself. Was the notoriety in high school worth living in that much fear? Staring at a game ball signed by the entire team, he laughed. That was the game I actually pissed my pants when I took a hard shot from behind. The only reason I didn't drop the ball was because I hung onto it like a teddy bear for protection. Thank God we were playing on a wet field. No one ever knew I was the chicken shit lion, from the Wizard of Oz, desperately in need of courage. Now look at me. Here I sit, in my ivory tower as a congressman, trapped by the same haunting fear of taking a hard hit. As he rose from the chair, he thought, I am sick of looking at this shit. He walked around his office, removing football trophies and pictures. I have carried this stupid football facade around long enough. What happens if I become a one-term politician? Speaking aloud, you cannot let that happen, Scott. Don't stand here and piss in your pants in the middle of the game. For once in your life, take the hit head on and do not drop the ball. Think. Arriving at his apartment after a quick bite to eat at Miwa, his favorite Chinese restaurant, he walked into the bedroom and lay on the bed, waiting for Samantha's nightly call. Lying there, Scott wondered if the rumor was true. 97. How in the hell could Frank support another candidate over his own daughter's husband? Is he actually that much of a party man? While contemplating how he could change his predicament, the phone rang. As soon as they began to speak, Samantha said, "Hold on, dear, Daddy wants to speak with you." "Congressman, how are you?" "Fine, sir. And yourself?" I couldn't be better, or busier, Scott, with the elections about a year away. You know me, I'm always working hard for our party, replied Frank. I spoke with Senator Wilkins today, along with 5 other senators and congressmen. They all expressed a desire to meet with you the day after tomorrow, Scott. Collectively, they have some exciting new ideas on how the party can best work together between now and the elections. Are you interested in meeting with them for discussions? I most certainly am. Just tell me when and where, and I will be there. Scott replied. Have you heard of the Cigar Club in Washington? Stunned, Scott replied, Yes, sir, I have. What politician hasn't heard of the Cigar Club? Great, I took the liberty of adding your name to the guest list. They will be expecting you at 7 p.m. on Thursday. Here's Samantha, again. I will see you when you come home for the holidays. Filled with excitement, Scott spoke with Samantha briefly, explaining he had a busy day and needed sleep. As he hung up the phone, he immediately called Rita, explaining he had a crucial meeting in 2 days. After checking her schedule, she said, The only time I can fit you in, Scott, is either late tomorrow night around 8 o'clock, or around 11 a.m. the day of the meeting. Tomorrow night at 8, thanks, Rita. Wide awake and full of excitement about the upcoming meeting at the Cigar Club, Scott was not about to go to sleep anytime soon. Pouring a celebratory drink, he thought, Are you kidding me? The Cigar Club. The Cigar Club owned the biggest unverifiable rumor in Washington. Before anything made it to the House or Senate floors, it first passed muster on the floor of the Cigar Club. Every backdoor political deal, all pork barrel projects, committees, chairs, and legislation first went through the club. Both political parties had a presence in the club. It took a majority vote by members of your party to become a member, and freshman congressmen were not eligible. Scott had never received an invitation to the club, not even a visitor's pass. 98. His political aspirations were to make it past his freshman term, then receive an invite. That invite would finally give him the opportunity to discover the true inner workings of Washington politics. Arriving 15 minutes early, Scott hoped to impress everyone with his promptness. To his surprise, everyone sat waiting for him. Hello, Scott. Senator Wilkins said, greeting him, We have been expecting you. Let me introduce you to everyone, Senator Harkins, Congressman Byrd, Sykes, and Worthington, and of course, the honorable chairman of the club, Senator Schofield. Scott put on his best game face, looking members directly in the eye as he shook their hands, smiling warmly. Ordering drinks, they sat and chatted about current events. Scott remained quiet for the most part, knowing they would get to him eventually. They sat in a private but open U-shaped alcove. The large room had no less than a dozen such settings for private conversations between members or groups from both parties. The room, furnished like a typical oak library, had huge leather chairs, spaced evenly around a large oval coffee table. Upon arrival of their second round of drinks, Senator Schofield heartily swallowed the double shot in one gulp. Placing the glass on the table, he leaned back in his chair and pointed his finger at Scott, asking, Scott, are you ready? Ready for what, Senator? Turning his gaze to Senator Wilkins, he said. I was under the impression you spoke with him already. No, I have not spoken with him yet. My day was very busy. Besides, we are all here on short notice from his father-in-law, Frank Tollison, Senator Wilkins responded. Perhaps I should be the one to speak since he started out as one of my aides. Very well, but make it pointed. I have to leave in 15 minutes for a meeting over there. About him, the chairman responded. Scott sat quietly. He knew the power structure in Washington meant, you do not speak out of turn. His mind wondered why his father-in-law called the meeting on such short notice and the meaning behind over there, about him. Every eye locked on Scott as Senator Wilkins began to speak. Scott, like all freshmen, you came to Washington and clearly demonstrated your political independence by the way you voted. While that may be admirable in some instances, that is not how Washington works. Washington operates on political favors, and you, Scott, are in serious need of some huge favors in a big hurry. 99. Politically, your career is a train wreck about to happen, all because of me. I intentionally hung you out to dry because I think you could have an excellent political future, if you will listen and act wisely. Many new freshmen do not have your people skills or campaign abilities, therefore, they never make it to a meeting like this. In the entire 32 years of my service, you are only the third freshman who has experienced the privilege of sitting where you are. I have seen many one-term politicians come and go in Washington, and no one ever remembers them. You, Scott, are about to become one of them. The only reason you are sitting here is because your father-in-law and myself orchestrated your political career up to this exact moment. Your career will advance tonight, or you will join the lists of the forgotten one-hit wonders. This will be our only warning, Scott. Even your father-in-law Frank is ready to back another man for your seat. I'm sure your state aide Mark informed you how dismal your career appears and how pathetic your polling numbers are. Mark also told me the people in your district refer to you as nothing doing Riley. His comments caused everyone to laugh. Even if I must say so myself, I have done a wonderful job getting you to this point in your limited career. Everyone at the table cheered yeah and here, as if casting a vote for the senator's crafty handiwork in shaping Scott's career. Leaning across the oval table, Senator Wilkins sternly lectured Scott. Now, you listen to me. You cannot act alone or vote separate from your party. If you do, you will lose the support of your party. While this room appears to be full of peaceful Republicans and Democrats, in reality, there's a violent war taking place. The silent war in this room is equivalent to the North fighting the South, and you, Scott, better fucking learn how to vote on your side, or we will cast you out as a traitor. At the use of the word traitor, Chairman Schofield and the other men shouted loudly, here, as Scott sat shocked at his words, too afraid to speak. As I said, Frank Tollison is ready to kick your ass to the curb. The party will back another candidate unless you get your act together and do exactly as I tell you. The men sitting at this table have the ability to send some projects to your district, projects we know will keep your political career alive. You will stop the foolish independent bullshit today, you will vote exactly how we tell you to vote or we will send you home, Scott. Am I making myself clear? Yes, Senator. Very clear indeed. 100. Great, then after your re-election, Congressman, we will invite you to become a member of the club. Interrupting Senator Wilkins, Chairman Schofield said, Scott, I have to walk over to that table with your vote, so I will only ask you one more time. Scott, are you ready? Do you understand the gravity of your answer, and do I have your vote? Scott realized he was committing to vote blindly on an unknown issue and obey the party line. His conscience screamed at him, do not fumble the ball, Scott. Leaning over the table, Scott looked the chairman directly in the eyes. He said, yes, sir, you do, and I would like to extend my personal thanks to each of you for honoring me with your invitation. I also express my deepest gratitude for your patience and kindness by extending not only the opportunity, but the privilege, to work together with each of you as we form mutually beneficial relationships for many years to come. Once again, Scott, the silver-tongued sissy, fumbled the ball, ignoring his screaming conscience. As he uttered his political sugar, they all shouted here, shaking hands with one another, as if they had won a campaign victory. Rising to leave, Chairman Schofield looked at Scott, and said, son, with that silver tongue, I had better keep my eyes open around you, or you will steal my seat as chairman. Smiling, as they shook hands, Scott thought to himself. In time, Senator, in time. I will run the cigar club one day, and my first order of business will be to kick your ass out, along with Senator Wilkins. We interrupt this program for a Channel 9 breaking news report. Congressman Scott Riley has acquired over $6 billion, that is B4 billion, folks, for Harrison County road projects that will include the critically needed expansion Harrison County Bridge. We have Congressman Riley standing by for a live interview with Channel 9's own Stephanie Anderson. Congressman, first let me say thanks from all the folks in Harrison County. I travel that bridge every morning, and what a traffic nightmare. Please share with everyone how you accomplished this monumental task. Thanks, Stephanie. It took a lot of hard work and many long nights, but I finally moved Washington for the folks in Harrison County. I promised the people I would work hard for them and not become a Washington politician. I would like to say thank you to the people in Harrison County for being patient and trusting me. Smiling into the camera, Scott continued, you know, Stephanie, I heard rumors I was being referred to as nothing doing Riley. So, I rolled up my sleeves, gritted my teeth, and became even more determined to work harder for the fine people of Harrison County. 101. When I come home, I can't wait to share a beer at a local bar with the doubters. Let me assure everyone in Harrison County, additional projects are in the making, proving more than ever, that I can do what I promised. I am looking forward to cutting the ribbon over the bridge expansion with the fine people of Harrison County. As promised, the party had delivered another party line player. After nearly 30 years in Washington, the political elite referred to Scott as the deal maker. Scott became the youngest chairman of the Cigar Club, after Chairman Schofield placed his backing behind Scott and then suddenly resigned and retired from politics. Rumor had it that Scott, just like the Godfather, made the senator an offer he could not refuse. The toughest problems between parties and every special pork barrel deal went through Scott at the club, or it never passed on the House floor. The only two commodities worth having in Washington are power and influence. Scott became the embodiment of both. A few days before Christmas break, Scott was surprised at himself because he was actually looking forward to the prospect of going home for the holidays. He sat reflecting about his wife and children, and realized his family was nothing more than a political front. Samantha had asked for a private separation, not long after Scott's first re-election. Sexually, they were never compatible. Samantha, an elegant-looking woman, remained only a political step in the right direction for Scott. Together, they peacefully had negotiated a private, mutual agreement, enabling Scott to politically keep up the front of a happy marriage. Samantha knew her father would have disinherited her from his massive fortunes if she ever filed for divorce. After his death, she inherited of over $850 million from his beer distribution company. With Scott gone most of the year, she chose to remain married on paper, rather than place her wealth in jeopardy by filing for divorce. At this point in Scott's career, it did not matter to him if she divorced or stayed married. They remained on friendly terms with one another and would occasionally get together for the holidays with the children and grandchildren. Their oldest son Robert had been quite a challenge growing up. Scott felt partially responsible because he had been absent most of Robert's childhood. In their last conversation, Samantha informed him Robert was doing wonderful, attributing the improvement to his new wife. She seems to be the perfect medicine. When he arrived at home, Samantha met him at the door, welcoming him with her usual kiss on the cheek and a hug. 102. Being cordial, she inquired about his flight and asked how long he intended to stay as she led him to her bedroom. I think it best, since Robert and his new wife are staying over, that you should sleep in here. There will be no funny business from you, or you will be sleeping on the floor, she said, smiling ever so slightly. Sure, now let me look at you, Scott responded as he stepped back, holding her hands. You look great, and your body is in perfect shape. It will be hard for me to sleep in this bed without touching you, so you better put my stuff on the floor now, he said, playfully teasing her. Samantha laughed with him. They both knew Scott did not intend to try anything. Performance in the bedroom had always been Scott's problem with Samantha. The bedroom represented Scott's biggest football field, where he fumbled the most. "If you don't mind, Samantha, I would like to take a little jet-lag nap before greeting everyone." "Sure, I will wake you a few hours before dinner." Samantha always planned the perfect holiday dinner the only way she knew how, catered by the best restaurant in the city with a dinner menu ranging from turkey to live Maine lobster. Robert seemed happy, and his new wife Sarah was a pleasant surprise. Kelly, their daughter, divorced several years ago, arrived accompanied by her latest friend Charles and her 2 children. Heavy consumption of alcohol was a tradition during family gatherings. It seemed that medicating their nervous, detached emotions helped everyone cope with or avoid old family issues, including the fact they were not a real family at all. The atmosphere around the table resembled a group of people who were distant acquaintances rather than family. After several large shots of vodka, Scott found the atmosphere unusually jovial. Everyone sat around the table talking, laughing, and filling in the blanks in one another's lives. Robert looked directly at Scott and said, "So, Congressman, please enlighten everyone. Who is this Rita that keeps calling for you?" "Yes, please do," Samantha quickly added. Mid-swallow in his drink, Scott nearly spit everything all over the table. As he choked to keep the drink from spewing out, his face turned pale, sweat popped out all over his forehead, and his hands began to tremble. Everyone was so in awe of his rapid transformation that Kelly asked, "Daddy, are you okay? Do you have pain anywhere?" Scott sat restrained for a full minute, not answering any questions about Rita. Eventually, his political self-discipline took control of the numerous questions. Ask for additional information, do not offer information, and ask a diverting question. 103. "Rita called here," he asked, as he placed his shaking hands under the table. "No, your office called 3 times while you were resting. Your service said this Rita called several times, saying she had an emergency and needed to speak with you right away. No one wanted to wake you from your sleep, not even me," Robert said smiling. "Evidently, Congressman, your cell phone is still turned off from your flight. I did ask if I could take a message, and they said Rita would not leave one. So tell us, Congressman, who is this mysterious Rita with an emergency call on Christmas Eve?" Robert asked. Rising without speaking, Scott reached in his pocket and turned on his cell phone, revealing over 10 calls from Rita. His mind entertained every possibility of what this could mean. Considering the situation serious enough to call her, he turned to everyone, saying, "Excuse me, please," as he stepped out the rear door. Robert quipped as he shut the door, "Well, this certainly merits further investigation. It seems the congressman has Rita on his speed dial." 15 minutes later, a glassy-eyed Scott stepped back inside. Everyone stared in silence, waiting for an answer about Rita. Emotionally drained, Scott sat down, staring only into his drink. "Rita was an aide and dear friend. She has worked for me as an assistant information aide my entire career. She also worked as a special investigator on very high-pressure special negotiations between parties. Today, this wonderful aide and my friend found out that she has terminal pancreatic cancer, with just 2 short months to live." Everyone around the table expressed sadness to hear such tragic news. After they finished, Robert said, "I am sorry, Congressman, for your friend." And he immediately began another line of questioning into an area Scott had hoped to avoid. He was positive his answer about who Rita was would have sufficed to avoid any further questioning about her. He was wrong. Robert wanted to know how old Rita was, how long had she worked for him, and of course, were they ever intimate with one another? Scott evaded every question like a politician. Robert escalated the questions. "You said she was an investigator, Congressman. Tell me, was she the special investigator working on the exposure of the convicted Tom DeLay in his money laundering schemes?" I'm sure you are aware that he funneled money into the RNC in an attempt to take control of Congress under Bush. Samantha knew Roberts's comments intended to stir the political pot with Scott. He loved to do it every time they were together and she enjoyed watching it happen. Tell me why you would need a special investigator working for you on Tom DeLay. Oops, my bad, I forgot, Tom DeLay was a Republican. 104. I see. It was the Democrats who busted him and not your private investigating aide. Who was she investigating, John Ensign or Rangel? Knowing where Robert was headed, Scott attempted to lower his level of hostility. Son, I don't think you would understand. Son. Robert shouted, interrupting Scott. Spare me the holiday cheer, Congressman. You have never been a father, we both understand that fact. So, why do you feel you own a privileged right or have ever earned the right to use the term son? A sperm donor does not inherit the honor to refer to me as son. Samantha sat euphorically enjoying Robert's challenges to Scott. She loved to see Scott emasculated, and if by his own son, even better. Scott, the consummate politician, skillfully tried to defuse the situation. Robert, I meant no harm. I will do my best to refrain from referring to you as son in the future, please forgive my slip of the tongue. Do you realize the way you just answered me is exactly what's wrong with Washington, Congressman? Listen to yourself, you did not have the balls to respond to me truthfully, at least not as a real father would have. You offered me the political equivalent of an instant deal. Let's compromise in order to avoid the issue. You skillfully sought to defuse the situation rather than speak from your heart. My God, man, your entire political life, you have been the obstinate Washington deal maker, out of touch with your family and the will of the people in this country. After no response from Scott, Robert pushed again. You want to know what I pray for every day, Congressman? What do you pray for, Robert? Scott asked, showing no emotion. Since I was a small boy, around the age of 7, I have prayed the same prayer every day. I pray for people to vote for anyone other than you. Do you know why? Because, it accomplishes nothing for the American people to send a man like Obama to Washington with pricks like you playing political games. What neither party realizes is the people in this country are angry at party line politics by either party. We are sick to death of watching you line up against each other on petty or large issues, and vote party line. You clearly demonstrate to the American people that you care more about your party's interests than you care about doing what's right for America. It's all about stealing power and thunder from each other, isn't it? And who can steal the next headline? When I see you on television, grandstanding for the media, or read your comments in the newspapers, I discern that you and every Washington politician are the real cancer destroying this nation. I find all of you so goddamned spineless. 105. From the day you arrive, it seems all you worry about is your political career and being re-elected. You are completely incapable of doing anything beneficial for the American people with your infighting and power struggles against each other, and the dirty tricks you use by exposing one another's sex lives. I have news for you, the American public thinks you are all sexual weirdos. We have heard enough sex scandals from men who are supposed to be full of integrity. From where the American people sit, it is like watching a Washington version of the Jerry Springer Show. The table broke out in laughter and Charles high-fived Robert. Robert charged forward. The entire lot of both parties is responsible for the bottleneck in Washington. It's not bad enough the budget is a mess. Why must you idiots make the nation look like idiots are at the will to the entire world? Do you truly believe Paul Ryan's budget proposals are in the best interest of the people? Scott sat stoically, refusing to engage Robert's comments. Looking at Robert, he sat thinking, let the little teapot spout off, and never touch a hot kettle. On television, they call you the deal maker. Are you proud of that title, Congressman? You know what I think? I think you are the Monty Hall of Washington. Behind door number 1 we have power, money, and favors. Behind door number 2, we have corruption, threats, and lies. But wait. If you choose door number 3, you automatically win doors 1 and 2. Door number 3 has a hidden bag of dirty tricks, money in a freezer, sex scandals, smear campaigns, and negative campaign ads against your opponent. Take door number 3, stupid. You get free negative ads for the rest of your political career. Tell us, Monty, is this what you do for a living? Finally, speaking in a loud voice, Scott responded, "Very funny, Robert. You are full of liberal bullshit, and I am not the Monty Hall of Washington. You cheap asshole. Stop trying to divert the focus." The conversation was not about being liberal or conservative. It was about the corrupted heart of the Monty Hall of Washington and the evil you generate into the country. Have you, John Boehner, and Paul Ryan stopped to think your lunacy might hurt a fragile, recovering economy? Do you care about the country, or is it all about how much fucking power you have, Monty? You sorry teabag racists are afraid of Obama. You set out to take the man down before he ever took office with your secret smear campaigns about his name, religion, and birth certificate. Did you start those rumors, Congressman? Are you the one who generated the Reverend Wright smear campaign? 106. When Scott did not answer, Robert shouted across the table, "I thought so, Monty." The Tea Party is another form of the KKK, white Christians and rednecks who cannot stand the reality of a black man living in the White House. That group is the extreme right side of being very wrong for this country. Mom tells me that at one point in your life, during the 60s, you stood up for a lot of good, and that is what she liked most about you. What happened to you? When people ask me, Congressman, if you are my dad, do you know what I say? I look at them as if they are crazy and say, "Dad, my dad a con man? No way. I don't know that sick asshole in Washington, we just happen to share the same last name. This is why I challenged you for calling me son. You see, I never had a dad, because if I did, my dad would never have been a spineless bastard like you, Congressman." Disturbed by the news of Rita, along with the disturbing words of truth from Robert, Scott stood and excused himself without responding to Robert. As he walked from the room with his wounded ego, in prideful self-defense, he thought, "Why do you even bother to come to this charade? Damn well bet, this will be my last one." Standing under the hot water of the shower, Scott wept silently for a number of reasons: Rita, the disillusionment of a family he never truly had, but mostly for the stinging words from Robert. His own son was ashamed of him, leaving Scott with an empty, worthless feeling. Stepping from the shower and toweling off, Scott realized he had left his pajamas in his suitcase. As he hurried across the room to his luggage, the bedroom door opened, and in walked Samantha, quickly closing the door behind her. She had not seen Scott's naked body in over 25 years. Speechless, her eyes were fixated on Scott's back, buttocks, and legs. Trying desperately to cover himself with a towel, as Scott turned around, Samantha could see his chest and arms. As he tried to put on his pajama top, he exclaimed, "For God's sake, Samantha, why didn't you knock?" With real concern on her face, and as much compassion for him as she could muster, Samantha asked, "Scott, what happened to you? Were you in an accident or a fire that you never told me about?" The day was a typical cloudy Washington day with light drizzle as Scott stepped into the limo. "To the club, Congressman?" asked his driver. "Yes, Walter, but take the long way. I would like to see some of the sights on my way over." "Yes, sir, Congressman." As they rode in the rain, Scott's thoughts turned to Robert's words again. "He sure has the right perspective on the depth of the games we play." 107. "Damn you, Professor Sam Walker, you were right." He mused, "Maybe I can spend a few years working with a small coalition, and we could accomplish a few beneficial things for the country, instead of making deals and running backdoor investigations on one another. My son was right, a Democratic investigator took down Tom DeLay, just as we got Wrangle and Wienergate, with one of ours. What a total loss foot-tapping Larry Craig ended up being. I told the dumb bastard not to plead to anything. The Democrats brought him down. John Ensign is not finished with the embarrassment or out of the hot water, even though he resigned. John Edwards never came close to the nomination. If he had, I was waiting for the bastard. I am glad I burned him. Anyhow, that should count for some good if Robert knew that I outed the man. I could blow the lid off Washington if I endorsed Mohammed el-Baradei and his The Age of Deception exposure of George Bush. He's right. If the world can prosecute Serbia's Slobodan Milosevic for war crimes, why not Bush? He put it better than I ever could have: aggression where there was no imminent threat. Bush knew the intelligence was faulty, and he went ahead killing hundreds of thousands of innocent people to replace one dictator. Robert's right, we are hypocrites. We go after Milosevic, Gaddafi, Bashar al-Assad, with an ultimate goal of getting Ahmadinejad overthrown, and we have the biggest world destroyer of human life hiding in Texas as a free man. Stop it, those thoughts will get you locked up or killed. If you called for that kind of investigation, they would lock you up with Bradley Manning. The older I get, the nastier the game seems to be. The game started out simple, and now it is at a level of wickedness that seems satanic. I do not understand what I am, or was, trying to accomplish anymore. The hidden smear campaigns are starting to turn my stomach. I was sure Reverend Wright would have stopped Obama. Maybe people are smarter than I think. The Obama Muslim rumor is still working much better than I thought it would work. I am tired of dirty background investigations, corruptions, and sex scandals to bring a guy down. My cup truly runneth over with the blood of many. We are masters at finding each other's sex scandals when the people elected us to be masters at running the country. I wanted to laugh at his Jerry Springer comment. Thank God my political personality prevailed. He is a damn funny guy, my son, Scott thought, as his emotions got the better of him. The Monty Hall of Washington really nailed me. There is not a trip taken by anyone, a gift given, or money hidden in the freezer, that I have not dug up over last 30 years. Everyone has something on everyone else to use. 108. Sometimes, it's just good leverage, and other times, it's as simple as expose the bastard, so our party can take his seat. Thanks, Walter. I will be about 2 hours. Any earlier, I will call you. Scott said as he exited the limo. Taking his seat at the top of the circle, Scott assembled a mixture of 8 of the top Republican leaders in both the House and the Senate and got immediately down to business. Gentlemen, I thank you for coming. I would like to discuss this stupid vote we made to overturn healthcare, and more importantly, our campaign to derail healthcare in the courts. So far, we have succeeded in over 19 court actions and growing against the president's healthcare plan. I know John Boehner, Charles Grassley, and other Tea Party-endorsed members, including Thomas Latham, Joanne Emerson, John Carter, and Jeff Davis, fully intend to introduce some new legislation in an attempt to repeal the health care plan completely. We know that will never happen. It is a silly political stunt. I am telling you, the games Paul Ryan is playing will bite us in the ass during elections. Passing a folder out to each member, Scott continued. This proposal I have put together will lead our party in a better direction and will be in the best interest of our country. On this map, you will see a study by CNN. The mostly red Republican states of Texas, Louisiana, Florida, Mississippi, and Alabama have the worst insurance numbers in the nation for people needing health care. Fully 1/4 of all Texans, with 18% of the children in a solidly Republican state, has the worst health care rating in the nation. I submit to you, the numbers are not good for our party. Secondly, if we continue to follow John Boehner in his attempt to overthrow the health care bill in the courts, I believe, in the end, it will be more damaging to our party. His fanatical quest for power and press during the budget crisis was embarrassing. With a small amount of power, Boner is becoming dangerous to the nation. Do any of you understand that his threat to remove funding for NATO over Libya proves how dangerous he is to the nation? Even John McCain thinks the logic is crazy isolationism. The man allowed the public to find out the Republican Party held the country hostage over his personal views on abortion. Manipulation of abortion, by circumventing the law, will eat our lunch in the long term. The American people are not completely stupid. Senator Modelson interrupted. Just a damn moment, Scott. Everyone sitting here is aware of the insurance numbers in the old Confederacy states. Every man understands the numbers are high because of a poor black and brown skin issue. Scott shot back, let me finish, Senator, you know protocol, I speak, then we discuss. 109. In brief, gentlemen, this folder contains information that will solicit you to break with the party line tradition. You all know me, and I hope we respect one another enough to have an open discussion on what I am proposing. I believe we have a rare opportunity to act like statesmen rather than our dirty politics as usual. I intend to hold a press conference early next week and publicly deliver our intentions to the media. I ask each of you to review the contents in the folder and consider standing with me at the press conference. Together, we will explain our new direction as leaders in the Republican Party, seeking to work to improve the present health care plan for the American people and stop trying to destroy it through the courts. Off the record, I am stopping all dirty campaigns against national health. I will no longer assist in the creation of more lawsuits by Republicans, either from my chair at the club or from my office. I intend to do the exact opposite of John and his group. I fully intend to use my reputation, along with the power of the news media, to oppose his efforts publicly as a Republican who is willing to cross party lines for the good of this country. We need to change party direction. I hope by taking a new step in the right direction, we can accomplish this together. Consider the proposal in front of you and let me have your answer on Monday. We can debate any issues you have at that time. I am sorry, but I have to run. I have some very important business I must attend to. As he rose from his seat, everyone else remained seated, and not a word came from anyone's mouth. They all sat in silence, staring at Scott. Unusual, no comments or quips. That might be a good thing, Scott thought as he made his way to the limo. What bothers me a bit was the look in their eyes. I have seen that look many times before in the eyes of my teammates, every time I fumbled the ball. Not this time, I am not dropping the ball. Hello, Rita, I am sorry for the late call. I hope the phone did not disturb you. Are you resting? Anyhow, I wanted you to know, I will be flying out Monday evening to spend a few days with you. Rest well, and I will see you then. Hanging up the phone, Scott looked at a picture of the signing of the Declaration of Independence that Samantha had given him during his first election. On the wall, next to the Declaration, was his favorite picture, an expensive ink rendering of Thomas Jefferson. Admiring the picture of Jefferson, he thought, everything you stood for, I am not. You could never have envisioned the country growing to the political corruption, greed, or dirty tricks of my day. I am the product of electronic politics, driven by electronic media, mass mailings, robocalls, smear campaigns, negative ads, and you play the party game, or go home. 110. I haven't stood for one decent thing in 30 years, until this day. It's a tough town. Maybe I will be able to stay long enough to win a few good battles. Perhaps, in time, Robert will become proud enough to tell people, yes, I am his father. I am so ashamed, that he is ashamed of me. The phone rang, interrupting his thoughts. Hello, Congressman, my name is Lana. I am Rita's daughter. Her voice quivered a bit, followed by a long pause. Instinctively, Scott knew the news was not good. I received your message on her phone, and am sorry to tell you, Mom passed away 2 days ago. Her funeral will be Monday morning, and she will be buried in the afternoon. Softly, his voice quivering as well. Scott replied, "I am so sorry to hear the sad news, and please accept my deepest sympathies for your loss, Lana. Rita never mentioned she had a daughter. May I ask how you knew my mother, Congressman? She never mentioned you to anyone in our family. I met your mother on my 21st birthday, Lana. We were both very young, and we remained the deepest of friends over the years. I found your mother was easy to speak to and she became my personal confidant. Thanks for your call, Lana. Your sad news is devastating for me personally. Please accept my condolences to you and your family at the loss of your mother, and my dear friend, Rita. Good night, Lana. Thank you for your kindness, Congressman. Good night." Rita and Robert consumed most of Scott's thoughts throughout the weekend. Between Rita's death and Robert's truthful words, Scott spent the weekend introspectively reflecting on life and the relationships he coveted. In the end, the members at the cigar club were no longer high on his list. Scott arrived at the club with Rita and Robert on his mind. He began psychologically chastising himself in order to focus on the meeting. Today, we turn things totally around, and head in another political direction. Surprised by his feelings, Scott thought, this must be what being patriotic feels like. Walking into the club, not a chair was occupied in his alcove. Ordering a drink, he sat, wondering if he had the right time or even the correct day. Checking his calendar on the cell phone, he confirmed the date and time. On the other side of the room were two alcoves, fully occupied. The chairs were facing out, to the center of the room, rather than, around the tables. It appears another meeting is about to take place, perhaps I scheduled this one at the wrong time. No sooner had the thought come to his mind, when all 8 members of Scott's group walked into the room. Shaking hands as they placed an order for drinks, Scott opened the floor for debate on his proposals. 111. Gentlemen, thank you for coming. I would like to open my proposal for debate and discussion. Across the aisle, the people in the other alcoves were seated, facing Scott's direction. What are they looking at, he thought. With the floor open for debate, the group sat in silence, as if they were waiting for the other person to speak. This is strange, Scott thought, when finally the lowest-ranking congressman, Lamont Oberman, pointed at a plain, sealed manila envelope on top of the magazines. Scott, in a busy state of mind, had not noticed the envelope. Picking up the envelope, Scott asked if anyone claimed it. No one commented, and the young congressman gestured towards Scott. Nervously, Scott opened the envelope. To his horror, he found the most private pictures of his life, documents and statements no one could possibly have known about. In an instant rage, Scott exclaimed loudly, "Who did this? Where did you get this? I am the fucking chairman of the entire club. Do you have any idea who you are fucking with?" Silence, everyone remained quiet. Scott's mind began to wonder about what power had secured the documents. If I am the chairman, then who did this? All deals and exposures are supposed to go through me only. There is no way any of these men knew anything about my private life. What power is there in Washington above the club? Security. Instantly, plainclothesmen arrived, and Scott began questioning them about the envelope, demanding to know who placed it on the table. "Sir, I placed the envelope on the table. It arrived by a certified government courier, with instructions to place it on your table. I ran it through a secure scanner, and it came back clean," said Agent Green. "Shall I remove it and check it again, since you have opened it?" "Who delivered the envelope, Agent Green?" "It came through a secure carrier, Congressman, I already told you that." "Do you want me to examine the contents, sir?" "No, and thank you, Agent Green, for your time," Scott replied. "Let me make one thing very clear to each of you, and you can pass this on to your tea-bagging friends watching your little escapade from across the aisle. I'm going to the media with full exposure on the inner workings of the party, and I will stop your stupid efforts. If you want a fight, I will pull out the worst bag of shit on each of you. You want dirty, I have dirty, I will beat each of your asses with so much dirt, you will race to stand with me in unity at the media microphone. I am the chairman of this club, and I call the shots. Do I make myself clear? Suddenly, everyone stood up and walked out of the alcove, except for the young Congressman Lamont Oberman. Don't tell me they sent a young, inexperienced boy to address a man like myself. 112. Looking at Scott, Lamont spoke calmly. Congressman, to my knowledge, not one man sitting at this table had any knowledge of the contents of that envelope. We each received a call last night, on a designated secure encrypted line, telling us what to do. You know, that only someone very high up has access to those kind of lines. Not a man at this table could tell you who called us. I assure you, the people who called me knew more about me personally than you will ever know. The same caller told me at a certain point the other men would get up and leave. When they did, I was to say this to you. You are to submit your written resignation from the club before you leave today. You will notify the media on Friday of your intentions to step down and retire from politics. If you do not, you will become the most disgraced congressman in all of American history. Immediately rising from his chair, he placed a typed resignation on the table, turned and walked out of the room. Finishing his drink, and several more, Scott knew a full nervous breakdown was brewing on the inside. Grasping for reality, Scott sat in the chairman's chair for the last time, as his entire 30-plus years of politics vanished into nothingness. My whole life has been one gigantic fumble after another, he thought, as members from across the aisle sat watching him have his last drink. Rising to his feet to leave, Scott signed the document and shouted across the room to House Speaker John Boehner, who had a shit-eating grin on his face. You think you won, crybaby John. You can seek all the signs from the Virgin Mary you want, you are one fucked up man. People are starting to realize how warped you are in your thinking. Mary does not run a phone service in heaven, placing calls to your coach. You are truly a wacko nut job. The American people will rise up against you and your tea-bagging friends and throw your demented signs and wonders crying Christian ministry out of Washington. If they do not, they will have to provide you with a swastika, install the Gestapo under you, and march in goose step when you are on the platform. Yes, I was a down and dirty deal maker, crybaby John, but you are, and those with you are, the most warped side of politics I have ever seen. Clicking his heels together, Scott saluted him, as if he were Hitler, spat on the floor, and turned and walked out. Damn, that felt good. The last time Scott had seen with Rita was over 3 years ago. He never expected to meet her like this, or that her death would have affected him the way it did. It was nearly 8 o'clock when Scott arrived in Vegas, with the sun rapidly setting on a hot summer night. The grave soil was still fresh when he arrived at Rita's grave, weeping profusely. For nearly an hour, he sat in the sun-baked dry mixture on the ground, talking to her as if she were alive. 113. While holding some of her favorite flowers, fresh-cut gardenias, his soul ached with the loss of her. He spoke openly to her about his love for her, life in general, and informed her of the day's events at the club. Up until the moment Scott arrived at the grave, he had never realized how much he really loved her. Eventually, Scott collected himself and placed the gardenias, one at a time, all over her grave. Entering the waiting limo, he instructed the driver to drive around for a while before going to the Bellagio. Drinking heavily, as he had done all day, he recalled the first time he met Rita, as he stared out the window of the limo. Thinking back to his 21st birthday party, spent with a group of friends from Harvard, Scott remembered what all young men do for a weekend of fun in Vegas. We found ourselves buying shots and lap dances, with the best naked women Vegas had to offer. I was attracted to Rita from the instant I saw her, and paid for her as my private dancer for hours. In a private room, She teased me to absolutely no end, refusing to allow me to orgasm. You will come when I say you can come. I offered her more and more money to go home with her, but she kept turning me down. You are too inexperienced for me, Scott. Finally, at $1,000, she said yes, with one condition, that I become her slave. Hell, she cannot weigh 100 pounds wet, slave my ass. You must do everything I tell you, she told me. I was so drunk and horny, that I agreed. Laughing to himself as he rode in the limo, he thought, I remember thinking, I am going to fuck this woman so hard, she will be my personal slave when I am done with her. What a drunk, naive little boy I was. Standing in the doorway, drunk, I remember looking around the room. The walls were covered with masks, whips, rope, cuffs, and studded collars. Chains were hanging from the ceiling along with a swing, and every sex toy imaginable was on display. In the middle of the room were a doctor's table or bench type thing and several other weird contraptions that looked like stockades. $1,000 now, no refunds, no escapes, I handcuff and blindfold you before you enter. The rest of your experience is up to me, not you, I am in charge. You will do what I say, or I will beat you mercilessly and throw your ass beside the road. Afraid? No way. Hell, I found myself sexually aroused and curious about this little girl. How much damage could a little woman like her actually do to a big man like me? Now, that was my first big mistake, he thought. Taking the $1,000 from my wallet, I handed it to her as she told me to close my eyes. The instant she put leather mask on my head, making my totally blind, I was immediately erect. 114. She put a complete set of handcuffs on each hand and backed me against the wall. Lifting each arm, she locked the other end to a chain attached to the wall. My mind raced with excitement and thoughts of why this turning me on. When I suddenly realized that I was blindfolded and handcuffed to a wall somewhere in Las Vegas. My God, I was the prisoner of a stripper, supposedly named Rita, with no way to escape. What if this woman were a... The thought quickly left me, as I felt a lock go around one ankle, and then the other. A psycho, I thought as panic set in. She threatened me saying, "You must remain still, I am going to cut your clothes off of your body, with a very sharp knife." As I started to protest, wanting to stop, she punched me in the mouth repeatedly. With the taste of blood in my mouth, she told me to shut the fuck up. Don't ever speak, unless I tell you to speak. For hours, Rita led me from one emotional valley to the mountaintop of a rushing, euphoric high, stirring me to the point of orgasm repeatedly. Each time she would slap my genitals or whip me as a warning. You better not release until I tell you. Several times, she beat me to the point of tears, using every tool of her trade, even electricity, as she probed my body. Shackled and cuffed, I was led to the padded table, and she clipped me face down. My head was hanging over the table when she finally undid my mask. As my eyes slowly began to focus, I saw her standing in front of me, naked, with a feathered mask covering her face. She looked stunning in stiletto heels with a short leather strap in her right hand. The image, mixed with the pain, gave me another erection. Until I saw her left hand holding a strap-on dildo cock that she attached to her body. I became numb with fear, and she began striking me hard with the leather strap, making her way to the rear of the table. She beat my buttocks, legs, and back nearly raw. Afterwards, rubbing me with ice, she would beat me again. Placing a stool between my legs, she reached over my body and grabbed my hair with one hand. With amazing force, she pulled my head backwards until my eyes saw an angled mirror on the ceiling, showing me what she was about to do. With one hand, she held my head up, and with the other hand, she kept hitting me, as she drove deep into my body. Laying her body over me, she said in a soft whisper, "Now you can come." At her words, my body shook with a convulsion, I screamed as if I were an animal caught in a trap. Only this trap was one of ecstasy. From that moment on, I became a trapped addict of Rita, for the rest of my life. The next morning, she took a prison jumpsuit and marked my birthday age of 21 on the back. Calling a cab, she kissed me goodbye. She said, "You will be my prisoner for the rest of your life." 115. Thinking through his life, Scott thought, eventually, we had some normalcy in the relationship. We actually engaged in what people call normal lovemaking several times. Our friendship grew ever so deep. My body will always bear the scars of her love for me. And in my love for her, I will always treasure each and every one of them. Samantha was eating breakfast in bed with Paula when breaking news interrupted Regis. Congressman Scott Riley has announced he will be stepping down from his political career amid speculation of another possible Washington sex scandal. The congressman denies the rumors, citing his only reason for resigning is to spend more time with his family. "Over my dead body," Samantha shouted. 116. 10. Silence in a bar is a strange and unusual event. The city was buzzing about Scott Riley's sudden retirement from politics, and the news had filled Woodstock 69 with more locals than normal. Each hoped to get a glimpse of the ex-congressman. Several in the crowd seemed to be well-wishers, and many more were obvious farewell wishers. If Scott showed up, he was sure to get an earful. It was the first Thursday night of the month, and Steve was taking bets on Scott as a show or a no-show. "I have 100 that says the media hog lives and will show his face. I have 100 that agrees, but the general has 100 saying he will not show," replied Roger. Laughing, Larry said, "I am with the general, 50 yeas and 50 nays." Jerry responded, "I have 100 that says there are more farewell wishers here tonight than well-wishers." Jerry wins. They all shouted, holding up their glasses with a "Here, here, I'll drink to that toast." Sam stoically listened to them from behind the bar, thinking perhaps that Scott was right. All they will do is sit, drink, and talk about what they see until they die. Nevertheless, it might be interesting to hear their conclusions and see if they know anything about studying history. Molly was busy running from table to table serving drinks. Sam was quite surprised at how hard she worked, but thought her short skirt was a bit too revealing. She also wore a tie-dyed top with a color pattern that, for some reason, looked strangely familiar to him. As only Molly can do, it was tied in a knot just below those very revealing magnificent breasts. The skirt was a micro-mini with a peace symbol covering her fabulous ass. A small slit, just below the peace symbol, nearly revealed Winky the Clam, every time she stretched to serve drinks across the table. Several men had dropped their napkins on the floor, trying to get a better bird's-eye view from adjoining tables each time she served drinks. Her sweet personality and raw sex appeal, along with the seductive outfits she wore, earned her a lot of tip money. Money she graciously shared with the other waitresses, who adored her. Thinking back to earlier in the evening, Sam thought, "She did seem a little perturbed with me before we opened. I wonder if she has any personal problems that I need to know about." No, it was not personal, it was more like how a woman acts if we do not notice something new, or how the new dress looks on them. I wonder what it could be. Maybe it's because I did not say anything about her skirt. Where does she find this stuff? It fits the atmosphere of this place perfectly. 117. Silence in a bar is a strange and unusual event. Sam was wiping the bar when the silent earthquake hit. As he looked up at the table of men, they had stopped moving, speaking not a word as every drink sat on the table. Even the kitchen noise came to a screeching halt, no glasses clinking or silverware rattling. Looking across the room, Molly was standing still, as every person around her sat in silence, looking toward the front doors. Turning his head slowly, Sam noticed a man standing on the doorway platform who looked feeble and worn like a bum. The backdrop of the huge entry doors made the man appear small in stature. He was a beaten man if ever there was one. Could this really be ex-congressman, Scott Riley? His posture was slumped, he was unshaven, with several days' growth, and for the first time, every hair on his head was out of place. His suit looked like something he had found in the bottom of a hamper. He was missing his usual dapper tie and matching pocket kerchief. The front of what would normally have been a crisp, clean white shirt was soiled, and the collar was heavily stained. His shoes were dirty, off-the-rack Walmart sneakers. The haunting look in his eyes reminded Sam of the hollow look seen in the eyes of Jackie Kennedy when she was on the plane with Lyndon Johnson as he was being sworn in as president. All life, purpose, and self-esteem were gone. Scott stood alone, in front of everyone, a defeated, empty man. "Drinks are on the house," Sam shouted. "Welcome home, Congressman." 3 cheers for Congressman Scott Riley, everyone. Hip, hip, hooray. Hip, hip. He quickly made his way to the entry platform, shaking Scott's hand and whispering to him as he led him to the table. Stepping behind the bar, Sam instructed Sonny to set Willis the bouncer at the top of the aisle and to tell the staff that no one could approach the congressman, especially news people. "I don't like the bastard, but at this point, his ship has lost all wind to sail. Besides, he is out of the race now, anyhow." Every man at the table sat quietly watching Scott. There were no jokes or jabs, just silence. It was obvious that Scott appeared to be one breath away from the nut house. After several moments, Scott picked up his glass and, making eye contact with everyone, said, "Thanks," as each man lifted his glass and took a drink without speaking. They sat in silence until Molly appeared with plates of food that Sam had prepared for Scott from the kitchen. As she set the food in front of him, she said, "Congressman, that nice man at the bar bought you this drink, and now dinner. If you were a girl, you would know at this point he pretty much thinks he's going to get some pussy later." Laughter entered the table, but only briefly, as Scott began to speak, his voice quivering. 118. "I lost my life's vision and purpose recently, as you all know. Those of you who sit here, who have felt similar devastating losses in your lives, I want to apologize to you. I was not a reliable friend during your time of loss. Please forgive me, each of you, as best you can for my callous past behavior." Something is wrong with what he said, Sam thought. You do not lose a life's purpose or vision when you retire or willingly step down. The only way you lose a life's vision and purpose is if someone or something takes it from you by force. The word loss is not a word used by a man who willfully resigns from office. I wonder what really happened and why he resigned. After Scott had finished eating, Molly led him to the office showers where he could clean up. She left him a selection of souvenir shirts and Woodstock 69 sweatpants to choose from, giggling as she left the room. "You know, Sam is a smarter businessman than I thought, Congressman. It looks as if he intends to dress you as an advertisement for the bar. Eat at Woodstock 69. Molly was on her way out the door when she stopped, spread her legs a bit, bent over without bending her knees, and imitated picking something up off the floor. Rising slowly and holding the pose, she pretended to be looking at something in her hand, then walked out and closed the door without looking back at Scott. As he entered the shower, he thought to himself, "Now that's a walking billboard owned by a marketing genius. There is not a man in this bar that would not line up to eat at Molly's cafe." The cell phone is a wonderful object to own during a personal emergency or a national disaster. Tonight, Woodstock 69 was experiencing the power of the cell phone. When a disheveled congressman appeared as a toxic mess, people began showing up in droves. The media were out in full force, both in and out of the premises, trying to get a glimpse of a reportedly shipwrecked Scott Riley. Sam told Willis to remove any news media with cameras or a crew in the building, and do not let anyone come down this aisle. The hostesses were to seat everyone, and those waiting for a seat were to be confined to the waiting area only. There would be no milling around. There will be no room for looky-loos tonight. Eat, drink, and be merry, or get out, Sam told them. Molly had kicked in another gear and was servicing twice her normal number of tables. Who knew a slow Thursday night would turn into an event because of a run-down congressman? Satisfied that everything was in working order, Sam made his way back to help Sonny behind the bar. As he walked past Willis, staring in the direction of the group's table, he suddenly stopped dead in his tracks. 119. Taking a couple more steps toward the group table, he turned and saw Molly, stretching to place a drink across the table, as men at the adjoining table sat high-fiving one another. He shouted Molly, causing several heads to turn. Unsure of his tone, Molly set the remaining drinks down and hurried toward Sam with an empty tray. Walking past Willis, she found Sam seated at the small waitress table with a stern look on his face. "Sit down," he said in a demanding tone. "You are the only one that could have put that on the wall." "Sam," Molly interrupted him, smiling like a little girl with a big surprise. "You finally noticed. I have been waiting all night for you to see them. I worked all week with a copying place to enhance the images, and searched everywhere to find the right Art Deco frames that would date match the time period for articles and photographs. The image guy did a great job, don't you think? They are much clearer than the originals, and the t-shirt has been preserved and sealed behind the glass. How cool is that? Look at my top, it is the same colors and pattern as the original shirt. I hope you love the arrangement as much as I do." She was as excited as a child who had worked all week gluing her first macaroni picture together. "Molly, you need to shut up and listen to me. I do not love it. You should have asked me if I wanted my personal life spread all over the walls, because I do not. That day was not a proud point in my life, it was a low point in my life. I explained this to you in private, and you are the only person I have ever told about what happened to me. I do not think you would be happy if I put your personal life on a public wall for everyone to see without asking you. Why would you think I would want to spend hours talking about a bullet through my gut with one customer after another? Besides that, you stole the fucking t-shirt. I never gave you the okay to take that from my study. Why did you take it without asking?" Confused and hurt, Molly said, "Is it okay to speak, Sam?" As Sam angrily nodded yes, Molly, in a small, contrite voice, said, "I'm sorry. I never meant any harm. Personally, I found your story very interesting and I think it kind of goes with everything else in the bar. So I thought others would want to read about it as well. Imagine the public knowing that the owner of Woodstock 69 was a radical hippie protester. I thought it would be a terrific piece of publicity to draw more crowds for the business." Angrily, Sam interrupted her with a loud, stern tone. "Molly, you stole my fucking shirt." Molly immediately shot back, irritated by his accusation. "I never stole the fucking shirt, as you put it, Sam, because look, there it is, hanging on your wall in your bar." 120. "All I did was allow my foolish heart to believe that it was doing a good thing for a dear friend," she added as her eyes began to water. "I created the collage above Hendrix and Joplin, your favorites, hoping you would have noticed them when you came in today. I also thought my matching the shirt would have tweaked your curiosity when I arrived. If you were a little more observant of other things, outside of Sam's world, you might have noticed my shirt before we opened. Besides, there is no harm here, Sam, with all the memorabilia in this place, not one man at that table noticed them, and so your little secret is still safe." Larry, Roger, Steve, and Jerry sat watching the conversation from a distance and began to wonder what they had done wrong. Every so often, either Sam or Molly looked or pointed in their direction. Roger joked, "General, did you make a pass at Molly and not tell me about it?" Laughing, Steve said, "From their looks and hand gestures, I feel like a boy in a timeout chair, watching my parents argue about what my punishment will be." Larry quipped immediately, "You have no idea how much I can relate to that feeling." Sam was still upset with Molly's violation of his personal life and space. Standing to his feet and pointing again in the direction of the table, He spoke to her in an arrogant tone, "I want you to follow your foolish heart again, Molly. Walk over there, take everything down, and put it in my office, immediately. I will decide when I want my life to become a publicity stunt, not you." Leaving, Sam went to the bar, and Molly headed for the table, her face showing her distress. Larry joked, "We are not in trouble here, guys. It seems good golly Miss Molly has a big problem with the boss." It was unusual for Molly not to speak or smile. As she arrived at their table, she never looked at any of them and stepped behind Larry. This was all business. Without a word, she began removing the picture frames as Sam watched her from the bar. Stacking them on top of one another in the empty spot where Scott would have sat, she took down the last frame, which was the sealed T-shirt. Realizing it was too large to place on top of the smaller frames, she said, "Excuse me, Larry," and moved his drink. She placed the frame next to him and began to stack the others on top. "I was there, that's my shirt." Sam was pouring a drink when he heard the words. At first, he was unsure he heard correctly. "What did you say?" asked Molly. 121. "I was there. I know this guy, that's my shirt," Larry repeated, staring at the pictures and the shirt encased in the frame. The exact second Larry repeated, "That's my shirt," Sam had his own, personal, silent earthquake. Bottle in hand, he kept pouring, looking at Larry as bourbon continued to flow all over the bar. Sonny spoke to Sam, but he did not hear a word, nor was he consciously aware when Sonny reached over and took the bottle from his hand. Frozen in time, Sam watched people's mouths moving but could not hear a thing. His equilibrium felt off, so he gripped the bar in order to remain standing, but he never took his eyes off Larry. Sonny grabbed a chair, thinking Sam was about to pass out. His face was pale, his lips looked gray, and beads of sweat had popped on every pore of his face. As he slid the chair under Sam, he grabbed him around the waist, forcing him to sit, and to his astonishment, Sam's clothing was soaking wet. Sitting in the chair, Sam became aware of talking again. "I'll be damned, it could be him," Larry said, as he and Molly leaned over the bar. Molly was beaming from ear to ear with tears in both eyes. Sam was still unable to speak when Larry asked him, "Do you remember me saying to you that I was a medical student and forcing the guardsmen to leave you alone?" With those words, a stunned Sam, unable to speak, nodded yes, leaned forward in the chair, put his head in his hands, gasped for air, and began to cry. For a second time that night, business came to a standstill as customers sat wondering what had happened. Molly asked Willis and Sonny to help Sam to his office, and everyone from Larry's table followed. The group stood in silence for 10 minutes, listening to Sam crying, before he finally regained his composure enough to speak. Sheepishly, he said, "I owe you my life, Larry. The doctor said I would never have lived that day if you hadn't stuck that tie-dyed shirt into the hole in my stomach. Now that I look at you, if I put long hair on you, with a pair of John Lennon sunglasses, I can still see you. I will never understand how you pulled off that doctor routine, looking the way you did. Neither will I, Sam. I remember speaking with the believable authority of a doctor, and I was amazed when they backed down. I'm ashamed to say I was pretty much stoned out of my mind that day, so taking credit for saving your life is a far-fetched thought to me. You have to know, it was totally out of character for me to run toward the shooting," he said with a smile. "To this day, I still do not understand why I ran to you. I always felt bad about that day because up to that point in my life, you were the only good thing I had ever done, Sam, and I never knew what happened to you." At that point, everyone left them alone in the office to talk. 122. After a long personal discussion, where they exchanged views and ideas on life, Sam and Larry hugged as if they were lifelong friends. "I would like to stop by your place, if that is okay, Larry. You have been a curiosity to me since you commented that my essays were old news," Sam said, smiling as he reached into his drawer. "These are for you," handing Larry a set of keys to the bar. "As long as I am still alive, Larry, you will always have a place to stay, clothes to put on, and food to eat. Your money cannot buy anything in this place, and the door is always open. Thanks for being stoned that day, my friend." Wisdom smiled at Molly, Sam, Larry, and the group. Everything was exactly on time as planned. 123. 11. He's a real nowhere man. Sitting in his nowhere land. Making all his nowhere plans. For nobody. While it is true that humans rely on their senses to enjoy and survive life, understanding how the human sense of smell can deaden over time, still remains a mystery. An aged, incontinent human, living alone, will eventually be unable to smell the acidity of their incontinence. Driving past a vinegar factory, the smell is unmistakable. However, anyone who has lived near the factory for any length of time will often say, after a while, they no longer smell the vinegar. Skunks use their odor as a defense mechanism when attacked, and Pepe Le Pew, the cartoon skunk, made everyone laugh with his French accent, using his nasty smell to attract females for a little amour. We must assume skunks are immune to their own smell, perhaps even enjoying the smell, otherwise how would they produce offspring? Skunks have to be the nastiest smelling sexual animals in the world. Try to find one person that will say they love the smell of a fresh roadkill skunk. On second thought, skunks may be the second nastiest animal in the world. The year was 1981, and Larry Thomas, the perfect poster boy of a classic hippie from the 60s, had just turned 33. 124. With shoulder-length hair, Larry's trademark was a small round pair of John Lennon sunglasses that he wore day and night. Dressed in his usual homemade, tie-dyed shirt, sandals, and dirty jeans, Larry was celebrating his birthday with friends. After taking a snort of cocaine, he attempted to blow out his candles, singeing both eyebrows and his hair. He laughed at himself, declaring to everyone, 33 will be the best year of my life, because threes are the wild card in life this year. As the only remaining original member of his 1964 band The Creatures, Larry was proud that his place was still widely known as Party Central. Because he was a bad boy with an attitude, and a real crowd pleaser on stage, the young women naturally stood in line for just a chance to party with him all night. A rock star's problems start with young girls, and Larry had his problems. Several tried to get pregnant, and others claimed they were pregnant. Larry went through a slew of young girls. When dumped for a new girl, several became angry and made false claims saying Larry took unfair advantage of them. This caused Larry many run-ins with the cops. Roger was home on leave before going overseas. He showed up at Larry's place with a camera, a tripod, and a security clock camera. He gave Larry instructions on how to set it anywhere you want to use it. "Don't be stupid, Larry." The cameras sat unused in the closet until a boyfriend at a party busted his girl in the act of giving Larry a blowjob in the bathroom. The chick blamed Larry, a fight ensued, followed by 2 months in jail until the judge dropped the charges. After that lesson, if you wanted to fuck a rock star, it would be on film. A man true to his vision, Larry's life since the 60s was still about sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Addicted to young girls, booze, and drugs, Larry lived at the same poverty level he had despised as a young boy. His low-life rocker bachelor pad was put together with an I could give a shit attitude. The contents consisted of used furniture from garage sales, flea markets, and other items he called just good stuff found in roadside trash. His proudest possession was a large, store-bought RCA projection television. Larry purchased the TV, along with a pound of pot, after finishing a well-paying job by his small handyman business. His company consisted of a box of business cards and one employee, Larry. Living in an illusion and unwilling to grow up, Larry was a man going nowhere, trapped in time without a future. Everyone who tried to enter Larry's small 2-bedroom rental home Sober would normally wince at the first breath, their eyes would begin to water, and they would usually step back outside for another breath of fresh air. The only way anyone ever walked through the front door without wincing was in a stoned condition. 125. Years of parties left the carpet rancid from a mixture of spilled beer, layers of cigarette ashes, food stains, wine, and cat piss from Bitsy, who never owned a litter box. The white wall behind the waterbed was various shades of heavy brown nicotine. While tripping on acid, Larry used liquid nails to glue 18 empty beer cans to the tops of each nightstand beside the waterbed. He called them his catch-all ashtrays, flicking ashes and cigarette butts from bed in their direction. Early Sunday morning, Larry lay sleeping with Cindy on the beer-stained mattress in soiled sheets, unwashed for several months. The sheets were full of body sweat and stained with fluids from several previous partners. Living in the squalor for over 8 years, just like an elderly incontinent man, or the vinegar factory resident, and especially the skunk, Larry's senses could not smell a damn thing. An occupational hazard from playing late nights in heavily air-conditioned clubs often left Larry with a cold in both eyes. This morning, both eyelids were crusted shut as Bitsy jumped on the bed, crying for food, and waking him from much-needed sleep with what seemed to be his millionth migraine hangover. Kicking Bitsy from the bed, he rubbed one eye with his fingers, cracking it open, as he peeked at Cindy, wondering how much longer this one would last. They had been together for about 3 months, and she was beginning to drop the let's get more serious bullshit like the hundreds before her. She was, like Larry, the product of a crappy, dysfunctional, poor family from the wrong side of the tracks. Blessed with a smokin' body, she was a red-hot lover, turning completely animalistic with full-body sweats when she was seeking sexual satisfaction. At 17 years old, Larry wondered about Cindy's massive sexual appetite, and how she had learned so much, at such a young age. After his concert last night, the bar provided free shots of tequila which Larry and Cindy took full advantage of. Arriving at Party Central, they did shotguns of pot in bed while fucking like rabbits until early morning. As he rose to medicate his migraine, he looked around the bedroom through the partially opened eye. The place was its usual mess with clothes piled or thrown everywhere. Cindy never put anything away, and if she did laundry, she took the clothes out of the dryer and dumped them from the hamper into a pile on the floor. Larry was never sure which pile was clean and which was dirty, so he would always sniff the armpits or crotches of his clothes before putting them on. Laughing to himself, he thought, and the last one was such a neat freak, I threw her out because she drove me crazy. Walking over to the dresser, he unplugged the camera. 126. The living room was a continuation of beer cans, cigarette butts, and ashes from overflowing ashtrays on the coffee and end tables. Partially eaten food was everywhere, and the kitchen was without a single clean dish. The place had a dishwasher, but Cindy was too lazy to use it. Just wash it when you need it, Larry, was her logic. Drinking from a dirty glass, he swallowed 4 Tylenols and noticed an abundance of small roaches on the kitchen counter. Bitsy crawled between his legs as he opened a can of tuna and dumped it into her nasty bowl, already full of spoiled, crusted leftovers. After washing the sleep from both eyes in the kitchen sink, he walked into the living room to watch something on the big screen RCA, dodging several piles of Bitsy on the floor with his bare feet. Pushing several paper plates of old food aside, he sat down on the heavily stained couch, his headache still throbbing, thinking, what in the hell kind of life is this? Everyone else did something with their lives, even if their parents helped them. Scott became a congressman, Steve became a big-shot lawyer, Jerry, a businessman builder, and my best bud Roger, a freaking war hero of some kind. What in the hell has happened to me? I feel stuck in some kind of time warp. Nothing has changed for me since high school. The 15 years since high school were hard years, filled with late nights, drugs, and a stream of underage groupie party girls. Larry liked them young and never went above 18 years old except for that one neat freak nearly his age. I am getting too old for this shit. Pussy is just pussy, young or old, fat or thin, rich or poor, it's still just pussy, Larry. Wake up, dude, there has got to be more to life than pussy. You have become a one-man business card, you own nothing but a big screen television and a beat-up work van. I need to do something with my life that really matters. This has been fun, but it's really going nowhere. In the middle of his reflective thoughts, Cindy came out of the bedroom naked. Standing in the doorway, she spread her legs open as she rubbed herself with a vibrator. Larry, baby, come and scratch my itch, and then how about fixing me some breakfast, sweetie? Unaware of Larry's reflective thoughts and migraine hangover, the young girl made the wrong request at the wrong time. Fix you breakfast? Larry shouted at her. Get your ass out here, you lazy fucking skank, and fix me some breakfast. It only takes one match to start a huge fire. For about an hour, they went back and forth with all of the drama of a Maury Povich episode, only the subject was not about "You Are the Father." The climax of the show ended when Cindy, the drama queen, took the shouting match into the front yard for the neighbors' benefit. 127. As Cindy screamed from the middle of the yard, Larry slammed the door in her face, telling her to pick up her garbage outside later that afternoon. In a rage and armed with a hefty garbage bag, Larry walked through the house, picking up her stuff off the floor, including several pairs of some nasty-looking stained panties. The bathroom counter was so cluttered with her stuff that he swept it into the bag by the armfuls. There you go, Cindy, thanks for the pussy, and you may keep the luggage. Putting a twist tie on the bag, he sat it outside the front door. Grabbing another bag, he went through the house, emptying ashtrays and trash, giving the place a basic quick clean-up. See, it only took 5 minutes and it looks okay. Picking up the phone, he called Catherine, the ex-overage neat freak. Asking her over for a beer and pizza, Larry offered to call it in, and she could pick it up on her way over. Catherine, a poor little rich girl, was crazy about him, and when he needed something, Larry often used her. She had the worst case of bad boy syndrome Larry had ever seen. The nastier he treated her, the more she wanted him. Catherine was the moth, and Larry was the burning flame. When Larry called, Catherine flew towards the flame, knowing she would be hurt again, and Larry, for some sick reason, kept burning her. They had lived together for a brief while, and her neatness drove Larry crazy. When she left, Larry played it as if her neatness caused them to part, but he knew in his heart the real reason she left. She demanded fidelity from him while they lived together, and she would not budge on the issue. For the first time in his life, a woman actually left the bad boy rocker based on an honest, moral principle. Catherine wanted a monogamous relationship but was too weak to totally walk away from him. Driven by her heart, she had walked in and out of his life for the past 5 years, supplying Larry with anything he wanted. She gave him money when he was short on cash for drugs and food. She had even fixed his van a few times so poor little Larry could get some work. Tonight it was free pizza and beer. To look at, Catherine was easy on the eyes, a bit too skinny, but nice and tight, close to the bone in bed. Larry hated to be alone, and Catherine was always his ace in the hole. Proud of the fact that it only took a few hours to replace Cindy, he sat watching the big screen in his newly cleaned home. Man, this is great, I have a fine lay on the way over, and I know she will finish cleaning the place for a few days. Fix me breakfast, my ass, little bitch. I am the king of my domain. He's as blind as he can be. Just sees what he wants to see. Nowhere man can you see me at all. 128. Catherine arrived about an hour later, kissed Larry briefly on the driveway, and sprayed the house with Lysol as she walked through the door. She cleaned the table off, loaded the dishwasher, stripped the bed sheets, picked up Bitsy's POO, and wiped down the kitchen counters with disinfectant before she would sit down to eat pizza with Larry. Looking at her, Larry thought. What is wrong with you, man? She is a very sweet person, and all you ever do is use her. I can only stay a while, Larry. I have a huge test tomorrow and need to study some tonight, so how about I leave around 7? Catherine explained, insinuating that if he wanted sex, he would have to make his move in the next hour or so. Lighting up a joint, Larry took a hit and passed it to Catherine, but she declined, reminding him about her test tomorrow. Larry got on his knees and began to lick her inner thighs. Handing her the joint, he continued licking higher and higher as he talked her into taking just one hit. You are the cleanest woman I've ever met in my life. Catherine slowly spread her legs for his flickering tongue, leaning against the wall as she closed her eyes. She took another hit, knowing she was hopelessly in love with Larry. When her eyes opened, Kat was still a bit high. As she focused on the clock, it read 7:30. Great, it's time to head home, she thought, then noticed the sunlight in the room. Oh, no, this is AM. Oh my God, I have to run. Not waking Larry, she dressed quietly, leaving him a note. I am still a bit stoned, but I loved your tongue. I will call you. Made a pot of coffee and put the garbage out. I love you, Kat. She signed it with a heart at the end of her name. Their initials LT and K were at the bottom. The pounding on the door woke Larry and he could hear the voice of an irate Cindy. Larry, I know you are home, open the door, I want my things. Just a minute, he said as he got up and went to the door. He was still high and naked, needing to relieve himself and nearly erect when he unlocked the door. Cindy continued her argument from yesterday, telling him that he wasn't getting any pussy. So, put your dick away, Larry. Where is my stuff? I put it right outside the door, he replied as he went to take a leak. It's not there, Larry, what did you do with my things? Larry knew Cindy from the months they had lived together, and one thing she loved was to look at cock. So coming out of the bathroom, he slowly pulled up his shorts, leaving it out for her eyes as long as possible. What is wrong with you, man? You could care less about this dirty little skank, so why are you playing a game like you want to fuck her? Besides, you fucked around with Kat until 4 in the morning. Are you kidding me? 129. Eaten alive by his own lust, he answered his own question with his next thought. Look at that young red-hot body. Stepping out the front door and looking side to side, Larry realized, sure enough, there was no bag. A strange smell slowly filled his senses. Why, that is coffee. As he walked into the kitchen, he saw the note from Kat on the counter. Without reading it, he palmed the note and stuck it in his pocket. Telling Cindy he would find her stuff, he took clean cups from the dishwasher and poured them both some coffee. Now that wasn't too hard, was it, Larry? And to think just yesterday I offered you the best pussy you've ever had before breakfast. She continued being a bitch about the fix-me breakfast fight they had the day before. What did you do, Larry? Clean all day out of sexual frustration? Sort of, he replied. As she sat across from him, Cindy put one leg on the rung of the chair and opened her legs to reveal she was not wearing panties. Cindy knew that looking up any skirt was a turn-on for Larry. Why am I playing this silly little game with this immature 17-year-old slut? I know better. When a woman thinks she has the best pussy, she comes with a full-blown head game attached. As Larry was getting up to go to the bathroom to read Kat's note, Cindy reached over and pulled his shorts down, taking him into her mouth. At 17, Cindy knew how to suck a dick dry better than any other girl he had ever met. Enjoying her expertise, he thought, my God, Kat is so clean the little bitch cannot taste her on my cock. A few hours later, they sat drinking beer and eating cold pizza. Larry explained that he still wanted some time apart because he was starting to think a lot about his life. He wanted more out of life than he had. Maybe I am finally growing up. To his surprise, Cindy agreed. She had the same feelings, And then she dropped the "I love you, Larry" bomb for the first time, followed by an "I will wait for you. Take as long as you need, sweetheart." My God, she thinks I am talking about settling down with her. After promising again to find her stuff, they agreed as she left to continue to take care of each other sexually. Sitting on the couch, Larry read and reread Kat's "I love you" note. Look at you, Larry, with "I love you" commitments from 2 women, and you honestly do not love either one of them, do you? In fact, you could care less if you ever saw either one of them again, right? What is going on with me? I never had thoughts like this before. As a diversion from his thoughts, he flipped on the television just as the phone rang. 130. It turned out to be a potential customer wanting a bedroom painted right away. How fast can you do this? I can do it tomorrow, if you will pick up the paint tonight. I will see you in the morning around 10 o'clock. Suddenly remembering Kat's note that said, "I put the garbage out," he ran to the garbage can on the curb, and dug through it until he found Cindy's garbage bag. Just as he was about to enter the house, Kat pulled in the driveway. This is way too much to keep up with. I need some time alone to clear my thoughts. What is wrong with me? I feel exhausted emotionally and drained by only 2 women. Smiling and kissing him on the cheek, she said, "So you like to have the garbage in the house?" "No, I just threw away a customer's paper by accident, so I will need to look through it later." "How was your test?" "I was still a bit high when I took it because I was with this bad boy last night with a seriously hot tongue, but I think I passed," she said, grabbing him in the crotch. "Did you miss me, lover?" "You know I did, Kat. How could I not have missed you? We had a great time together last night." "What a liar you are, you banged Cindy the minute you got a chance and never thought about Kat a single time all day." "Liar, liar. What is going on with me? I never thought about any of this kind of shit before in my life." Kat put her arms around Larry's waist and her head on his chest, reminding him that she was all about touchy-feely. She was too clingy for him, and after a while, it just drove him crazy. "My God, how many times do you need to touch me or tell me that you love me in one day? You know, the problem could be you, Larry. How many times in your life have you been able to express your emotions or respect the feelings of someone else? What the fuck? Come on, Larry, do you even know what real emotions are and how to express them?" Looking down at her and feeling uncomfortable in her grasp, he wanted loose without being rude, so he introduced a new topic of conversation as he stepped away from her grasp. "Guess what? I have a job in the morning booked, sold, and ready to go." "Why, Larry, is that like me, when I had a test this morning, sweetie?" Smiling, she asked, "Where is the pot? How about we take just one hit?" "Larry." And she grabbed him again. "Why do I need to get high to tolerate her? When I am high, I love her touchy-feely ways all over me." How blind can you be, Larry? Evidently, as blind as you want to be. 131. Early the next morning, as he stepped from the shower, Kat had breakfast waiting and directions to the customer's home all ready to go on his clipboard. The entire morning she shamelessly expressed her love for him, following him to his van for that one last kiss and a big hug. On the way to the job, he thought about how much fun they had together after he got high, followed by another round of self-examination as he tried to understand why she bugged him in other ways. She was decent looking, a lot older than he liked them, a one-man woman, immaculate, a helper, encourager, and pretty good in bed. So why did she bug him? Your problem is, Larry, you don't know how to relate emotionally to someone when they express real, honest emotion to you. Do you want to know why, Larry? It's because you, Larry, will never be mature enough to satisfy any woman emotionally. You do not have the maturity to deal with a 17-year-old little girl, Larry. Do you really want to know why, Larry? You are not a bad boy, You are not cool, Mr. I could give a shit rocker party animal. You, Larry, are an emotionally bankrupt, insensitive, hurt little boy, that's why, Larry. Wake up. You were supposed to walk her to her car for one last hug, but she walked to your van. What's wrong with you? Face it, Larry, the thought of walking to her car never crossed your mind. Did it? All you wanted to do was get away from her honest expressions about how she feels about you. I must be losing my mind. Arriving at the job, Larry thought Mrs. Stromberg was one fine-looking lady. Maybe she needs more than her bedroom painted. What an idiot you are, Larry. Instead, he received total rejection. She was almost dismissive of Larry and was all business. Leaving Larry to his work, she disappeared until he called for her 3 hours later to come and see her new bedroom. I love it, she exclaimed, and asked if he had the time to do another room. Looking at the room, Larry agreed to paint it. If she would go pick up the paint, he would start moving the furniture and prepping the room. Crawling around the room, wiping the baseboards, Larry felt good about the money he was making, and he thought about taking Kat out for a nice dinner. She has done so much for me, it's about time I did one honest thing for her. As he reached the doorway, he was still on all fours when he looked up to a short denim skirt, long legs, and panties with a Rolling Stones tongue on them. As he rose to his knees, he saw two perfect tits bulging from a t-shirt, tied in a knot just above the belly. Hi, I'm Amanda. Where's my mother? She said, smiling as she watched his long examination of her body. He stood to his feet saying, I'm Larry. Your mother went to pick up some paint for your room. 132. Cool, you're the lead singer for the Creatures, aren't you? As Larry nodded yes, she continued, I love your shades. Do you mind if I get a few things from my closet? Sure, go ahead. I won't be starting until your mom arrives. Until then, it's all yours. Amanda walked into the large closet, intentionally leaving the door open as she dropped her skirt and top, as if Larry was not even there. Turning towards him, but never looking at him, she peeled her panties off as she put on a tiny bathing suit. Smiling, she walked past Larry to the pool. Larry quipped, so I see you are a Stones fan. She burst out laughing, turned, and said, my favorite Stones song is I Can't Get No Satisfaction, causing Larry to laugh as well. As she walked away, Larry stayed in the room, watching her from the window until the mother returned with the paint. I see Amanda is home from school. Have you met her? She asked. Just briefly, Mrs. Stromberg, he replied. That one is 16 going on 60. She rolled her eyes and walked off. Jailbait, I do not need any jailbait today. As he began to paint the room, Amanda kept looking to catch him watching her. 1 hour ago, you were going to take Kat for a private dinner, now you are seriously thinking about nailing this kid. That's right, Larry, she is a kid. Go directly to jail, do not pass go. 2 hours later, Larry finished and was in the process of putting the room back together when Mom and Amanda, wearing a beach robe, came to see her new room. Larry actually found himself thinking, thank God, she has a robe on. Now that's a switch. Both agreed how much they liked it, while Amanda, standing behind her mom, smiled and let her robe slip open as she mouthed, I love it, and gave Larry a full, clean-shaved, baby doll crotch shot. Looking him in the eyes, she asked, how about you, Larry, do you love it? Yes, I do indeed love it, nice, clean choice. Idiot, what is wrong with you? Why are you playing a game with jailbait? Larry went outside to clean up his tools and was just about to leave when Amanda called to him, saying, I think you missed a spot, can you come and see? Walking into the room, he saw Amanda had 4 lines of cocaine on a mirror. Snorting one, she handed Larry the rolled-up bill, and Larry took a hit without a single thought. Looking at him as she snorted another line, she said, it's Friday night. Invite me over for a party. I will bring the fun, you bring the satisfaction. 133. Larry took the last hit, consuming it like a vacuum cleaner, and gave her his card, telling her to call him in an hour. Cashing the check at the bank, he noticed Mrs. Stromberg had included a large tip. Fat Pocket Larry was ready to party. He popped in a Stone CD as he left the bank parking lot and selected Honky Tonk Woman. Lit up from the cocaine, wild and ready to party, Larry drove down the road playing the drums on the dashboard singing. She blew my nose, and then she blew my mind. She is jailbait, man, when she calls, do not answer the phone. Besides, you have Kat and Cindy on your plate, and you definitely cannot party in the house because you can bet Cindy or Kat will show up. What's wrong with you, Larry, are you crazy? Damn, that Amanda is one sweet young piece, her pussy looks so young. If she has the coke, I have the time. That shit ain't cheap. Answering the phone, Larry said, meet me on the corner in 30 minutes. I will pick you up, and we will party in a motel all weekend. Don't I get a call, officer? Larry asked the turnkey. Sit down and shut up, I will call you when we are ready to let you have that privilege. By Sunday night at 10:30, Larry was sitting in jail on charges of statutory rape, possession of controlled substances, and a host of other charges, including contributing to the delinquency of a minor. She is no minor. You knew better, how many times did I tell you to stay away from her? You knew she was trouble, but you wouldn't listen to reason, would you, Larry? What is wrong with you, idiot? Your life is a real nowhere life for sure, this is way past drunk and disorderly conduct. Why didn't you do the right thing? Keep your money and take Kat for a nice dinner? You have scraped by your whole life. Every time you put some money in your pocket, you blow it on drugs or the first little bitch that flirts with you. When are you going to stop this self-destruction once and for all, Larry? Is it worth prison, Larry? Was it that much fun? It was still just another piece of pussy, wasn't it, Larry? What a scene the arrest turned into. Her dad and the cops opening the door to the room, while they were both snorting another hit. It was classic cops TV, as the cops shouted, do not resist. Officers, I am bare-ass naked, face down on the bed with arms behind my back, in this position I am not capable of resisting. Shouting again, we told you not to resist, pepper sprays came out, and they each took free shots at Larry. 134. Crying huge crocodile tears, Amanda explained everything to her father. I am sorry, Daddy. He talked me into this earlier today when he was working in our home. He gave me some pills, and after that I didn't know what I was doing. Arriving at the station, the cops began threatening him with all of the scary legal threats. You are going to get a minimum of 18 years in prison to as much as 35 years. You picked the wrong girl this time, you hippie freak, and the wrong daddy for damn sure. That man is the toughest lawyer in the justice system. You can kiss your ass goodbye, boy, every con in the state house will wear your ass out, if you know what I mean. Idiot, I told you she was jailbait, and now we know daddy is a lawyer. Bailiff, how about my phone call? It has been an hour. Finally, Larry got his phone call. I don't believe it, an answering machine. Rufus, if you are there, pick up. Rufus, are you there? I need you to go to the Donna Court Motel, room 27, immediately. The cops busted me, and my camera clock is on the dresser. Please do this right away, even if you have to break into the room or give the man some cash. This is very important. Search that room, it was a hard party and the camera can save my ass. The bailiff explained to Larry that he had a 9 o'clock appointment with the judge, and he could expect the public defender around 8 to go over his case. You might as well get some sleep, you are not going anywhere until then. Kat sat in bed, wondering where Larry had been all weekend, contemplating how she could find the strength within herself to walk away from him. Crying quietly, she thought, I've tried it before, I am just too weak. Even though I love him, I need to face the facts, he does not love me. He never says it and never shows any real interest in my life at all. Stop it, Kat, you must stop seeing him. Flipping the channel to the local news, a picture of Larry covered the screen as the broadcaster announced, "This just in. A well-known local band leader has been charged with the statutory rape of a minor child and possession of a controlled substance." "How about a magazine, Larry?" asked the bailiff. "It looks like you are not going to sleep." "Sure, thanks, hand me one." Larry glanced at the front cover headlines. "The worst boyfriend personality in the world would have to be a sociopathic hedonist," by Dr. Sarah Johnson. "Are you one?" Test on page 25. Turning to page 25, Larry continued reading. "Are you charming, but deep down superficial in your relationships? Do you lack genuine remorse when others are hurting? Are people targets and only opportunities for you to use them? Are your promises genuine and can you find your true emotions?" 135. Do you feel an incapacity for love and are you indifferent to the devastation and emotions of others? Are you sexually promiscuous, cheating on every person you are involved with? Do you have a realistic plan for your life? Do you live a parasitic lifestyle, using others as objects of your manipulations and con games? Do you have no problem lying easily? What the fuck, Larry thought. The article continued for several more pages with statements on how to identify a hedonist. You do everything for your own pleasure, you do not care who you destroy as long as you are happy. Life is one big party, and if you are a sociopath, your party is at the expense and emotions of everyone who knows you. All of your past girlfriends know it is your planet, and you are here for your own pleasure. Throwing the magazine outside of the cell, Larry rolled over in his bed. What a load of crap. Facing the wall, wide awake, he lay thinking about how many questions he got right. Each person sojourning on Earth has a soul that resides inside of a body. At birth, we all receive an Earth suit to wear as we experience life. Earth suits come in all sizes and colors, they are not who we are. Our soul becomes the reflective essence of whom you are as a person for others to see. A soul without a conscience is dead, even while the body is still alive. Conviction of a soul for doing wrong begins in the conscience. The inner anvil of every soul resides in the conscience. It is on this inner anvil of the soul's conscience where the pounding hammer of conviction hammers out every evil deed committed by the occupant of the body. The hammer never stops forging the evil deeds or hurtful words spoken upon the inner anvil of the soul, until the soul seeks repentance, forgiveness, and the wrong deed is rectified. In Larry's lifetime, no one could have convinced him that there was a God in heaven or a devil in hell. He had been in jail before, but this time it was serious. Sitting in the small 6-foot cell, he reflected on his life and the many times his mother made him sit in a timeout chair when he was bad. Now, here he sat, in the biggest timeout chair of his life. This is the end of the road for you, little boy. Now you sit there and think seriously about what you did and where you are going. I swear, if you keep acting up, Larry, you're gonna wind up in prison one day, boy, a no-good convict. Until tonight, Larry had never experienced a single conviction in his conscience about anything he had ever done. Sitting alone, the hammer of personal conviction picked up his evil deeds and laid them on the inner anvil of his soul, exposing his evil deeds, lies, and the way he disesteemed people, especially women. Larry wrestled all night within his conscience over the way he treated people in the past. 136. This night was only a preview, just a small part of his evil, self-indulgent life. When the hammer begins to forge hard truth on the inner anvil of his soul, demanding recompense for his words and actions, will the hot steel change its shape? Larry would not be the last man looking for jailhouse Jesus in a county-issued jumpsuit. Although God has heard the same prayer from millions before Larry, for the first time in Larry's life, he actually started talking to God. Everyone that has ever been in a hard place knows the bargaining prayers that we make when the chips are stacked against us. For Larry, this was his first time playing high-stakes poker with God. If you help me, God, I promise to stop doing drugs, and go to church. After a while, thinking that may not be enough to seal the deal, Larry followed with a long list of life-changing promises he would make, including, of all things, giving up pussy. God, if you would just help me get out of this timeout chair, I will. A mind in turmoil, negotiating with God, rambles from one thought to another. One minute we ask and trust God to help us, and the next minute we trust in our own strength to fix our problem. If that video is gone, or Rufus cannot get it, I am done. Even with it, I could still go to prison because her dad has the legal juice. Look how the cops beat me up knowing he was there watching them. Hell, this thing is a fixed deal, I am done. If the cops and lawyers are crooked, they must have a crooked judge that works with them. Remembering his past camera failures, Larry's mind entertained a multitude of fears. What if I was too high, or forgot to turn the camera on, or the camera didn't work? Adding to the already long list he swore, God, I promise I will quit taping girls in bed with me. Standing in front of the judge, in leg shackles and handcuffs like a captured animal unfit for society, Larry never looked up at the judge. The public defender looked like Amanda's younger brother, who was just entering puberty. He explained, "This is just a plea hearing of the charges against you. The judge is going to ask you how do you plead. Not guilty, Your Honor. Is your answer, and do not say anything else. After that, we will try to get you released on bail." Larry stood there thinking, with crooked cops, her dad a hard-ass lawyer, and maybe a crooked judge, this has to be Who Wants to Fuck Larry Day. The judge set a pre-trial conference in 30 days and set bail at $10,000. Larry broke down in front of everyone, sobbing and trembling like a lost child. As the cops escorted him from the courtroom, Rufus sat on the other side of Kat, smiling and giving him thumbs up. Kat sat with her head down, crying with a handkerchief over her face. 137. Seeing her brokenness, Larry fell on his knees in exhaustion and distress as they lifted him out of the courtroom, sobbing. Kat never looked up. Sitting in his cell, Larry was mentally checking a list of people he knew that might have the money to bail him out of jail. The bailiff told him all he needed was $1,000. "You only need to post a tenth and collateral. You got off easier than I would have thought. I think yours has already been posted by some nice-looking young lady, Larry." Hearing those words, Larry broke into another crying spell, because all night, Kat had never entered into a single thought or prayer. Free at last, he found Rufus waiting outside the jail, but Kat was not there. "Where's Kat, Rufus?" Larry asked. "She said you would understand. She just left and was still crying, saying something about wasted time, life, and money," Rufus explained. "That tape was the bomb. You nailed the little bitch hard, Larry," he said, laughing. Together they high-fived each other. "You watched the tape, Rufus?" "Sure I did, and I told Kat all about it because she wanted to know. I told her that the girl brought the coke to the room, not you, and she made the moves on you first." "You showed it to Kat?" "No, man, I just told her about it, and about how you nailed the little bitch." "What, you got a thing for this Kat?" "I thought she was just a friendly piece of ass." "You said she was nothing to you, Larry. Are you going soft on me and hooking up with Kat?" "Hell, no, she is just a friend," said Larry, protecting his image. Hanging up the phone after speaking to his public defender, Larry thought, "I am not giving that kid my video. He was talking a plea bargain of 3 years, even with the tape. What an jerk. I need a better lawyer but can't afford one, and Steve is gone for a few months. Maybe Kat can." "No, She has dropped off the radar since Rufus told her about the video. I'll handle this myself, I have nothing to lose at this point. Following Amanda's dad all day, Larry was waiting for the best opportunity, and that came when Mr. Stromberg stopped at the dry cleaners. Parking a few rows over, Larry quickly made his way to the car. Opening the unlocked door, he tossed the video on the seat. Stepping back from the car, he stood across the traffic lane in the shopping center, waiting. Mr. Stromberg. Larry called loudly as he was about to enter his car. Looking up at Larry, he quickly responded, I am going to have you arrested. 138. I know you can do that, sir, but before you do, I want you to know I did not know how old your daughter was, he said, lying. I am sorry for what happened, and all I want to do is make this go away so that I can go on with my life, I meant no harm. It is all on that tape on your seat. You broke into and entered my car, you will go to jail again, today, you creepy little bastard. Please, watch the tape first, sir, and then do what you want, all I am asking is for you to make this all go away. As he turned and walked away, Larry thought, I had better not go home in case the cops come looking for me. Hanging up the phone, Larry started jumping around the room, swinging his fists, shouting yes, 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 resembling a Zulu warrior's victory dance. The public defender had informed him the county prosecutor had dropped all charges against him. Thank you, God, was it really you, or did I do this myself? I don't know, all I know is, it's party time, and party he did. Continually, for nearly an entire week. Waking on Sunday morning with Cindy in his bed, he went to relieve himself and felt like he was pissing fire. As Larry lay face down on the paper, ass up, the doc shot a large dose of penicillin into him for the treatment of gonorrhea. To make sure you are cured, you will need follow-up blood tests, so no sex for about a month until the results say, all clear. Then he began to lecture on the safe use of condoms and asked for a list of partners. After refusing to supply the list, the doctor said, you will need to contact everyone you have had sex with for the last few months, and tell them they will need a checkup right away. I cannot stress to you enough how important it is that you do this, as they may be infecting others. Why are you doing this to me, God? Is it because I did not follow through on the promises I made in jail? You know, I thought you didn't do anything, and that I fixed all my legal problems myself, anyhow. So, why are you doing this to me? Kat would not return his calls, no matter how many urgent messages he left. At one point, Larry thought, fuck her, she can find out just like I did. Besides, how do I know she wasn't the one that gave it to me? Sitting at home alone, he found himself frustrated that he could not reach Kat, so he got up and drove to her home. Knocking on her door, he saw her peek through a small crack in the curtain and heard her say, "Go away, Larry. I don't want to see you ever again." "That's cool with me, Kat, but I have something I need to tell you, just give me 2 minutes." He thought to himself, "Why did you come here, and what are you trying to accomplish? You should have stayed home." 139. Slowly the door opened, and Kat stepped back into the darkened foyer. Larry could not see her very well. "Leaving the screen door locked," she said. 2 minutes. At first, he was able to look towards the screen door, and then under conviction of guilt, he could not, so he looked down at the pot of geraniums to the left of her door as he spoke. "I went to the doctor last week, Kat, and I think you should go for a checkup." Hearing nothing but silence, he looked up as she stepped towards the screen door. She appeared anemic and frail, evidently from not eating properly since the last time he had last seen her. The sorrow and pain in her eyes disturbed him so much that he dropped his head in shame for what he had done. Feeling the need to fall on his knees and beg her for forgiveness, he dismissed the urge and stood there without a word. "I know, Larry," Kat murmured as tears fell from both eyes uncontrollably, her frail, thin arms trembling. I loved you, Larry, you were the only man I slept with during our on-again, mostly off-again relationship, giving myself completely to you only, Larry. As a woman, I looked for love, and was not afraid of being in love or loving someone. You made me feel insecure during our entire relationship because of your promiscuity. Even when it became obvious to me that you only used me, Larry, I found myself too weak, unable to find the strength within to help myself because I loved you so much. It took God to open my eyes as your promiscuous disease from another woman invaded my body. You shamed me with your disgrace. Only then was I finally able to understand that you are not capable of loving anyone, Larry, other than yourself. She closed the door. Standing there for a moment, the gravity of her words, the shame, humiliation, and pain he sensed from her, was more than he could process. Stunned and unable to look up, he walked back to his van, never turning around or looking back at her home, and drove away in silence. He did not go home, he just drove around for several hours, talking to himself, crying, and at one point shouting at God, "Why are you doing this to me?" The haunting image of her eyes, tears, and shaking frail body were a vivid memory, but her words about him were more revealing than any words Larry had ever heard in his life. On this inner anvil of the soul's conscience, that is, the place where the pounding hammer of conviction hammers out every evil deed committed by the occupant of the body. Sitting alone, stunned by the events at Kat's home, Larry was still trying to digest her words when he decided to write her a letter and explain. She shut the door so quickly I never had the chance to thank her for the bail money, or express to her how bad I actually felt about what had happened. Sitting with pen and a spiral notebook, he was unable to complete the first sentence. 140. No matter how many times he tried over the next hour, he could not put the words together that would express his regret enough to heal Kat's heart. Frustrated and still unwilling to accept responsibility, he became defensive about her comments, when she said he was only capable of loving himself. She's wrong, I know what love is about. I know what I will do, I'll write her a love letter and prove it to her. He paused. Why would I do that? I don't love her, or do I, and I just don't know it yet. Larry realized that he was incapable of writing anything to her, and that she was right, he did not know anything about love. In anger, he threw the notebook over his shoulder onto a shelf behind him and got up to go to bed. As he walked through the doorway of his bedroom, shame, guilt, cowardice, and an overwhelming power of conviction were all present in the room waiting for him. It was as if he had walked to the end of the road in life and everything he had ever done was in that room ready to be rectified. A strange, powerful presence filled the room, something he had never felt before in his life. The power was so pure and reverential, he fell to his knees at the foot of his bed and began to weep and cry harder than he ever had in his life. Emptying his soul of all the wrong he had done in his life, he earnestly called out to God for help. Every deviant human secret hidden deep within his heart lay open and exposed before God, along with every evil sin his soul had committed. This was not the time for making foolish jailhouse deals with God, it was time to recognize that his life had been nothing but foolishness and vanity, driven by a wicked, selfish heart. The front of his t-shirt was entirely soaked, as snot ran from his nose in huge quantities, and he wiped it on the sheet, his shirt, or anything he could find. Not understanding the reality of what was happening, Larry started praying the only prayer he could remember. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, thy kingdom come, thy will be done, and at that exact point, he became a stuck record as he kept repeating, not my will, but thy will. Not my will, but thy will be done. The phrase continued spewing from his mouth as he kept surrendering large portions of his selfish will, and life, to something bigger than himself for the first time in his life. His shocked mind wondered how his mouth seemed stuck at not my will, but thy will be done, while, at the same time, he understood spiritual transformations were taking place within his heart. Prayers seemed to develop by themselves, from one repentant cry to another, he kept seeking forgiveness. Unable to breathe, he felt the atmosphere in the room change suddenly and dramatically, as he sensed that something greater than himself had a strong grip on his life. 141. Grabbing his shirt violently, he appeared as if he were reaching into his own soul, and he shouted like a child letting out a death cry for help from a missing parent. It was a cry that came from the bottom of his soul, and he pleaded vehemently with God to help him, shouting, "Whatever it is that is in me, get it out." He flung his arm towards the doorway, nearly ripping the shirt from his body. Instantly, he felt something leave him. The only problem was that whatever it was still in the room. Without looking, he sensed there was something evil standing by the doorway, near the light switch, in the very direction he had swung his arm, and the room began to permeate with evil. Not a hair on his body was lying down, he was electrified with the terror of the spiritual unknown. What is happening to me? Keeping his face buried in the mattress, he hoped that he was wrong about the evil presence he sensed. He wanted to jump up, turn on the light, and run out of the room, but his psyche was so afraid, he could not move his body. He stayed on his knees at the foot of the bed, not moving, and afraid to look for almost half an hour as he waited, silently hoping the evil would go away. Every time he started to get up, he sensed the strong, threatening presence of evil warning him not to move. Very slowly, he turned his head on the mattress until he was able to see with one eye barely cracked, keeping his forehead on the mattress. As he looked towards the doorway, he thought, "Oh my God, I was right," and terror filled his heart. Immediately, his body began to react to what his eyes saw, responding with a full body tremble. Standing by the doorway, near the light switch, was a large dark spirit, larger than the doorway, with large coal-red eyes staring directly at him. It was like looking through a dark silhouette, and the internal evil spirit was filled with maggots. The face of the spirit had protruding long black snakes coming out from all over the face, each snake with coal-red eyes and jagged teeth stared menacingly, as if to bite if he moved. Looking back down on the bed, he did not know what to say and could not look up again because he was too afraid. "What do I do now?" he thought, keeping his face pressed to the bed, eyes closed tight, for what seemed like an eternity. Again, his mind raced, wondering if this was real and actually happening to him. Maybe I am dreaming and I will wake up soon. No sooner had that thought crossed his mind than out of nowhere he began to speak boldly with authority, "I denounce you and everything you stand for," repeating that one phrase like a stuck record. "I denounce you and everything you stand for." At this point, he was still too afraid to look up. 142. This is too strange. How can I listen to my own words? I don't understand how they are coming out of my mouth with such authority. My mind is disengaged from the process, but my mouth is speaking. How is this possible? Repeating the phrase, "I denounce you and everything you stand for," Larry became bolder, as he finally turned his head, looking directly at the spirit with the snake snapping at him. He spit a bunch of everything from his nose and mouth at the spirit. As he did, he shouted, "You can't have me anymore." Upon impact, the evil spirit rose over him and loomed above his head, every eye staring in a murderous rage. Larry understood that it was going to kill him. There was no fear, and Larry was not afraid to die. Looking into the face of the evil spirit as the snakes tried to strike him, he stuck out his arm in complete peace. In a small, childlike voice, he said, "Go ahead. What are you going to get?" "Nothing but skin and bones, because my soul belongs to him," and instantly, the evil spirit left the room. At that point, Larry still had no clue who him was that his soul belonged to, and he put his head back on the bed. On his knees, exhausted and sobbing with hiccups, he tried to comprehend with his human mind what had just happened to him. After a few hours, he got up from the floor and turned on the light. Sitting at the top of his bed on a pillow in the corner of the mattress, he sat awake, trying to understand how changed he felt about himself and life. Larry quit his band, threw the drugs in the garbage, and seriously started working his business for the first time in his life. He stayed home by himself, telling no one about his spiritual experience because he knew anyone would think he was crazy. He was spending every waking moment reading the Bible and praying. He sat down one night and was able to write an honest letter of apology, asking Kat for her forgiveness that he hoped would help nurture her heart. He never heard back from her. His first serious prayer was asking God where he wanted him to go to church. Every week, he went to a different church in the hopes he would hear God tell him this one, Larry. After about 3 months, Larry came home disappointed that he had visited yet another church and no word from God, so he got on his knees at his favorite ottoman and began to pray. You know, God, I have been to the Catholic, Baptist, Methodist, Lutheran, and Episcopalian churches, a synagogue, a temple of some kind, Pentecostal, Assembly of God, Holiness Church, Orthodox, Brethren, Apostolic, Charismatic, and here's the kicker, non-denominational is now a denomination. 143. One church tells me to do this, while another says do that, and then they each tell me the other church is not the best place for me to be. They welcome me as a visitor, but I feel like a piece of fresh meat with money in his pockets. I spent a week in library. Do you know there are over 1,200 different denominations in America, and over 34,000 different Christian churches in the world? Did you do all of this? It will take me 23 years just to go through the ones in the United States. In closing, he said, by the way, just in case you haven't looked down here in a while, it's a mess. I think you should tear the whole thing down and start over. Please, show me the way. 144. 12. He who sat on it had a bow, and a crown was given to him. The first horseman revealed. And he went out conquering and to conquer. Sitting with the group, drinking coffee, Sam reminisced on the night's events. Things started off pretty normal, until Scott showed up as a congressman dressed as a bum. I think that was the only time in my life that I have ever heard a bar go dead silent. I wonder what happened to him and where he got the sneakers. There has to be an amusing story there somewhere. Hell, then I thought I was going to die with my own damn personal silent moment, he thought, smiling to himself. When I found out Larry had saved my life, I could not even speak. Hell, I wasted half a bottle of perfectly good bourbon just pouring it all over the bar. Thank God, Sonny stopped me and sat me down, or I would have passed out from lack of air. Looking around the room, he noticed the media had pretty much given up on the idea that Scott was in the building. With only a handful of patrons left, he asked Molly to find Scott, and told Sonny to give everyone a last call. We are closing early, but you guys are more than welcome to stay and have your meeting. Besides, I think it's in Scott's best interest for me to clear the place. Let's see what Scott wants to do, said Steve. I'll say one thing, they must throw one hell of a retirement party in Washington, or the sack of shit Scott is lying about retiring. I heard that, added Jerry. What we witnessed tonight was not a man showing up after a retirement party. It seems our boy Scott underwent a very severe Washington ass-kicking. Everyone nodded in agreement, as they waited for Scott before leaving. 145. I heard on the news that he stepped down because of another possible sex scandal. Have you ever stopped to think how many politicians are busted for perversion in comparison to the general public? Roger said. I am pretty sure it is part of the game they play in Washington, Sam said. Politics are so dirty, and the parties are so power-hungry, I'm sure they shoot, maim, or cut each other's throats every chance they get. Well, one thing is for sure, they sure opened a huge can of hoop ass on our boy Scott, Jerry said, laughing. Opening the door, Molly found Scott sound asleep on the couch wearing only a shower robe. Looking at his lower legs, she noticed odd-shaped marks and scars. Standing near the door, she called his name, waking him. As he turned around and sat up, she saw cuts and scars, as well as burn marks, on his chest and arms. Backing into the hall as if she hadn't seen anything, she said, "Scott, everyone is waiting for you to start the meeting, shall I tell them you are coming?" "Sure, Molly, give me 5 minutes, and I will be there." My God, a full-blown bondage boy. Some dominatrix sure beat the hell out of him. Wait until he finds out how much pain Molly and 5 grand can inflict. When I am done with him, he will kick her sissy ass to the curb, she thought to herself. Arriving back at the table, Molly informed the group, "It seems Scott took a much-needed nap, but says he will be here in 5, fellows." Looking towards the bar, she continued speaking, "Sonny, the general says he'll have another Jack on the rocks. Would the rest of you like a fresh drink, as well?" Winking in Roger's direction but avoiding full eye contact, she commented, "You need to tell the general to stop patting me only on the ass. She has such great, happy karma," Sam thought as he sat admiring her. Molly walked over to him, smiling as she put her hand on his shoulder, and stood looking at pictures of Hendrix and Joplin in the corner. Bending down, she whispered in Sam's ear, "Shall I have the kitchen bring you a large humble pie to eat, or can you fit that foot in your mouth by yourself?" Without another word, she walked over to the corner and began putting the collage of Sam's Kent State shooting back on the wall. Turning, she looked at him and said, "When people ask you about it, pull up your big boy panties and deal with it, Sam." Well, so much for happy karma, Molly, he thought. Remembering the words he had spoken to her earlier about her foolish heart, Sam realized that without Molly's efforts, he quite possibly would never have connected the dots between him and Larry. 146. After Molly had finished hanging Larry's bloody t-shirt, Sam looked at her seriously and said, "Will you please forgive my foolish heart, Molly? I am truly sorry. I don't understand how or why all of this happened tonight." Sam's serious moment quickly diminished, as Molly and everyone pointed in his direction, bursting into outrageous laughter. Turning around, Sam saw Scott walking into the bar dressed as a living billboard in Woodstock '69 clothing, wearing purple sweatpants and a tie-dyed pink and blue shirt. They sat, laughed, and talked together as old friends until Sonny waved goodnight, locking the door behind himself. Whispering to Sam, Molly said, with an impish smile on her face, "You are not off the hook yet, mister, until you finish eating the whole damn humble pie, or all of me." After some discussion, everyone seemed anxious to hear from one another, so they decided to stay and hold the meeting. Scott stepped up to the plate as chairman because, admittedly, he had not studied due to his busy retirement activities. "I think we all remember the rules. However," he said, smiling, "since our last meeting was in 1966, let me refresh everyone's memory. One person speaks at a time and no questions unless the speaker asks for them. We will use the term 'we the people,' since that phrase originally indicated the people were in ownership and had control of the government. Since everyone feels we the people lost control of their government at some point in history, the presenter must prove this as a fact, leaving no doubt or reservation in the mind of anyone. The evidence must be factual, convincing, and provide the exact point in history where we the people lost control of the United States government. I submit that due to the serious nature of our intentions, we should demand a unanimous vote on the evidence rather than by majority. There cannot be any discussion for a plan of action without unanimous agreement on the evidence first." To Scott's surprise, everyone echoed the necessity for a unanimous vote. "Personally, I'm not convinced that we the people no longer have the ability to control the government. I say this, not to offer my opinion for consideration, but as a caution that we should consider all possibilities. We may be looking for a variation or limited power loss by we the people, and not a total loss of power. At this point, I honestly do not know. I admit that your search is a valid one. Based on my inside knowledge of Washington politics, we the people may have perished many generations ago. Regretfully, to my own shame, I played the political game as well as any other man in Washington and better than most. A fact I am not proud of, as my present attire so clearly shows, he said with a smile. 147. On a more serious note, the very discussions we are about to engage in could be construed as a conspiracy to commit acts of terrorism against the United States government. That depends on how much further we go, as a group, to develop a serious plan of action. That being said, each of you should understand that I may decide to leave the group at any point if I feel your plan of action could be heading in a violent direction. I'm all for taking action, but if you are planning to blow shit up, then count me out. Just like you, Scott, still driving the fucking car and leaving with the fewest injuries, injected Jerry. Without backing down, Scott shot back, what part of not speaking or asking questions did you not understand, Jerry? You will have your time to speak, Jerry, use it how you wish, even ridiculing me, if that is what floats your boat. Dressed like this, you should know that I could care less what you or anyone says about me. I pass the floor to Larry. Thanks, Scott. As everyone knows, I am not politically active. I do not believe the vote or the electoral process is a valid demonstration of democracy. Vote for me, in the mass media age we live in, belongs to the man with the most money. Therefore, I have never cast a single vote in my life, said Larry, causing Sam's interest to perk up. That does not mean I don't understand the political problems in the nation. In fact, quite the opposite is true. My reason for not voting is a direct result of my comprehension of the numerous problems in government on every level. Due to the United States government's abuse of power, murders, and mismanagement of the people's resources, their actions have forced me to become a conscientious objector against the United States government. Since I am an American citizen who is supposed to own the government, I ask you, how does an individual seek political asylum from a corrupt government they no longer own? I will admit that so far, I have not found where we the people lost their power. I do have one prevalent issue that needs discussing. I think, as Scott mentioned, that we should consider this as a candidate for the possibility that we may be searching for a fragmented loss of power. That was an astute observation, Scott, by the way, and I am glad you made the point. I know that any plan of action will have to answer or deal with my issue. If you do not mind, I will use some of my time tonight to explain a problem we will face and reserve the rest of my time for our next meeting as I continue my search. We are all aware that, historically, politics and religion are still the most dangerous mixture on earth. This has never been more evident in history than in our present world. Please bear with me. 148. To understand the serious prevalence of my issue, I will need to explain it en masse. I promise you that I will end up back at our search of we the people. Middle Eastern countries, as we all know, are troublesome sores that infect and affect the entire free world with their disease. They're uneducated, with a clannish tribal mentality. The world will not know peace unless we stop them from ripping the scabs off one another. If the free world would deal firmly with the Middle Eastern scabs, how much war and turmoil would there be in the world? If there is one lesson from history you would think that man could eventually learn, it should be that when religions, or religious views, dominate politically, there has always been mayhem and murder. The free countries of the world collectively possess enough power to intelligently deal with the spillage of violence into the world by the scabs in the Middle Eastern countries. The explosive countries of Iraq, Iran, Israel, Syria, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Libya, and Pakistan are countries without legitimate governments. All Middle Eastern countries are tribal in their thinking, and mentally ill religious fanatics drive their politics. The free world must step on any government under the influence of religion as if it were a dirty cockroach. The free world needs to deny recognition of any country driven by the politics of religion. To make my point, we need only look at the millions killed throughout history by the politically empowered Catholic institution. I say it is time to stop repeating history and actually grow up and learn from the harsh lessons history has taught us. So what does all of that have to do with we the people, you ask? It has everything to do with the past, and the future of we the people. Without a doubt, I know this country was inspired and created in heaven first, and I believe we are about to introduce a better government than the one this country was founded upon. It is time for the world to see a new form of government, working by raw politics, as a servant to its rightful owners. The world has never seen a form of government without any religious motivation or interference by religious leaders. Since 1983, I have worked on one very private document that will introduce a new form of government. A government that has no moral or religious agendas, while at the same time allows people to practice their religion. The separation is so powerful that the government and the religious worshipper derive massive new freedoms from unnecessary encumbrances. In this document, I provide an answer to abortion, gay marriage, drugs, prison, parental authority, privacy, and protected rights of the people at every level. Pausing for a moment, Larry looked at everyone and continued. I do not offer arguments or call for more debate. 149. The document is so strong and full of solid truth that it will cause both sides of abortion, and every other issue, to shake hands and stop argumentative fighting. While the Founding Fathers receive a passing grade of C in most areas for their work in creating a new country, they completely missed the mark on separation of church and state by a mile. Writing from the only perspective they had, I think they did well for their time period. However, their day is not our day, so I must give them an F on eliminating the biggest troublemaker in the world. They failed to build a real separation of religion from government, and government from religion. Can anyone imagine Jefferson, Adams, Franklin, or Washington arguing over the moment an egg is fertilized by a sperm as being a pro-life or pro-choice issue for a woman? In your wildest imagination, can you see the First Continental Congress opening the floor with a debate on the legal rights for queers to marry? I think they would have said, "Sir, you have lost your mind, we do not discuss such things in public." Putting forth such an issue, would have gotten you tarred, feathered, and thrown out of Congress. The Founding Fathers never dreamed of don't ask, don't tell when they took pen in hand. Today, all of these issues pollute our politics, and it need not be that way. Here is my point: moral issues in this society should not have fallen under the mantle of the federal government or the ill-conceived idea of a Supreme Court. We buy new cars and give our homes a makeover. I say it is time to fix the broken foundation of American politics. The American people are no longer capable of understanding that politics should be about the business of the government, protection of the people, securing our borders, fair trade, and not about individual personal, moral issues. Can you imagine a government where the elected officials were free from the manipulation, phone calls, and voting threats of religious groups? When we allow moral issues into government, they are not always in the best interest of the collective nature of we the people. We need to stop Pat Robertson, James Dobson, televangelists, or churches attempting to pass laws concerning personal, individual morality. How serious are my thoughts? I tell you without a doubt that it is possible to structure a new form of government that works for we the people while it respects the rights of everyone to practice any religion. This document protects individual rights, protects the liberties of every individual, keeps the federal government out of the people's private lives, and allows everyone the right to live any moral lifestyle they choose. 150. Finding the loss of power and developing a plan of action as a group is one thing. What good is a plan of action if we do not prepare to replace what we have now with a better form of government? I know this nation traveled this far in history for the express purpose of delivering a new form of government to the entire world. My studies have uncovered a serious problem that we all will face when we proceed with a plan of action. I say, when we proceed, I know in my heart that now is the time to develop a serious plan of action. I will yield my time and ask that I have another opportunity to speak at our next meeting. What kind of preacher is this man? Sam thought, wondering if the men at the table understood how profound Larry's thinking actually was. The subject is immense and largely untouched by any other minds in the academic world. I have had debates on government structures and studied what has historically caused governments to fail. But the concept of introducing a new form of government without any moral or religious influence is unheard of. He is a deep thinker and has the foresight to see that replacing a government is not the only issue. I don't understand how he intends to leave them a voice and the right to practice their religion, while keeping them out of government. I will say one thing, unlike the university, there certainly isn't any mindless dribble at this table. I have got to read his document, so maybe it's time to visit Larry. A few of the guys got up to use the bathroom, so Sam quickly offered fresh drinks, and Molly went to the kitchen for snacks. Looking through a window, Sam noticed a news van still parked across the street. "Larry, I found your comments the most thought-provoking I have heard in many years. Correct me if I am wrong, you are advocating the federal government should only be about the business of running the government in the best interests of the American people and forbidden to make laws on moral issues on a national level in society." That's partially correct, Sam. Two things must happen. We must first and foremost prevent religion from having any influence in government on a federal level. Secondly, the government must be stopped from interpreting morality for society. Larry, in all of my years of studying religion and history, I cannot recall a single government that did not interpret, or inject, morality into the framework of government. Do you actually think it is possible for a government to function without sticking its finger into personal morality? Smiling, Larry said, "Sam, I think it is as easy as forming a new government, with one law that forbids the expression of religious opinion in government. 151. And another law that says the federal government shall make no laws governing personal, moral issues. Do you realize that kind of government structure would effectively create an actual separation between religion and politics?" For the first time in the history of the world, Sam asked. "Of course I do, Sam. The problem we face in America today, the people think of the government as a living entity when it is not. Uncle Sam is not a real person, Sam. He is not my uncle, that's for damn sure. I doubt the American people would know how to act if a government run by people just took care of government business in the best interests of the people. We desperately need to remove the federal government from deciding personal, moral issues. I guarantee you in a few years the Supreme Court will hear a case filed by a man against his wife, or a girlfriend, who aborted her pregnancy, potentially murdering his unborn baby. My question is simple. Why should we the people allow the moral issues in a few extreme cases to dictate moral law to the entire nation? Just think about the lawsuits that will instantly become null and void if we take the government out of the business of interpreting morality. When you come by tomorrow, we can talk about some other creative thoughts on state and local city governments that I have, as well. I'm in the middle of some very interesting studies that will bring real power to the people, in a government structure that cannot take away the power and control from the people ever again. At this point, Sam, I may not be able to find out where we the people lost power, but I damn sure know what needs to be done once we take it back. Without a doubt, Sam, I have the answer to a government structure that will ensure the people will always control the next government. Lately, Steve and I have been working on the document together. His constitutional knowledge, along with his understanding of the judicial system, is a huge plus in fixing the potholes in a government structure. If you had understood the meaning behind fixing the potholes, Sam, it would have helped you in your essay studies. What the hell are you talking about, Larry? A new government structure or potholes? Sam asked. Both, Larry answered with a grin. If God had not allowed this country to get to the point where we could see the potholes, Sam, then how would we know what needed to be fixed? Where do you come up with stuff like that? It makes sense when you say it, but I have never looked at issues from that perspective before, Sam answered. 152. What material resources led you to formulate this new form of government without religion or moral influence? One book is all I use, Sam, and occasionally a few reliable reference history books, but mainly just one. It's all in the Bible, Sam. The problem today is that people are not willing to accept what it actually says. I'm sorry, Larry, I find it hard to believe that you can use just one book and come to those conclusions, Sam said. You will have to prove that to me tomorrow. Amen, smiled Larry, that means, so be it? Yes, I know, Sam smiled, thinking, maybe the world has finally grown up enough to accept change. In my life, I never believed I would meet a preacher advocating real separation between world religions and governments. If you fellows will quit holding church, we can continue. For someone trying to keep religion out of politics, you need to work harder at keeping it out of here, Larry, smiled Scott, jokingly. Although, Larry, I will agree that your comments were intelligent and insightful. What source do you attribute most of your wisdom to? Was it the cocaine or pot? Very funny, Scott. You have always known that I was smarter than you. I think that is obvious to everyone sitting here. You went to Washington and became part of the problem we are seeking to eradicate, and I am here with the real solution. Roger, will you please take the floor before the preacher tries to pass an offering plate? Scott, my best friend Larry does not take offerings or collect money from people, like the culprits in the pulpits of churches. He works and lives by the strength of his own hands. It might do you good to stop by his place one day and witness his integrity. You will see how bold he is against the government and injustice. Coming from the world of dirty politics, maybe you could learn a few things from a man that walks upright in front of everyone and God, without hidden agendas. It sounds like he is discipling you to become a preacher, as well, Scott laughed. Be careful what you say about my lifelong friend Scott, who I value with esteemed honor. Rising to his feet, posture straight, haircut close cut on the sides, Roger had a commanding presence that radiated authority. His personality was so strangely eclectic that everyone who met him immediately realized there was something weird going on within him. 153. Toss in the imaginary general, and that made him one of those strange people you spoke to, or at, without looking at him directly. Standing in a military posture, Roger slowly inspected each person individually before speaking. Observing the slow gaze, Molly noticed that everyone, including Sam, avoided direct eye contact with Roger. When his eyes met hers, she instantly understood why, and she turned her head away. Since day one, Molly had never looked Roger directly in the eyes because of the feelings of death she felt around him. A 1-second look, directly into his eyes, was all Molly could take. In that split second, his eyes pierced her soul. They looked like the eyes of an executioner from the medieval era waiting to take your life on the platform. You knew the person behind the mask had taken life many times before. Only this executioner stood staring point blank into your soul, and he was not wearing a mask. Instantly, Molly understood her own horrible life experiences paled in comparison to Roger's. For a brief moment, she felt pity for him. If ever there was a person who had experienced the power of life and death, it would be Roger. He was the full embodiment of an executioner. Gentlemen, and my new best friend, Sam. I thank you, sir, for taking one in the gut during your efforts to stop the evil scourge of war that plagues mankind. I will always be grateful for real men of valor like yourself and my friend Larry. In whatever condition my best friend Larry appeared to you that day, either stoned or drunk, it does not matter, he was there standing up for men like me. Among my possessions at home are several personal items that I have kept untouched for most of my military career. For years, I have searched for that one individual to bestow my last best gifts upon, and tonight, I have found that man. Sam, it would give me honor, sir, for you to accept my gifts. I will bring them to you at our next meeting, if this is acceptable to you. Sam did not know what to say. He was certainly not about to refuse anything from a man with the power of life and death in his eyes. Thank you, Roger. I hope I am worthy of such gifts, whatever they may be, Sam replied. Looking at Sam, Roger began to speak in a bold, decisive manner. We all know that our very own government shot you as an unarmed, free citizen. All throughout history, in numerous instances similar to yours, Sam, our government has murdered and attempted the murder of its own citizens many times. When the United States government takes the life of just one unarmed citizen intentionally, everyone should fear and seek to overthrow that government and its corruption. Such acts represent inexcusable treason by the federal government against the people. 154. I know that I am still alive for only one reason. I am here to see this murderous government dismantled at the gallows of justice. As a highly trained executioner for the United States government, I have one more execution, he said, shouting. Death by hanging, bludgeoned to death, or firing squad, it does not matter. The United States government has turned on its own citizens one too many times. Now I guarantee you, it's going to bite them in the ass when one of their own executioners executes them. The atmosphere was as intense as Roger. Without saying too much at this point, the latter part of my career placed me in top-secret war rooms around the world. Facilities so secure that only the very elite with a need to know entered the doors. These secret facilities contain the plans for every scenario of war, civil unrest, methods of torture, public poisoning of waterways, mass genocide, and the nuclear destruction of every country in the world. The American people and the world are clueless about the monster that resides in Washington. The weapons you see are nothing compared to the weapons you know nothing about. In biological weaponry alone, I could give you details that would stop you from sleeping soundly for the rest of your life. Since our plan of action might lead to civil unrest. Just a damn minute, Roger, Scott interrupted. What are you doing talking about, a plan of action? We all agreed that even if we found out where we the people lost control of the government, that it would take a unanimous vote before we even remotely began to develop a plan of action. At this point, you have the cart way in front of the horse. Staring intently at Scott, Roger said, You know the rules, Scott, no speaking until I am finished or I invite you to speak. Roger added, Now, in response to your implications that I have the cart before the horse, let me assure you and any other pussy in this room that with or without any of you, I am going to execute the motherfucker before I die. The air hung with silence at the amount of self-determination and rage in Rogers's voice. The silence broke when a faint, small voice said, Excuse me, I am quite sure that I am the only one with a real pussy in this room, and I assure you, sir, I am not a pussy. After the laughter had subsided, Roger continued, and the tense atmosphere remained. As I was about to say, before Scott's interruption, since our plan of action might lead to the possibility of civil unrest, I thought it best to inform you of the United States government's plans. I think we all understand that we are way past the posters, signs, and sit-ins of the 60s. 155. Marching and locking arms together will not work if we are going to change the course of the nation. We must be as bold and in your face as the founding fathers were against the King of England. We cannot beat up one government official at a time, like we did the cops, but I would damn sure enjoy giving it a try, he said with a smile. I am here to inform you that we must be wise because I have read the government plans on how they intend to deal with any massive civil unrest. I warn you, the United States government will react to massive civil unrest in the same manner as Libya and Syria. They fully intend to deter the American people with the use of violent force. Sam knows what I am talking about because they shot him as an unarmed, peaceful citizen over 40 years ago. If you think the Arab leaders are murderers, let the American people who, by the way, have a constitutional right to bear arms against the government, fill the streets of D.C., armed. I assure you that if 1 million armed Americans, guns cocked and loaded, ever filled the streets in D.C., demanding leaders to step down, the government would crush them in the streets of Washington. Power that corrupt will not forfeit power without a fight. The people will not be viewed as liberators, as the so-called Libyan rebels were. The United States government supported and supplied them with guns and ammunition, but it will kill Americans in mass if they show up with guns demanding the present idiots in government to step down. Hillary will call it a terrorist plot at the sight of the first redneck truck with a gun rack. The federal government first developed the plans in the 60s during the race riots, and they have updated them every 3 years since then. I personally reviewed the documents again last night, and the plans include the use of deadly force on American citizens as a fear tactic in crowd control. The document refers to the action as the necessary killing of as many as needed in order to control the masses. That's the term they use. The killing of just one unarmed American citizen is the act of a dictator, not a democracy empowered by we the people. A people that will tolerate the intentional murder of just one citizen by their own government are already dead. Here is a bit of information that should interest you, Sam. One of the first plans activated for the control of public demonstrations was codenamed "Taking the Heart Out of Rebellion." The first time the government implemented that plan was on college campuses. The intention of the plan was to stop campus protests by killing, wounding, stabbing, or beating protesters until the protests subsided across the nation. Nixon approved the plan to be action implemented. 156. The strategic tactic's intended purpose was to strike fear in the hearts of the parents, not the children. The government knew that parents would speak to their children attending colleges. The government effectively used parental authority, fear, and warning to their own children in order to take the heart out of rebellion. If I remember correctly, it only took the use of extreme force on 4 campuses to stop nearly all campus protesting across America. "Son of a bitch, it was Tricky Dick," Sam shouted, leaping to his feet as he pounded his fist on the table. "I knew it was way up the food chain when they started shooting and stabbing kids. I'm with you, Roger, ready to execute." "Oops, I'm sorry, I lost my head and interrupted your meeting. Please forgive me." "Believe me, Sam, I understand," Roger answered. "There is not a single case of murder that the federal government has not cleared itself of by using the term justifiable force. Think about the protective system of justice the United States government has established over the last century. They commit the crime, appoint the committee to investigate themselves, and send the case to a federal judge that the government appointed. That's what happened to we the people holding the government accountable. We all know the United States government endorses and financially supports acts of violence by citizens in unfavorable foreign countries. We must be wise and serious in the development of our plan of action. If the American people respond in armed revolt, the government will squash them like bugs. There is a plan in the war room designed to protect Washington in the event any demonstration gets out of hand. The code name for that plan is Sovereign Right. The NSA developed the demented plan that gave the military the sovereign right to murder Americans in a large-scale bloodbath. The absurdity of the term still angers me. In my mind, I cannot believe the American people would ever give the government the sovereign right to murder. When we the people did not demand accountability and criminal punishment for one murder, the government positioned itself to murder as many as need be to stay in power. Anyhow, the intent of the large-scale bloodbath is to send the American people a twofold message. The first message would be fear: if you come here with a gun, we will kill you instantly. The second message is do not organize in Washington. This is the same message and methods used on college campuses, but on a much harsher, more serious scale. I have explained all of that to make this point. I think it would be unwise for us to develop any plan of action that would lead the American people into what I know would be wholesale slaughter. 157. We must be wiser than we were in the 60s. We must think. If they gunned down unarmed kids over 40 years ago, trust me, you have no idea what they will do to armed citizens. Rifles and guns will do us little good against the trained professionals in the military. Yes, they will shoot Americans. Right, Sam. When I was a young, impressionable boy of 18 years of age, the United States government trained me to be their psychopathic killer, as well as an on-demand assassin. I participated in the needless death and destruction of human life all over the world. I am ashamed of what the government did with my life, as much as Scott was ashamed of himself at the end of his corrupt political career. When he stood in the doorway tonight, I could see that he was a man beaten out of office, used up and spit out by his own government. I think, like myself, Scott actually tried to serve the country and the American people when he first started out. Looking at Scott, Roger said, "I know that you didn't retire, Scott, they beat your ass with an ugly stick. I have seen that look too many times in my life. We both know the powers that be fucked you over, just as they did me." Once I became aware of the hidden powers that run Washington, I began collecting classified documents and have in my possession the United States government's best-kept secrets. For 17 years, I filled my parents' home with classified, top-secret material. I have worked diligently, putting a puzzle together that will make WikiLeaks look like a schoolboy telling on Bobby and Sue for kissing in the hallway. In a few weeks, I will be finished with my work and ready to expose the ugly soul of our government in ways that none of you can imagine. You are the first group of people I have ever told about my personal undercover espionage of secret documents. I want you to know that even though we are all lifelong friends, if the government suddenly starts snooping around my home or into my life, I will kill each of you. As I said, I intend to execute them before I die, even if it costs you your lives. As he sat down, everyone knew that Roger meant every word he said. "Thank you, Roger." "Steve, you are next," said Scott, with a nervous voice. "If it is okay with Jerry, I would prefer that he goes first. I am thoroughly enjoying everyone's points of view." "Roger, you give me the fucking creeps, man, so I know Scott must have pissed his pants," Steve said, laughing. "God, I missed this. I feel as if I am alive again. Just hearing the wonderful expressions around this table makes me want to find an off-duty drunk cop when we leave here. My life has been a shit can, and right now, I need one worthy cause to die for so that I can attempt to rectify the evils I have committed." 158. Do you know why I am so excited about what I hear around this table tonight, Scott? Scott didn't respond. It's because I have the answer to the mystery. I know where we the people lost the title deed of ownership to their government. That means we are headed for the development of a plan of action so large, I have a feeling we will not need a driver, Scott. "Look at me," he said, staring at Scott. "It will pass by majority vote, including your vote." "It's on you, Jerry," said Scott. Sam and Molly were whispering about Steve's use of the term mystery. When Jerry began speaking, "My studies are not complete, so I think Steve is wrong about his answer. My life as a structural steel engineer and businessman has had a number of ups and downs. When I say down, I mean way down, swing and low sweet chariot down," he said, laughing. "Part of my search directly ties to a book I am considering writing, entitled How to Safeguard the American Family and Businesses from an Unbalanced Gestapo Government. The fiscally inept United States government is the reason why our economy is a mess. Not a single time in the history of this nation can you pin that tale on the American people or businesses. Even the Great Depression was the work or the lack of response from the Federal Reserve. Not a single economist will say the consumers, businesses, or retail sales messed up the economy. Unemployment is not a problem caused by people or business, it is the result of mismanaged government. I will stop and share the rest of my bitching about the economy with you when I am finished with my studies. The other part of my studies has to do with several Bible passages I read that appeared to be very relevant to our day. I suspect the United States government has intentionally deceived the American public on a massive level. Roger's comments about his documents excited me because I think you may have the insights or documents to prove my suspicions, Roger. I do want to share one concern I have at this point about our attempts to find where we the people lost control of the government. As I listen, it appears that we are individually searching for an answer based on our own pathetic excuses for lives. I feel this may place us at a handicap because of our individual faulty grid systems. Seeing their puzzled faces, Jerry continued. Let me explain what I mean. If you put on a catcher's mask and look through the grids in the mask, that is how each of us see, understand, and view our lives. 159. If those grids represent our own life's perspectives, none of us may ever see clearly enough to understand what we are to look for. From the conversations I have had with many of you, it is apparent to me that the government conquered and destroyed each of your lives at some point, as it did mine. In other words, look at Scott. What an ass whipping you must have gotten to be kicked out of Washington. All Scott will ever be able to offer the group is a confirmation that the internal workings of Washington are corrupt, a fact we are all aware of anyway. Larry views the morality of the government in society and sees the need for a greater separation of church and state. An excellent point, by the way, and I think his perspectives deserve further exploration as we go forward. Roger naturally has a military grid system, with probably the best chance of delivering actual insight about the government. His information could be priceless in developing a plan of action. That was also excellent insight on keeping American people from slaughter, Roger. Larry is right as well, we need to think bigger than just a plan of action. This is much bigger than tying baby Don Sprinkle to a tree. I am not looking to jump into another swimming pool full of acid like we did as kids. I want to speak freely as friends. Please understand that it is not my intention to offend anyone, but this is an honest observation about us as a group. As I listen to each of you, youthful exuberance rushes through my veins, and then as an adult, reality sets in. I take a step back, look at where we are in life as a group, and this is what I see. I am a burned-out businessman, Steve, a lawyer that apparently burned out on business and life. By the way, I am glad you stayed around, Steve. Then there is Roger, a warrior and hero that burned out on the battlefield, and Scott, a recently kicked out of Washington politician. Larry is the only one who never entered the system of personal achievement or engaged the government, and he eventually burned out on life. I guess my question for everyone here would be, what chance do 5 burned out, defeated hippies really have at developing a plan of action or of doing anything? Larry immediately jumped to his feet and spoke in a bold voice. Everyone listen to me. One day, while struggling with myself internally, I was searching my heart for what my real purpose and destiny in this life was. After fasting for 21 days, I was alone in my building, praying to God and crying like a baby. Every moan and groan, along with every woe is me about how bad life was for me, flowed out of my mouth for several hours like a cesspool of filth. It seemed as if God was not going to tell me what my purpose and destiny were. I figured he was not listening to my cries, or he was in a business meeting with someone more important than me. 160. A bit angry at him, I went to the corner store, bought a 12-pack, and sat in the corner. Big mistake. After not eating for 21 days, do not drink beer, Larry said, laughing. I sat there like a drunk who was down on his luck, pathetically crying in my beer and still complaining. As I finished beer number 7, I started praying again. I will always remember the words of my prayer exactly. I cried out in vain, hurt, look at me, I have nothing, I am useless, I am a nobody, my reputation is shot, and everyone thinks I am a crazy nut. Then I heard aloud, good, now you are a dangerous man, you are exactly where I want you to be. Shouting at Jerry, Larry said, in answer to your comments about our burned out pathetic excuses for lives, Jerry. I say good. There is nothing more dangerous than a man who has nothing to lose. A man that no longer has a reputation, who doesn't care what people say or think, or gives a shit about what happens to him now, that is a dangerous man. When a man finds himself in that place, Jerry, that is the place where a man is ready to die for a purpose. I say we are all there. I am among. Dangerous men. The air turned rich with excitement as everyone, including Sam and Molly, stood up and with a show of solidarity, placed their hands one on top of the other. They began to shout the phrase, "Here's to dangerous men," repeatedly. After things had calmed down, Jerry began speaking again. "Well, that answers my concerns about how committed we are as a group. Like Roger, I have a lot of data that I am sifting through, and I hope he can confirm some of my suspicions with his documents. With that said, I will wait to hear what Roger has to say next time we meet, and I am sorry, Steve, but you will have to wait until I finish, as well. We shall see, my friend. I will get your vote tonight when I am done, Jerry," Steve said with a sure look. Rising to his feet, Steve resembled a typical lawyer. He wore a very expensive light gray pinstripe suit that went well with his salt and pepper hair. His every mannerism, eye contact, head movement, and even his hand gestures were classic courtroom drama. If I could put every American citizen on a jury, I would have them judge my case by the facts you are about to hear. As a constitutional lawyer, I will win this argument every time if the jury will judge the case on facts, and not their emotions. If you do not mind, I would like to address you as a jury." He instructed everyone to spread out their chairs, facing the bar, as he walked behind the bar. 161. From that vantage point, it was obvious. Steve was comfortable as he began to address them as a lawyer speaking to jurors sitting in the juror box. "Ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Tonight I am going to prove to you, beyond a reasonable doubt, that you, the American people, do not own or control the United States government. With the principles governing a democracy, the Constitution declares that we the people are the rightful owners of the government. I intend to prove to you that the American people no longer hold the title deed of ownership to the property. The case is simple and complex. As simple in understanding as your rights of ownership to a piece of land you purchased and paid for in full. With that title deed of ownership, you can enter, build, or clear the land. It is your land, no one else can take it from you, steal it, or build on the land. The issue is also this complex. The United States federal government stole your land and ripped the title deed from your hand, and they will stop at nothing, to ensure that you the people, never get the title deed back. The question I will answer tonight is when and how the United States federal government stole the ownership of an entire country from its rightful owners, we the people. To help you understand the gravity of the theft, I am going to ask you to answer 2 yes or no questions. After that, I will read the formal charges against the United States federal government. Question: is there any situation you can think of where the United States government should have the authority to attack an American city, plunder the property, burn the homes of the citizens, and their businesses to the ground, and rape the women? Yes or no? Next question: I will give you an example of another incident in history, so you can better understand the question. So, please indulge me a bit, if you will. We all know how the old USSR acted. Every country in the communist bloc better do what the Soviet Union said, or they would invade the country and conquer the people into submission. We know of the invasions of Poland and what the USSR did when they invaded Czechoslovakia in 1969. Here's my question. Do you think there will ever be a day when the United States government would intentionally attack, murder, and conquer its own citizens to make them obey the federal government, as the Russians have done many times? Yes or no? There are several charges before you today. The first charge is for murder, treason, and acts of terrorism in order for the United States federal government to dominate the American people. 162. The second charge is for intentional murder of any number of unarmed American citizens, including women and children. The third charge is for the wholesale slaughter of American citizens, the theft of their property, and the burning of their homes and businesses to the ground. In its deliberate actions, the United States federal government violated every inherited right of the American citizenry, including the divine rights to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. In so doing, the United States government violated the Constitution, destroying every article, and executed democracy. Afterwards, the United States government installed an imperialistic, conquering governmental dictatorship, driven by domination and subordination over its own citizens. Therefore, we the people charge the United States federal government with the theft of the power of we the people over their own government. I will prove that by egregious acts of violence and intentional betrayal, the United States federal government ripped the title deed of ownership from the hands of the citizens. These charges are true and serious. There is a gut feeling within me that everyone in this wonderful bar tonight has a piece of critical information that will become a part of the solution, and will lead to the largest human rebellion in the history of the world. I am about to prove without a doubt that as a group we are not a bunch of crazy, leftover, burned out hippies. In fact, we are quite the opposite. I know we are men of high value and purpose. It was only a month ago when we first spoke about finding out where we the people lost control of this nation, and tonight, I stand before you with the answer. I must admit, I am in awe of myself and the exciting truths I found during my own discovery. Recent changes in my own life have made me a very dangerous man to the United States government. Most of you will find it hard to believe, but after our last meeting, I suffered a complete breakdown that ended in my attempt to take my own disgusting life. My therapist Alan, in an effort to occupy my mind with something other than my own pathetic life, challenged me to solve the mystery of we the people. In the beginning, I mused over the topic, somewhat disinterested, for a few hours a day. Then one morning, as I sat down to study, an insatiable appetite for understanding consumed my heart, compelling me to find out where we the people and the country had lost their way. Like a pig without a meal for a week, I devoured every relevant book on American history that I could get my hands on. My study went from a few hours to an all-consuming desire, as I stopped only to sleep a bit, shower, and eat. 163. What shocked me was the deeper I dug, the more obvious it became. This country was divinely inspired in the beginning, but had somehow perilously lost its way. In my search for the answer to our question, my studies led me to research every type of government structure in the world. As I did this, one obvious fact stood out. The balance of power between a people and their government resides on a very delicate set of scales. Those scales of power can tip at any moment, sending another Hitler into the world. The world is in desperate need of emboldened people who will fearlessly speak out against leaders, governments, and injustice. They are the watchmen of societies and the government's conscience, to keep the balance of power from unfairly tipping between a people and their government. Looking at Larry, Steve said, "It is an honor to know you as a friend and a watchman. Thank you, for your fearless stance against governmental and social injustices. I love what you are doing with that sign." While I have the utmost respect for most of our founding forefathers, there were mistakes, as well as serious hypocritical inconsistencies between what they wrote and how they lived their lives. It is fair to say, and I think we all agree, they could not have foreseen our day, any more than anyone here can see 300 years into the future. When someone like me begins to shed light on what really happened in history, explaining that a racist slave owner wrote the Declaration of Independence, or that Washington owned slaves, I assure you, they look at me as if I shot Santa at the mall, in front of the kids on Christmas Eve. After 2 days of all-consuming study, I realized that I would never find when, what, or how we the people lost control, if I did not comprehend the full extent of what they had lost. It is very easy to sit here as a group and say, we the people are not in control of the government. However, if you are going to intelligently search history for an answer, you better understand exactly what was lost. In essence, I was looking for an obscurity, a mystery if you will, and how can you find something as mysterious as the theft of an intangible power if you do not fully understand the makeup of the power? Does this make sense to everyone? The group nodded their heads yes. Sam was pale, sweating, and had a baffled look on his face because of Steve's wording. Molly was fixated on Steve, almost in a trance-like state of mind. Americans believe this country has a form of government called a democracy, but I will bet you that few Americans can explain how a democracy functions or controls a government. If they could, I guarantee you we would not be sitting here having this discussion. 164. In order to find the blatant theft of power historically, I had to back up and comprehend exactly what was the intangible power of a democracy in early America. Trust me, the subject is much larger than I am going to speak about, but I feel this will suffice for my argument. To simplify what a democracy is, I am going to make two statements about the basic theory of democracy. I will read them to you. First, democracy is a form of government in which all citizens have an equal say in the passage of laws that affect their lives. Secondly, a democracy allows all people the free practice of political self-determination, in every sector of their lives culturally, socially, and economically. The operative words in both halves of the basic understanding of democracy are all citizens. Once I understood the two main principles of democracy that early America was founded upon, then I was able to distinguish what conditions would have to occur historically for we the people to lose the intangible power of ownership. I quickly realized that, historically, I was searching for a government action that would remove some or all the rights of the people from having an equal say in the government. I was sure there would also have to be an action by the government that would strip the people of their rights to freely practice political self-determination culturally, socially, and economically. Armed with that understanding, I began to think about what scope, size, or type of government action it would take to remove those rights. There was only one answer. The action by the government would have to be powerful, overbearing, and devastating. It would conquer the American people culturally, socially, and economically. If I could find that horrendous action, I would also find the theft of the American people's right to the free practice of political self-determination. That, my friend, is the best definition you will find for what the United States government did when they stole the title deed to the land from the rightful owners, we the people. When that understanding hit me, I was on fire. I knew if I could find that scenario historically, that is where the theft of power occurred. Does this make sense to everyone? Everyone said, yes, and Steve continued. Great, now stay awake, I don't want to lose you. To make it simple to understand, I set out looking for something similar to the abortion issue. Seeing the bewildered look on everyone's faces, Steve explained. Yes, I know there are two sides to the abortion issue, and I understand your confused looks, so please, bear with me, and I will eventually qualify my statement. 165. Historically, we know any number of men have sought to conquer the world. The government structures of communism, monarchies, or dictatorships operate on the opposite spectrum of a democracy. Simply put, they deny the free practice of political self-determination, and they do so by conquering the people culturally, socially, and economically. Listen to the definition of the word conquer. When Molly heard the word conquer, she reached over and grabbed Sam, as he nervously took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from his forehead. Glancing at him, Molly thought, this was an important night for him already. First, he found out about Larry, and now the word conquer is flowing out of Steve's mouth like warm butter. He must be in shock after searching for over 30 years. Continuing, Steve read from his notes. Conquer, to acquire by force of arms, win in war, to conquer a foreign land, to overcome by force, subdue, to conquer an enemy. My studies took me all the way back to early England, since that is where our fight for freedom and independence began. Based on the illogical concept of royal blood alone, I consider the English monarchy to be one of the most foolish and dangerous forms of government. There is nothing more racist than the silly concept of royal blood. History teaches us that English kings repeatedly conquered Scotland, a fact skillfully embellished in the movie Braveheart. In order to conquer the heart of the Scottish men, the kings would raid their villages while the Scotsmen were preparing for the battlefield fight. The king's soldiers burned their homes, destroyed villages, raped their wives, and killed many, including children. Of course, the king made sure the information of what had happened back home always reached the men, who were going to fight against the king's army, before the battle started. The logic was simple and brutal: conquer the heart of the warrior and you win the war. Kings and dictators know that the deed of ownership to a country is one that has the power to control the government. If we compare the actions of England's kings to what the old communist USSR did to keep communist bloc nations under the subjective rule of the Soviet Union, we can find no difference. While they are two different government structures, a monarchy and communism, the principles are the same when you compare their actions. Conquering governments conquer people, especially their own. You will obey, you will be under my rule, or I will kill you. Remember, for them to keep the title deed of ownership, the conquering leader's government must deny people the right of free political self-determination in every area of their lives culturally, socially, and economically. 166. I want to pause a moment and put the divinity of this nation into its proper perspective. The date was November 13, 1620, when for the first and only time in the history of the world, by divine appointment, the world gave birth to a new nation. Never before in the history of mankind had a new nation appeared so miraculously. This nation, which we know and love as the United States of America, would become unlike any other nation in the world. It was destined to become a real Cinderella romance story to the world. The stories about America stirred the hearts of people all over the world, causing people to flee the tyrannies, poverties, and conquering governments for one chance at a new life. In America, a new government stood for free political self-determination, personal freedom, and the chance for a man to embrace opportunity and make his own way in life. It was available for everyone who came. That is how America, a new nation, became man's last bastion of hope and the world's melting pot. As I continued to study, my understanding deepened even more. For the first time in my life, I understood this country was a truly divine gift from the heavens to the people of the world. After the first ships landed at Plymouth Rock, it would be another 156 years before the men we know as our founding fathers would sign the Declaration of Independence. That act ignited a war to stop the King of England from conquering this new land and claiming it as a territory for the royal blood of England. It was that independent attitude of personal freedom, and the hatred of tyranny, that united strangers on a common battlefield, where they fought and died as brothers, to stop England or any country from ever conquering them again. What force other than the power of love and freedom could compel complete strangers to join one another on a battlefield to fight as brothers in a common cause? Such a powerful display of love by a group of strangers the world has never seen. Pausing to clear his throat, Steve was visibly moved as he continued. It was on that battlefield, filled with the blood of strangers, that the honorable bloody foundation of this nation gave birth to we the people of the United States of America. My heart grieved, and for several days, I became despondent after I found out what happened to we the people. In my heart, I hated the death of the American dream. Obviously shaken, Steve said, "Look what they have done to the story of America the Beautiful. America! America! God shed his grace on thee, and crowned thy good with brotherhood." Pausing, he slowly regained his composure. "America the Beautiful, I regret to inform you, is dead. America then is not America today and has not been for a very long time." 167. My paramount object in this struggle is to save the Union, and is not either to save, or to destroy slavery. Abraham Lincoln. Everyone sat silent and somber, as Molly hung onto Sam's arm. After several minutes, Steve asked, "So, what happened? Where and how did we the people lose their power? Please, think with me. The words are serious and full of deep meaning. A freely gathered United States is a democracy, a forced United States is a dictatorship. Now, I will explain my comments on abortion. What do you think would happen if the government forced everyone to abort all pregnancies? Yes, like you, I can see the wars and fights that would occur if they forced abortions. I do not know a husband or father that would stand by and allow the United States government to force an abortion in mass upon the people. For your benefit, I will repeat the statement. A freely gathered United States is a democracy, and a forced United States would be a dictatorship. Some time ago the country celebrated the 150th anniversary of the war between the states. I can assure you, each of you, there was no war between the states. That is a historical lie. Personally, I refuse to call the action a civil war. It was not a civil war, and I will explain why later. There are many views about the reasons for the war, with the two main views being states' rights, and the other, slavery. Frankly, it does not matter which view anyone holds, they are both pointless. When an American president declared the unconscionable act of a governmental war against American citizens, Lincoln took the path of a forced United States, just as any other dictator in the history of the world had done. That is the exact point where we the people lost their embryonic democracy and the intangible power to control their own government. Abraham Lincoln declared war, demanding that states submit to the authority of the federal government. Submit, or we will murder you. I do not respect your rights as a free democracy state, or the free democracy foundation of blood on which your ancestors formed this country. 168. I could give a shit about democracy's rights to allow all people the right to practice political self-determination in every area of their lives, culturally, socially, and economically. Red-faced, Steve shouted, everyone in every state, you will abort your baby. If you do not submit to federal authority and abort your babies, I will stop at nothing to put down your rebellion. The only thing history got correct about Honest Abe is the concept that he loved the federal government more than we the people. Can anyone in this room show me any difference between Lincoln's actions of forced government and those of Syria, Iran, or Libya? Every dictator will fight to preserve and keep control of the government at the cost of human lives. There is not 1 ounce of difference when we compare what the kings of England, the Soviet Union, or Lincoln did to control the people. America, the only new nation in the history of the world, vanished as a democracy. It became a forced tyranny ruled by Lincoln. A conquering United States federal government was determined to conquer its own citizens into submission, even if it meant murdering them. The use of forced military power ripped the deed of ownership from we the people, changing the country forever. Just the thought of Americans killing Americans in a declared act of war by a president, still upsets me. Raising his voice, Steve said, civil war is normally a war, where the people of the country seek to overthrow an unjust or unfair conquering government. Stop and think about what I said. In a civil war, an uprising occurs by the people against a corrupt government. What kind of government starts an unnecessary war against its own people? When Lincoln made the decision for the federal government to attack and murder its own citizens, the democracy of we the people perished at the exact second the federal government murdered the first citizen. Just as the King of England denied freedom to the Scottish people, Abraham Lincoln denied the rights of a free people to direct their own lives in their states. That is the exact point in history when the federal government grew in power. Lincoln's actions were also tantamount to the same dominant communist actions of the USSR. I challenge anyone to show me any difference whatsoever in what the old Soviet Union did to the communist bloc countries by using military force. Communism dominated those countries into submission, and the federal government under Abraham Lincoln dominated the states into submission. The more I studied, the more I understood the obvious thing about Lincoln's character was that he loved the Union more than he had an actual love for the people. American history clearly depicts that Lincoln was about only one thing, he was out to save the Union. 169. I say, save the Union, my ass. What benefit is a forced union when the bride's family is murdered by the groom's family? Lincoln's acts of war were brutal. He used a scorch and burn policy, commanding General Sherman to invade defenseless southern towns where the majority of their men was fighting on the battlefield. Just as the kings of England had done to the Scottish men, Sherman burned the homes, businesses, and the entire cities of soldiers fighting on a battlefield. With the same bag of dirty tricks as the English kings, he dispossessed the wives and children, making them homeless, and made sure the men fighting knew what he had done. My God, the man burned Atlanta to the ground. Would you explain to me how this man loved the American people? There are still massive amounts of uninvestigated claims of rape by Sherman's army all over the South. Any president that would use a scorch and burn policy against the American people and their families to save a fucking federal government deserved to be shot. Unfortunately, for democracy in America, Lincoln's decision killed true democracy in America before he was assassinated. I feel I must inject a comment about slavery for those who think freeing the slaves was a benefit, or the reason for Lincoln's war. Slavery is still a big commodity in the world today, with the continent of Africa listed as the world's largest slave trader. I hope you have read what they are doing as they rape what they call beaded young children. If you have not, you need to. The world has pumped so much aid into that continent with degenerative results. If you can imagine a lawyer reading the Bible, well, I did for the first time in my life. Lincoln quoted or referred to the Bible often in his speeches, so naturally I had to look at the Bible, as well. It might interest you to know that Lincoln never endorsed Christianity or organized religion and denied most all Christian doctrines, including the divinity. That's free information about Lincoln. It did not cost you anything, take it for what you will. I was surprised to find that the Bible does not forbid slavery even today. According to the Bible and the Apostle Paul, I can own a slave. In fact, many Christians in the New Testament owned slaves. Paul the Apostle gave instructions on how to treat slaves, as well as instructions to Christian slaves about how they were to obey their masters. Every theologian I spoke with told me that I was correct. The Bible does not forbid slavery, so I asked myself, what was Lincoln's problem? If freeing the slaves was his motivation, then biblically, he was in error. The question I kept asking was this: why did he not allow states the freedom to own slaves, and stop the imports at a federal level? There was any number of ways to come to an agreement without conquering your own countrymen. 170. Why did he refuse to attend the peace negotiations with the states? Why not allow secession, which seemed to be a better option than war? Think about it. It was not as if Georgia was going to roll up the state like a carpet and go anywhere. In time, I think the matter would have worked itself out, and we would not have lost our democracy. There are no answers other than what history teaches. Lincoln betrayed the blood of the legitimate owners of the title deed "We the People," whose forefathers had purchased the American democracy with their blood. The federal government, under the command of Abraham Lincoln, killed 625,000 sons and daughters whose grandfathers, great-grandfathers, uncles, and cousins fought and died to free this country from tyranny. Lincoln's decision disgraced their deaths, negating their honorable deaths, causing their deaths to appear in history as needless bloodshed. The criminal actions of the federal government under Lincoln destroyed the people's government, for the people, and by the people. In my search, the disturbing answer that I couldn't find was who, or what, took control of the United States government, and why. It seems to me the power of the United States government has kept growing in power since Lincoln. There seems to be a quest for more government control over the lives of we the people. I am still looking for the answer to that one. Whatever our purpose may be, let us be bold enough to restore the dignity of those murdered by Lincoln. It is time to fight. We are intelligent men. We can find a way to take down the federal government and give the power back to the we the people. I am not sure a pure democracy is obtainable as a form of government, but at this point, I will take any form of democracy over the hypocrisy we think is democracy. I want to make two more points that will put a death nail in the coffin. Rather than force people to remain under his rule, Egypt's President Mubarak resigned because I believe the old dictator loved his country and the people. In the Sudan, the North and the South voted peacefully to secede from one another. In a world of extreme turmoil, we find Arab governments and people of the world demonstrating to us what Lincoln should have done. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I submit the following for your considerations during your deliberation of the facts. A freely gathered nation is a democracy. A democracy is not a forced marriage where the groom's family murders the bride's family. Do we want a government that says everyone will abort their children and if you do not we will murder you into submission? I didn't think so. 171. Then you must all agree that there are others who do not want a government that says you cannot abort a fetus. Democracy is about freedom of choice for everyone. Lincoln made the wrong choice. He conquered we the people like a dictator. Took the title deed from the rightful owners and transferred the power of ownership to the government. I tell you, Honest Abe was not honest, he was a devious man who knew exactly what he was doing. He intentionally destroyed the only nation in the history of the world that was birthed by divinity. I think the man was from the dark kingdom that Larry talks about. He knew precisely what he was doing. There was nothing to be gained from his actions other than taking the title deed from we the people and placing all power in the control of the United States federal government. Based on clear the evidence, and the fact that two Arab nations provided a living demonstration of how Lincoln could have done it another way, I will be bold enough to state that not a single person in this room tonight can stand up and tell me that Lincoln did not make the wrong decision. Tonight, I stand before you ready to fight to my own death in order to rid this nation of its evil dictatorship and take the title deed back. I will wait for your verdict or proof that I am wrong. Everyone sat in silence looking at one another. Sam and Molly were about to jump out of their skins as they realized Steve had just solved the mystery of the first horseman for them. Sam whispered to Molly, "We will have a late night confirming what we just heard." "Damn, I wish I had a tape recorder." Smiling, Molly lifted her purse, showing him her recorder. "Well, at least one of us came prepared for class, Professor," she said, smiling. "He was awesome, Sam. The man is wired with a brilliant mind. I loved the way he laid everything out. People are not going to enjoy having Honest Abe painted as a dictator, but the facts are there. I told you these guys were serious, Sam." "Yes, they are, Molly, but I am the one with the plot, the plan, and the implementation," Sam said, as he patiently waited for a response from the table. "What are you talking about, the plot, the plan, and the implementation, Sam?" "In time, my dear, in due time." Larry was first. He stood to his feet and started clapping his hands. "I say yes, and reserve the right to hear Roger and Jerry." Scott stood in the same manner and began clapping with Larry in unison. "I say, yes." Roger and Jerry, clapping in unison, declared, "I say, yes." 172. Steve began clapping excitedly with them for a few minutes. Just as fast as Larry started clapping, they stopped and joined hands in a circle around the table. Steve said, "Give us the wisdom and courage to do something about what we see." This was followed by hugs of friendship. As Sam observed them, it became evident that they were all serious enough to attempt the development of a plan of action, including Scott. After confirming with Larry and Steve that they would meet tomorrow at Larry's place, Sam and Molly rushed back to his home. As everyone else drove away, one news van, still on stakeout, cornered Scott. Running up to him with cameras rolling, he was asked, "Congressman, is it true you were near a nervous breakdown tonight?" "Absurd," Scott replied. "My close friends had a surprise party planned for me, so I surprised them by showing up dressed like a bum. Look at how they dressed me for my trick on them. I am now a walking billboard for the best place in town, Woodstock 69. I love my retirement," he added, getting into his car without another word. He drove away. 173. 13. Light a candle for me. Leaving the bar, Sam and Molly acted like two giddy kids all the way to Sam's home. Excited about the night's events, they talked over one another, making points about the various evening's conversations and the potential revelation of the first horseman by Steve. As he opened the door to the study, a strong wave of power emanating from the room immediately hit Sam in the chest so hard it nearly knocked him to the floor. It was the strongest he had ever felt the power. Glancing over at Molly, Sam noticed her knees seemed to weaken. "This is the strongest it's ever been, Molly. It feels as if I am wading through warm, thick honey that contains a pulsating energy," Molly replied. Like drunks stumbling in a comedy skit, they tried to make it to a pair of chairs. After a few more steps, the power became too much for Molly to continue. She was the first to give out. Falling to the floor, they laughed at their weak inability to control their own bodies. As she lay flat on her back, Sam attempted to get up one last time, and when he went down again, she began to laugh hysterically. Lying on the floor, still in a happy, giddy mood, they were head to head. Sam's feet were pointing to 12 o'clock, and Molly's feet were pointing to 6 o'clock. After a few moments, a contest began to see if either one of them could lift an arm, a leg, or their head off the floor. After several failed attempts, Molly jokingly quipped, "I bet you couldn't get it up now, Sam." "What good would that do, Molly? You could not get up to get on, even if I could get it up," Sam replied, which instantly began another cycle of laughter. Their friendship was innocent, real, and sweet. It was for that reason Sam had never tried to have sex with her. Although the desire was certainly there, for some reason it just did not feel right. He was also concerned about her past, and since her abusive, molesting father Carl was close to his own age, a pushy, older man might just push the wrong button. Another troubling thing Sam felt about Molly was her open admission that the only man who ever rang her bell was R.C. Sam lay there, thinking, who wants to follow that act on stage? As if a bolt of lightning struck him, Molly's words snapped Sam back to reality when she said, "Sam, call it a woman's intuition, if you wish, but I think it's pretty obvious this whole thing is a setup by a power bigger than us." 174. Look at us. Here we are lying on a floor pinned down by a power we don't comprehend, and acting as if it is funny and normal. After what happened in the bar tonight, I know something bigger than me has led me here. Talk about a setup, look at what happened to me tonight and how I was used. Why would you need to find out that Larry saved your life, unless there is a bigger purpose involved? I think the same power we feel in this room picked Larry out to save your life the day they shot you. Then, with perfect timing, this same power used silly Molly's foolish heart, as you called it, to reveal you to each other. Think about it, Sam. Steve solved the first horseman mystery as if it were nothing hard to figure out. I was blown away by how intelligently and precisely he made his case. Pardon the pun. Think about it, Sam. You studied 30 years, and Steve figured it out in 30 days. Now that is a real hoot. Explain this one, Sam. How is it that you just happened to own the bar where Steve would reveal the first horseman to you with such clarity? Here's a better one. He thinks his study is about we the people and doesn't have a clue about the mystery of the apocalyptic four horsemen. I think that, somehow, those old hippies are a part of everything you are going to do, Sam, and you are a part of them. I don't understand what you mean when you say you have the plot, the plan, or the implementation. One thing I am sure of, you are the big key holder who has the real and only answer for everyone. In all of your studies, did you ever consider the actions of Honest Abe as a candidate? Molly, I see that you see. Your woman's intuition is very discriminating. You know that I am not a religious man and consider most religions nothing more than vain institutions created for feeble-minded people. Admittedly, lying here with you under the influence of a power that I cannot explain, talking about purpose and destiny, I must admit I see too many connecting events to call them coincidental. When I watched you put the pictures and Larry's shirt back up in the bar tonight, I began to wonder how all of this could be happening. My other studies I mentioned have occupied my time for nearly the same 30 years as my study of the Four Horsemen. Please keep them between you and me only, and excuse my reservation about sharing the contents of them with you just yet. It has nothing to do with you. I need a bit more information, and when I obtain it, you will be the first to know what they are all about. I agree with everything you said about the group. My meeting Larry tonight after 4 decades cannot be accidental. However, what your intuition cannot show you yet is how much the men in that group fit my other 3 studies. 175. What I cannot figure out is how the Four Horsemen relate to them, or how Steve was able to nail the first horseman so precisely without knowing anything about the Four Horsemen or my studies of them. Now that is a new mystery. There seems to be a correlation between my studies, but I cannot pin it down just yet. If there was ever a way to convince me that a supernatural power is involved, it happened during our discussion after their first meeting in the bar. When you explained to me what they said, and what they were trying to accomplish, my mind was doing backflips all night. I had searched the term "we the people" from my bed after being shot at Kent State. In answer to your question about Honest Abe, no, I never considered Honest Abe. I don't know why. For some reason, I always looked at other periods in history, the Roman Empire, Alexander the Great, Napoleon, and several others, including Hitler. I must hand it to Steve. He pinned the tail on the donkey perfectly, and I was the only blind guy in the room. He was right. Lincoln's actions were governmentally tyrannical. He destroyed the new nation and democracy. Steve spelled it out. He proved that Lincoln's actions were identical to the conquering kings of England and the Soviet Union. His actions set a precedent, empowering the federal government with the right to use unchecked power on the people of this nation. Look at what that power has grown into today. My God, it is almost staggering. I don't understand how I missed him. Turning his attention to the poster of the Four Horsemen, Sam said, "Look at the picture of the first horseman. The most revealing thing to me about Lincoln in the picture is the crown on the head. Remember when I explained to you that prophets used symbolic images in the Bible and wrote in a style that most scholars call prophetic poetry? Yes, I do. Read the words with me again, Molly. He who sat on it had a bow, and a crown was given to him, and he went out conquering and to conquer. The head represents the leader of a government, we know this because he held a bow to make war, and the crown always represents governmental authority in history and the Bible. The most important phrase in this passage is the words "and a crown was given to him." I have read that phrase 10,000 times, Molly, and until now it never made sense. Thanks to Steve, we have new understanding. This is very important, so listen carefully. In previous history, dictators and kings, who governmentally ruled the world, never willingly gave up power, much less a crown. Crowns were never freely given to anyone. Crowns were inherited by birthright or taken away from someone by force. It was right in front of me all this time, a crown was given to him. 176. Up until the moment the world gave birth to this new democratic nation we called America, the world's governments had never placed a crown on the head of a common man. That all changed when the rightful owners of the governmental title deed of this new nation, we the people, placed a governmental crown of authority on a common, a man the people freely elected, and called him our president. The prophet used the term crown for dual, symbolic, prophetic meanings. The first meaning was to show us that the crown would be freely given to a common man. That could only happen under a democratic government, putting us squarely in the timeline of American history. The second meaning behind the crown is even more profound. Frankly, it is what you call a bit freaky, and I call a little scary. The symbolic meaning blows me away mentally because of how much wisdom was written down so long ago about such a simple thing. Listen. The second meaning of the crown depicts what kind of power would begin to operate through a freely given crown. In other words, a freely elected common man, crowned by we the people, would use the same powers as a crowned monarchy, the kings of England. The writer could have made it simple. When you see a group of free people controlling their own government place a crown on a common man, one day a common man wearing that crown will conquer his own people. A freely elected man wearing the crown would one day choose to embrace the same dominating actions of a crowned monarch, or a conquering style of government. It blows me away how such a small thing is so powerful in understanding and knowledge once you know the answer to the mystery. Molly spoke up, saying, "Stunning, that's what I think you are, Sam. The way you explain such deep thoughts about profound topics like this amazes me. History was not my favorite subject, so I learned a lot tonight listening to everyone. I found it very disturbing when I realized that Lincoln made a clear decision to use the same scorch and burn tactics, just like the kings of England had used on Scotland. Why would any president ever do that?" "Molly, General Sherman sent Lincoln a note informing him that his Christmas present had arrived early after he burned Atlanta to the ground. Another Union colonel, named John Beatty, said, 'Every time the telegraph wire was cut, we would burn a house, every time a train was fired upon, we would hang a man, and we would continue to do this until every house was burned, and every man hanged between Decatur and Bridgeport.' I cannot imagine what evil resided in all of them. Honest Abe, my ass. He never even measured up to a dying Mubarak." 177. "Sam, I was afraid but impressed with Roger tonight. I thought the guy was a loner idiot with a make-believe friend. He spoke volumes of understanding in a manner that anyone could understand. Those eyes freak me out, and I think he will kill us if anyone snitches about his documents." "I agree. His eyes are staggering to look at. Men like that do not fight, Molly, they kill every time they fight. I don't know what he is up to with this special gift, but one damn thing is for sure. I am taking it, saying thanks, and shutting up even if it is shit in a can." Laughter filled the room again as they sat up, stood up, and hugged one another before they realized the power had lifted. "You know, Molly, the founding fathers used a phrase, an inference if you will, from a word we do not use much anymore. The word was providence, or divine providence, and it always referred to fate orchestrated by divine intervention. Tonight, I think we had providential intervention to help us understand everything. I believe, by divine providence, we are on our way to the actual purpose of our lives, and a destiny so." Sam paused and then continued. "At this crossroads in our journey I think it is best that we do not know what that destiny will be." "There you go again, explaining deep thoughts. How about a cup of coffee?" After coffee with Molly and a quick shower, Sam sat in his dressing room, watching world news and winding down a bit before going to bed. Turning off the televisions, he sat in darkness, stretched out on the lounger in his robe, recalling the day's events. The darkness in his adjoining bedroom broke, as the first of 6 candles were lit one at a time around his shower, followed by the overhead shower light, dimmed to a low glow. Watching through the half-opened door to his bedroom, a naked Molly stepped into his shower. Sam knew she had an amazing body, but every previous images of what he thought was under her clothes quickly vanished. She never turned the shower on as the glowing light above her head softly silhouetted the outline of every curve, while the flickering candle light danced on her body. Picking up a crystal decanter of scented oil, she slowly poured it over every part of her body. Placing the decanter on the floor, her hands began to massage the silky oil into her skin. With amazing sensuality, she caressed every private part of her body. Under the shimmering light, she was a breathtaking work of art. Her body glowing under the light, she slowly turned around, moving her arms above her head, resembling a figurine on top of an exquisite music box. The shadows and the light from the candles danced on her body as she offered every angle, posing for only the viewer's pleasure. 178. The curves of her breasts and the voluptuous ass connected by that tiny waist were so breathtaking that an artist trying to capture her on canvas could never do it. Sam absorbed her beauty as his eyes feasted on every crevice. When the scented oil began to fill his nostrils, he inhaled deeply, recognizing the sweet scent found only between a woman's legs. My God, he thought. Where did she find such a fragrance? That is the raw sexual smell of a woman in heat. She began to lower her hands, like a tiny ballerina, and turned her back to him. Looking over her shoulder, she smiled and began to bend over as she slowly moved her legs apart. As her head was nearing the floor, Sam could not believe his eyes. The center of her cherry chopsticks was a human marvel. Her labia minora lips on each side were at least an inch in length, standing erect from her body. Just like a clam, they curled evenly in and out of one another in perfect unison along the entire captivating opening. Sam wanted to make sure he was seeing what he thought he was seeing. In disbelief, he rubbed his eyes trying to refocus them. All at once, the joined lips began to move in unison, rippling up and down, and then folded in and out of her body. After several displays of her abilities between her legs, she rose and turned the shower on. Using a washcloth, she gave her body such a sensual washing, it was as if she were having sex with a washcloth. Massaging between her legs for several moments, she turned, facing Sam, and removed the washcloth. Her aroused swollen clit protruded erect from her body, orchid-like in appearance. Stepping from the shower, she wrapped herself in a towel, smiled, and winked at Sam through the cracked door, saying, I normally charge $500 for that show, but for you, Sam, it's free anytime you want it. See you in the morning. Blowing out the candles, she left the room, leaving Sam in a condition of anything but wound down. A light tap on the door reminded Sam of the note he left for Cheryl before going to bed. Exhausted from a long night, he hoped the coffee he smelled would help rejuvenate him before he met with Larry and Steve. Stepping into the shower, he stood under the cooling rainfall water, allowing it to waken him as last night's images of Molly still filled his mind. Stepping out of the shower, the lingering smell of her feminine scented oil filled his nostrils, causing some arousal in Sam. As he walked into the dressing room, Sam thought, my God, that woman is making a real impact on my life. I have never seen a vagina like that in my life, and the way she moved those lips, oh my. You better get a grip on yourself, Buster, before she consumes your every thought. Enjoying a light breakfast after the shower, Sam sat naked on his towel, drinking coffee and watching the talking heads on the news. 179. The door opened without a knock, and there she stood, the seductive devil herself, immaculately dressed in a simple black dress with a well-placed seductive slit and a single strand of elegant white pearls. Why, Sam, have you been thinking of me? Molly asked, smiling as Sam tried to hide it with a coffee cup. One day I am going to blow that thing all the way up to see how fat it gets. Molly, would you please knock before opening the door? Why should I, Sam? I don't remember you getting up to close the door last night, she said, giggling like a small girl. Lighten up, Sam, it's a great day to be alive. I slept like a baby last night and wanted to remind you that I have my martial arts instructor belt fight tonight. You are still coming, aren't you? Molly, I wouldn't miss it for any reason, and I'll bring Larry and Steve with me. The connecting door to Sam's bedroom opened, and Christina stepped naked into the room before she saw Molly. Standing there, Molly looked at her beautiful body, her young china white skin was to die for. Molly, meet. Yes, I know, Sam. Senator Wilkins's daughter, Christina. How nice to meet you. Reaching for Sam's robe, Christina replied, you must be Molly. You are more beautiful than Sam said you were. Whatever you stirred in him last night, please do it again. The man knocked me out with orgasms 3 times last night. For the first time in a long time, Molly had an uneasy feeling in her stomach that she recognized, all too well. What is this feeling? Am I jealous over Sam getting laid last night? Sam is my play toy, and not yours, you little bitch, she thought. Sam looked at Molly, surprised by her facial expression. He smiled as he winked at her. "Lighten up, Molly, it's a great day to be alive. What did you think I would do after your beautiful tease last night, sit around and choke my own chicken all night?" With that comment, they all burst into laughter, shared breakfast together, and went their own ways. 180. 14. How does forgiveness get on the earth? Unsure of where Larry's building was located, Sam typed his address into the GPS unit before leaving the driveway. Sam lived in a different economic community, so he rarely traveled to Larry's side of the city. Driving through the neighborhoods, he noticed an overabundance of different church denominations on nearly every corner. Some intersections had churches across from one another, while a particular stretch near Larry's place had one every few hundred feet. What is this? Sam thought. The church's answer to Restaurant Row? I never realized this side of town has so many churches. The GPS voice interrupted his thoughts. You have arrived at your destination. A few doors down on the right, he saw Larry and Steve standing in the entrance to the building. The large sign out front seemed to be extremely effective at stirring the passions of people driving past the building. Some drivers slowed to a crawl while others pulled off the road in an effort to read the sign. Many honked their horns in approval with a wave or a thumbs up. Several impassioned drivers were shouting obscenities and giving Larry the finger. Pulling into the turn lane, Sam slowed down to read the first side of the sign. The government knows where the child molesters are hiding. So why haven't they attacked the Catholic cults with tanks? Gassed and burned them like they did the children at Waco. Sam stopped to reread the sign. This guy says more in a few short lines than anyone I know. The word cult nails the government as well as the Catholics. That's also the same word the government used to cover up the murders at Waco. This guy either has the balls of a Brahmin bull or a death wish. Why would he intentionally rile people's emotions and then stand on the driveway? Pulling forward, he read the other side. 181. Churches are man-made illusions of God. Run by delusional men, too lazy to work. Attended by pathetic people. Too weak to think or hear God for themselves. If he is against churches, I'll say one thing, he is in the right part of town. What in the world is he trying to accomplish with that kind of sign? A preacher with a sign like that will not get many people to come to his place. A car honked at Sam, warning him to move, so he pulled forward into the parking lot, still rubbernecking in an effort to reread the sign. Larry and Steve were drinking coffee from styrofoam cups and smiling at him. As Sam was parking, Steve quipped through the rolled-up window, "We thought you were going to turn your head all the way around like Linda Blair." After greeting one another, Larry suggested they go inside to avoid the numerous angry Catholics shouting at him. Entering the building, Sam noticed the place was an old church, complete with auditorium, podium, and speakers. "I'm confused. Your sign outside says churches are man-made illusions of God, and in here, I find a church." Steve burst out laughing. "Sam, you need to come one day and listen to Larry speak. I assure you, the word church is not what will come to mind. If you are searching for God, he is not here, but I can tell you where you will find him, Sam. He is a few doors down at the bar, sitting next to a guy on a bar stool convicting the guy's conscience about cheating on his wife, and spending the family's food money on booze," Larry added. "Point made," Sam replied. "How about a cup of coffee?" "Thanks, that would be great." Walking into the small kitchen area, he saw a folding table set up near the front window. Strapped into the chair at the head of the table was a mannequin dressed only from the waist up wearing a baseball hat. Smiling at Sam's puzzled look, Larry said, "Sam, meet Judas. Judas, say hello to Sam." As you can see, Sam, Judas's sentence for betrayal was obviously castration, and his personal sins downgraded him to work the graveyard shift for eternity. In the mornings, Judas makes the coffee and gets a much-needed break. One of us is on duty 24/7, otherwise, our lovely fans outside take the letters off the sign. I go through a box of new letters about every month, mostly because Judas continues to fall asleep on the night shift. 182. Looking out the window at the people shouting and flipping finger gestures, Larry pointed at them, saying, "You know, Sam, Catholics give new meaning to the term drive-by shootings, they drive by and shoot me the bird all day long." Laughing at his comment, Sam replied, "Larry, you are a real mystery to me. What drives you to do this? You must be the only man in the world with balls big enough to put up that sign and stand out front." Sam stopped smiling. With a puzzled look on his face, he asked, "What are you trying to accomplish?" "Sam, you're a mystery to me, as well. In fact, the biggest mystery in all of my studies concerns you and me. For the life of me, I cannot comprehend how the two of us arrived at the same conclusions when we took two entirely different paths in life. You used numerous sources of research material for over 30 years, while I used one book, the Bible. After studying from both ends of the spectrum, here we stand in agreement on many serious issues. Now that one puzzles me even more, Larry. I find it very perplexing how you obtained a commanding knowledge of social and constitutional issues using only the Bible," Sam replied in a questioning tone. "Maybe we can both find out today, Sam. As a lawyer, I say that first sign has every constitutional issue you can think of contained in just a few words," Steve said. "The moral and social implications on that sign point the finger at the government and the American people for tolerating the murders at Waco. I think the people of this nation became infected with apathy long before Waco. The government took unnecessary action against a man they later labeled as a cult leader. The last time I read the Constitution, cults have a right to practice their religion without a tank crashing through their building. It's all about political votes. That is why the government and the people are apathetic against a nest of criminal, cultic Catholic pedophiles. Several months ago, I read that the Irish have proof from an ex-bishop that Rome has been covering up criminal child molestation for generations." Pausing briefly, Steve looked out the window. "Listen to them honk and shout. What person in their right mind would defend an institutional cult's rights to molest children? I wonder when the governments of the world will serve warrants on that lying cult leader in Rome. They have terrorized the hearts of innocent children for hundreds of years. The damage they have done exceeds all of the known terrorism in the world today. They are not blowing up planes or buildings, they are worse." 183. These queers, dressed like liberace drag queens, present themselves as God's religious version of Jesus to innocent children as they rape them and suck their penises behind church doors all over the world. That is a den of iniquity. Holy Fathers, my ass. If we showed the hidden carnage done to children on television, and made the world watch them fucking crying children in the ass, the world would burn Rome to the ground again. As the blood vessels stood out in his neck, Steve shouted, "I say we become a six-man team and pop the fucker like they did Osama bin Laden." "I read the comments in your essay, Sam, and a full-body condom is way too big for that little dick prick. Let's put him in one and tie it shut at the end." As they all burst into laughter, Sam knew from Steve's level of hostility that he was speaking from personal experience. Picking up several pictures from the stack at the end of the table, Larry handed them to Sam. "This is what I had up last week, and here are the pictures of several unmarked cars that were in and out of my driveway all week. The agents actually pulled in, turned around in front of my doors, and gave me some threatening looks before driving off. Steve ran the tags, and of course, they came back stolen, a well-known government trick. My home is under surveillance. The other morning, I couldn't sleep, so I went outside to sit on the front porch. As soon as I sat down, car lights blinked from both ends of the street. They wanted me to know they were watching me." Reaching over, he took the hat off Judas, and revealed a tracking device taped to his head. "Yesterday, I pulled this from under my car. Glancing at Steve, Sam asked, can they do that without a warrant from a judge? Thanks to George Bush and Obama, they can. These days a warrant isn't necessary. Sam looked down at the picture of the sign. President Clinton and Janet Reno intentionally murdered 76 people, including 20 children and 2 pregnant women, while Americans focused on a blowjob, rather than the murders of children. You keep that shit up, Larry, and they will come and get you for sure. You're a smart man, you should know what they are capable of doing. The government will make up some bogus sexual or IRS charges and haul your ass off for a long time. Hell, they might play the cult card on you. Look at the bullshit the United States government is trying to pull on WikiLeaks' Julian Assange. The people in Sweden fuck like rabbits, dope is legal, and they still find a couple of women to cry rape on this guy. Come on, Larry, wake up. Is it worth being locked up? Sam asked. 184. Sam, I am surprised that you are not a defender of free speech, Steve replied. I am, but that kind of sign, he said, tapping the picture with his finger, will make the government look at you in a hurry. Oops, I take that back. According to both of you, they are already doing that. Come on, we are all smart men. I thought you guys were smart enough to keep a low profile before you start doing anything. You both know the rules when you plan something. You must act like the 3 monkeys, see nothing, hear nothing, and say nothing. For all you know, the place may be bugged already. Don't get me wrong. I agree with you, Larry. The statements are the truth. Yes, they murdered 76 people, but at this point, why draw attention to yourselves? You know the federal government will protect its cover-up, so it will have little tolerance for public flag waving about the issues at Waco. We all know they investigate themselves by forming their own investigative committees, so they can validate their criminal actions. Just the reminder of that image of the tank going into that building, gassing and burning little children, still fills me with unsettled rage. They shot my ass and got away with it, so you might imagine that entire fiasco lit me up for months. I am a serious player here, and I have some serious workable plans that I started working on the day after they shot me. At this point, I need the confidence that we will not go to jail by needlessly exposing ourselves to scrutiny before we have a chance to take action. In the 60s, I was a young radical bastard who was willing to die for the rights of free speech up until the moment they shot a hole through me. Now, I am an old radical bastard, ready to die for the right reasons with an intelligent plan of action. Experience has taught me that being shot at a demonstration, or attracting needless attention, is not an intelligent plan of action. Irritated by Sam's truthful comments, Larry said, "You made your point, Sam. The sign was up over a week ago, before we found out where we the people lost power. Steve and I have already discussed pulling in the reins to avoid unnecessary scrutiny. On the other hand, Sam, I am who I am, and I am the servant of no man. I make no apologies for my past actions or my words because that would make my employer a hypocrite." Sam sat thinking about Larry's comment, "I am the servant of no man. Make my employer a hypocrite," when Steve jumped in and began speaking as a lawyer for the group. "Larry and I were talking about you before you arrived, and frankly we have a few small concerns." 185. As a group, we don't mind you or Molly sitting in on our history searches, however, we are a bit concerned about you or Molly having any knowledge if and when we begin to develop a plan of action. Scott called earlier today and had the same concerns. He suggested that after we hear from Roger and Jerry, we should stop meeting at Woodstock 69. I am sure you can understand our reasons why, and if you prefer, we can move our next meetings to another location. I guess, as a group, we are saying we really don't know you as much as we do one another. Let me be candid with you. As a precaution, we ran background checks on you and Molly. You seem to be who you say you are. However, Molly has an interesting family history, including the murder of her father by her mother. Her mother apparently died of multiple snake bites before the investigation was complete. Molly disappeared, and the cops never got a chance to question her about the murder. Do you know anything about this, Sam? I know everything about it. Forgive me, but I do not feel comfortable discussing Molly's personal life openly with you. Perhaps you should ask Molly tonight at her Master Belt tournament. Let me offer you one piece of free advice: if you decide to inquire, make sure you are near an open door, and be fully confident that you can outrun her, Sam said with a smile. We both have reservations about one another, and I accept that as a good thing. It indicates several things to me. First, it tells me that, as a group, you are somewhat serious about developing a plan of action. That excites me because I have the only serious plan that will work. Second, we are each wise enough to check one another out, which indicates we are both up to something. Now, are you ever going to tell me, Larry, how you came to such remarkable conclusions about the separation of church and state, using only the Bible as a source of study? Staring across the table, Larry studied Sam as he spoke. We will get there, Sam. I am putting my conclusions, along with many new thoughts, into a single document. Since the early 80s, I have worked on one document that addresses every necessary issue in a free, moral society. After Steve closed his practice last month, we began a word-by-word review to ensure the structure, facts, and relevant truths were correct. I think we are on the verge of producing an excellent document that will benefit society. The common sense simplicity of what Larry has written blows me away. Steve added. So, when can I have a peek at the document? Sam asked. Without a word, Larry looked at Steve, and Steve nodded, indicating it was okay with him. Larry left the room and came back with a large document, rolled up as a scroll. 186. For over 3 hours, Sam read and questioned Larry and Steve as he read through the document. Finally, Sam looked at Larry and said, "If I had not read it myself, I would not have believed it to be possible for a man to write such a document on human free expression and government. If that form of government makes it into the world, it will change the entire world forever. Now, don't tell me it all came from the Bible, Larry." Okay, Sam, I will not tell you that. However, if you ask me if it came from the Bible, I will answer you yes, that is where it came from, Sam, Larry replied. Observing Sam from the other end of the table, Larry continued. I respect your essays as a professor, as well as your personal views on life and religion as a man. After reading most of your essays, I understand how you arrived at your conclusions from the material sources used in your studies. It is not my intention to offend you, and I respect your right to reject any of my conclusions about your excellent work. While your essays nailed the many hypocrisies of religion, you totally missed the spiritual reason of why religion is on the earth. You also failed to address the spiritual side of man and the purpose of life. Not a single essay addressed the question of why we are here, living and breathing on this planet. Would you be interested in hearing how I arrived at the same conclusions you have, along with a bit of spiritual insight, as well? Picking up Judas, Sam moved him to a chair in the corner and slid closer to Larry. I am all ears, explain yourself to me. As Larry began to speak, Sam felt a familiar presence. This very same power had me flat on the floor last night. The more Larry spoke, the stronger the power felt. Glancing over at Steve, Sam was unable to determine if the power had stupefied him because he had the same dumbass look on his face that George Bush had as he was being told a plane crashed into the Twin Towers. With the first few words, Larry captivated Sam's attention. There is a natural world and a supernatural world, Sam. I do not expect you to understand the supernatural world because a man such as yourself only understands what he can see with his natural eyes or touch with his hands, and the information he can process with his carnal mind. In this natural realm where we reside, the only legal doorway to gain access into this world is through the womb, and the only legal exit door would be the grave. Any other person or thing entering this natural realm, other than through the womb, would be an illegal entry. Like it or not, those are the visa requirements for the planet we live on. 187. Everyone that enters this natural realm through the womb came from somewhere. We are here for this brief time we call life, and then we are all going somewhere. While we are here in this natural, physical world, we are here to learn only three things. We are not here to learn things that are natural in substance or thought, Sam. We are here to learn three very important spiritual things that have tremendous eternal values. As students, we spend the entirety of our lives in this kindergarten school of life, learning those three things. We are here to learn about the eternal fruits of faith, hope, and love. Think about how wise and magnificent God must be, Sam. He created a natural world where everything dies eventually, including you and me. Then he uses this dying world to teach us about the three most important supernatural fruits found only in eternity: faith, hope, and love. Everything on earth is tangible, but the most important things on earth are intangible. How do we learn these three things? Holding out both hands like a balanced set of scales, Larry smiled and said, "Oh, the mystery of life. In one hand, we have the sweet times, and in the other, the hard, bitter times." Moving his hands together, as if he were kneading a ball of dough, he said, "Yet, somehow, when you put them together, we have this intangible, magical, bittersweet gift that we all call life. On our journey through life, we each face numerous bittersweet times, trials, and tests. It's during those times that we begin to learn how to see past our natural circumstances in this world. When a father is about to lose his first newborn son, he finds the faith in his heart to pray for help outside of this natural world. As humans, we naturally hope for the best in every difficult situation. Unfortunately, many lose hope and give up or commit suicide. When hope is lost during a trial, life perishes. We love in the natural world after the lust of the flesh, eros, when we are young. As we mature, we learn to express a deeper kind of agape love, giving kindness, forgiveness, and even mercy to undeserving others that need agape love. In the supernatural world, there are angels, demons, and God. I attest to this as a personal witness to you, Sam, because while residing in this natural world, I have personally had contact with all three. I assure you that everything you have studied historically, up to this present day, was first manifested in the spirit world. I do not expect you to understand, Sam, because you are a blind man held captive by your own earthly sensualities and the limited abilities of your carnal mind. While others consider you a man of great knowledge, your knowledge rests in the abilities of the natural mind of man to enlighten himself. Most of your knowledge is void of true wisdom. All wisdom comes from God, and He gives it to those who ask for it by faith. 188. What do I mean? Here is wisdom, Sam. I challenge you, or anyone in the world, to produce one original thought. Go ahead, I will wait for your original thought. Sam sat speechless. His tongue felt glued to the roof of his mouth. After pausing, Larry continued. All we can do as humans is process knowledge from what you comprehend. 1 + 1 is 2, that is red, this is blue, or that is the way home. Since the beginning of time, no one in the natural realm has been able to produce one original thought. Yes, through study, thought, and some wisdom from God, man has advanced, but original thought that ain't gonna happen. Do you know why? If you had the power to produce one original thought, Sam, you would be like God. Your words would carry power. You could say light be, and there would be light. All original thought originates in the spirit realm, Sam, not in the carnal realm of our mind, where we reside. Now, to those that are in our world illegally. A spirit, good or evil, resides near, on, or lives inside of a person. When a spirit resides within a soul, the spirit has control of a man's life. Evil spirits are demonic with only one purpose, to control and own the soul. When an evil spirit resides on the inside of a man will manifest the evil desires of the demon. Demons are very intelligent, patient, and most of the time their actions are so subtle, humans don't understand that a demon is stalking them for possession of their soul. Demons use our natural senses, lust of the eyes, lust of the flesh, and the pride of life to steal the spiritual, eternal part of a person, the soul. To possess a soul, demons must keep a person from the wisdom of the eternal fruits: faith, hope, and love. At the end of life, the eternal fruits are a necessary possession, in order for a soul to enter heaven. Reaching the exit door, without a small portion of all three eternal fruits, is not a good thing, Sam. The Bible is full of chosen people: Noah, Abraham, King David, the Apostle Paul, and good old Jonah, who refused his selection and spent 3 days in the belly of a whale thinking it over. I am convinced, after last night, that you and I have some kind of purpose together. God chooses certain people to perform His will on earth, and I believe you are one of those people. I realize He used me to save you the day the government shot you, and from that moment on, He redirected your life for His purpose. People say coincidence, I say we both had a divine appointment yet unknown. For the better part of your life, you have studied the religions of the world. In all of your studies, have you ever stopped and asked yourself why you decided to study religion and history? Gathering information through history books, you became a recognized authority on religion by your own peers all over the world.